This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti geek. Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti geek. Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi.
El Clasico,
Kingdom, fans, mana tepuk tangannya?
El Clasico merupakan salah satu big match yang paling panas di MPL Indonesia. Persaingan antara RRQ dan EVOS Legends mempunyai sejarah panjang. Sejak season 1, perseteruan antar macan putih melawan raja dari segala raja ini menarik banyak perhatian. Persaingan antar kedua tim ini menjadi ajang pembuktian para top player yang telah menjadi rosternya untuk mempertaruhkan skill dan juga harga diri. Pertandingan El Clasico selalu dinantikan oleh para penggemar MPL di Indonesia. Hampir di setiap season, gemuruh teriakan super fans menggema di stage MPL ID. Persaingan antar kedua tim demi memperebutkan tahta tertinggi di laga Mobile Legends Bang Bang Indonesia. El Clasico hadir di beberapa pertandingan Grand Final. MPL ID dimulai dari Season 2, Season 4, dan Season 5. Di Season 4, setelah EVOS berhasil menundukkan RRQ dengan perolehan poin 3-1, laga El Clasico berlanjut di turnamen internasional Mobile Legends World Champions. RRQ dan EVOS berhasil masuk ke Grand Final setelah mengalahkan 16 tim dari 14 negara, dan EVOS berhasil menjuarai M-Series pertama.
Kita jadi penonton kayak kagum juga lah lihat El Clasico dulu. Pokoknya kayak saling rebutan gitu lah buat dapetin menang.
Pada season 5, match yang sengit berhasil dimenangkan oleh RRQ dengan perolehan poin tipis. RRQ menang dengan poin 3-2 atas EVOS. EVOS Legends dan RRQ selalu mendominasi di babak playoff MPL Indonesia. Namun, pada season 10, untuk pertama kalinya, EVOS Legends diberhentikan langkahnya untuk maju ke babak playoff season 10.
Banyak kejutan-kejutan, jadi kayak semua tim bisa saling ngalahin. Dan kejutannya paling terkejut ya EVOS nggak lolos playoff.
Pukulan telak yang diberikan RRQ di season 10 membuat EVOS Legends berbenah. EVOS Legends mengeluarkan roster pemenang ISF untuk membalas RRQ pada season sebelumnya.
Kalau menurut gue sekarang lebih rame lagi dari RRQ maupun EVOS-nya, ngasih perlawanan yang lumayan bagus dah. Kemarin tuh 3 match itu rame banget. Semoga match El Clasico yang kedua bisa lebih rame lagi dalam gameplaynya juga kan, dalam jual beli serangan semuanya.
Menurut gue season yang sekarang nih kayak El Clasico-nya lebih berbeda lah. Apalagi dengan kehadiran legend kita, sosok Lemon sendiri, alien yang bisa membuktikan gameplay dia, wah luar biasa sih.
Dan tidak hanya EVOS, RRQ tidak tinggal diam. Sang Raja juga mengeluarkan roster baru dengan dihadirkan Rainbow sebagai mid laner terbarunya, dan Lemon kembali mewarnai MPL ID Season 11.
Kalau untuk sekarang gue lebih milih Lemon sih. Gue lihat dari pengalaman dia yang dialami itu lumayan gampang lah dia beradaptasi untuk kita.
El Clasico leg pertama babak regular season MPL ID Season 11 berhasil dimenangkan oleh RRQ. Gameplay yang baik dari Lemon sebagai XP laner dari RRQ selalu bisa mengatur permainan dan memprioritaskan target dari core lawan agar membuat timnya lebih mudah untuk menyelesaikan permainan. Hasil, RRQ memenangkan leg pertama El Clasico regular season MPL ID Season 11.
Masih berada di tahtanya dan tidak tumbang di El Clasico.
El Clasico ya pasti seru sih, nggak mungkin kagak ya kan. Kita kuat, dia juga kuat, ya tunjukin game yang seru lah.
Soalnya kayak hype-nya beda aja, walaupun kayak mungkin RRQ lagi nurun, kemarin juga EVOS lagi nurun ya, tetap sama sih menurut gue. Kayak the hype is different.
Performa terbaik dari kedua tim sudah dibuktikan pada leg pertama El Clasico. Akankah Sang Macan Putih bisa memporak-porandakan kerajaan Sang Raja, atau Sang Raja kembali menaklukkan Sang Macan Putih? Saksikan dan jadilah saksi atas pertarungan mereka pada babak regular season MPL ID Season 11 di leg kedua ini. We own this.
datang di MPL Indonesia Season 11 minggu yang ke-6. Dan bertepatan pula dengan hari spesial, izinkan Bude mewakili MPL Indonesia Season 11 mengucapkan selamat menjalankan ibadah puasa di bulan Ramadan 1444 Hijriah. Dan semoga bulan ini menjadi sebuah bulan yang baik untuk kita semua. Dan tentu saja untuk match kita hari ini, karena akan ada 2 match. Match pembukaan akan ada El Clasico RRQ RRQ dan EVOS Legends akan bertemu untuk kedua kalinya di regular season. Akan seperti apa pertemuan kedua mereka? Karena di leg pertama mereka begitu intens. Dan tentu saja sebelum kita memulai match hari ini, izinkan Bude juga untuk berterima kasih kepada kalian dan juga para sponsor dan juga para partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 11 powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series, A34 dan A54 5G, official mobile internet partner Telkomsel, official gold partner UBS Gold, serta partner ini sports ada Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, dan Blibli. Dan juga official broadcast kita, Maxstream, dan broadcast partner TVR Esports. Halo pemirsa. Dan juga partner MPL Indonesia Season 11 ada Indomaret dan Point Coffee. Dan MPL ID Season 11 supported by PBSI. Banyak banget yang udah mendukung acara ini dan tentu saja dari EVOS Legends dan juga RRQ Kingdom. Mereka udah berkumpul untuk menantikan apa yang akan terjadi di El Clasico. Leg yang kedua, kita bakal cari tahu bersama-sama persiapannya seperti apa. Spesial buat kalian, udah bakal ngintip ke ruangan para player. Let's go! Untuk El Clasico jilid kedua kali ini, Bude penasaran banget untuk persiapan. Dan di depan Bude udah ada dari EVOS Legends. Kita ngintip yuk persiapannya seperti apa. Punten, halo misi ya Mas Aji, misi EVOS. Nah, untuk persiapannya sendiri kita bakal mau langsung tanya-tanya nih sama mereka. Karena ini spesial banget untuk mereka sendiri. Tas, boleh dong kita penasaran nih, seperti apa sih persiapan kalian untuk leg kedua ini?
Ya pasti banyak persiapan sih, soalnya kan kita juga leg 1 kan kalah lawan RRQ kan. Ya berarti mereka kuat lah, jadi kita bakal coba 2 kali lipat lebih keras daripada kemarin.
Jadi serius nih, udah mode serius, Tas mode serius?
Dari kemarin juga serius.
Mode bangun, udah bangun Tas?
Ya.
Jadi kalau Tas bangun, apa yang akan terjadi di El Clasico nih Tas?
Gak tahu, lihat aja nanti.
Lihat aja nanti. Ngomong-ngomong ini dari tadi lagi pada ngapain sih? Brans, kalau sebelum tanding biasanya ngapain? Sini dong Brans.
Nobar YouTube.
Nobar YouTube, itu untuk apa Brans?
Supaya refreshing.
Refreshing. Nah kalau Brans sendiri ya, di leg pertama kan kayaknya ada bad memories nih ya dari kamu sendiri di lock abis-abisan sama Lemon. Di leg kedua kali ini, kamu ada nggak sih kira-kira akan seperti apa di landingnya?
Ya memberikan yang terbaik aja lah.
Kalau buat Lemon spesial ada nggak ini leg kedua Lemon?
Lemon main lagi ya.
Lemon main lagi ya. Dan kita juga masih ngeliat-ngeliat ini semuanya lagi pada sibuk banget ya nonton rajin. Glar, do you have something to say to this El Clasico? Glar, please stand up. Come here. Come here, come here, come here. Glar, do you have something for this El Clasico, Glar?
Selamat berpuasa.
Oh, selamat berpuasa. Oke, kalau gitu terima kasih. Selamat siap-siap untuk semuanya. Good luck, have fun untuk match pembukaan di minggu ke-6 El Clasico. Thank you, Legends. Oh. Yes, dan itulah dia persiapan dari EVOS Legends. Dan mereka rupanya benar-benar kayak mempersiapkan untuk El Clasico jilid kedua kali ini. Dan ada pertanyaan juga dari Brans. Akankah Lemon dimainkan? Lemon mainnya. Jadi kita bakal langsung tanya ke RRQ. RRQ sudah datang dan kita akan bertanya langsung ke RRQ. Halo permisi RRQ Punten. Monggo. Lagi pada serius amat ini di sini. Mon, ini ada yang tanya. Brans tanya katanya. Lemon main lagi ya? Bakal main lagi nggak Lemon?
Main.
Bakal main. Dan kalau di leg pertama kan kamu nge-lock Brans terus nih ya pas kamu pakai Teriza. Ada apa dengan kamu dan Brans?
Gak ada apa-apa sih. Ya gak usah main MM kalau nggak mau di-lock.
Wih, emang udah jadi nasib dari MM ya. Tapi Lemon dari 1 sampai 10 seberapa siap Lemon untuk El Clasico hari ini?
10.
10, perfecto. Tapi mungkin kita bakal langsung tanya juga ke coach mereka. Ada Nasduk, Bang Duk mana? Oh, halo Ref, welcome. El Clasico mereka dia bakal datang dan Bang Duk ada jauh di sini jadi penjaga pintu. Mikling. Bang Duk, sini dong, berdiri bentar, berdiri. Kita ngobrol-ngobrol. Enggak apa-apa. Bang Duk, El Clasico pertamamu nih. Ada nervousnya kah atau apa?
Lemes sih.
Kenapa lemes?
Lagi puasa sih. Diriku lagi puasa sih jadi lemes.
Oh gitu. Tapi kalau untuk itu nggak menjadi tantangan dong?
Enggak juga sih. Lemas aja belum makan.
Nanti ya tunggu buka ya, tunggu pas buka nanti. Tapi kalau ngelihat dari anak-anakmu sendiri semuanya, apakah kamu akan yakin bisa mengambil kemenangan lagi nih untuk di leg kedua, Bang Duk?
Nggak tahu sih, nggak bisa mikir belum makan.
Ya jawabannya nggak bisa mikir mulu ya. Tapi anak-anak bisa nanti bisa main dan bisa berpikir ya.
Harusnya anak-anak bisa karena ada yang nggak puasa.
Oh gitu. Jadi semuanya aman, terkendali, tentram, damai?
Damai, aman, siap, aman.
Aman. Coba dong sampaikan sesuatu untuk El Clasico. Hari ini akan ada apa, Bang Duk?
Hari ini semoga semuanya berjalan lancar dan semangat puasanya.
Semangat puasanya dan semoga lancar. Terima kasih semua ya. Tapi ini kalau lagi siap-siap kayak gini kalian biasanya discuss ya? Rahasia ya? Bude nggak boleh di dalam ya?
Nggak boleh.
Nggak boleh ya? Jadi mereka lagi diam-diam mau lagi membahas tentang game El Clasico. Akan seperti apa El Clasico? Kita bakal breakdown kepada analis kita. Ada Om Wawa, silahkan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. MPL ID Season 11 Week 6 Day 1 with me, Gani, Mirko, and Arashi. And we're going to open things up Week 6 with El Clasico.
It's the last week of MPL Indonesia Season 11, and we, again, get to start it off with El Clasico. This will definitely set the tone for the entire 4 days that we have, Gani, because in the last week of Season 11, it's going to be 4 days of non-stop action-packed matches.
I can't wait. Of course, you guys can't wait as well. Before we head and ask Arashi about leg 1, I also want to somehow reach out to you guys. Who do you think? RRQ or EVOS? Arashi, now let's ask you.
We don't need to ask Arashi who he's rooting for. Let's ask Arashi how it's going to play out.
Exactly. It's Age between Bang Duk.
Age between Bang Duk?
It's between Age and Bang Duk.
It's a big man. It's a big man.
Exactly.
But this is a showdown, like you mentioned, Gani, between the age and Bang Duk. Age. Better to contest the upper bracket slot right here because, like we mentioned again and again in the previous days, the previous weeks, it's just so close, man. And we haven't seen RRQ this shaky in a while, and EVOS Legends as well have been improving at a very alarming pace. But in leg number 1, keep in mind that EVOS were the ones who were able to get a bit of the early game advantage, but afterwards, the adjustments, the stalling coming in from the side of RRQ was able to ensure that RRQ can go into that late game, and with the more dynamic, the more surprising ways of engaging the fights, they're able to get a victory. Of course, they need to still be very aware about Dreams, especially if he gets on this Kaja, right? For RRQ, it's all about being able to be unexpected, being able to make these crazy outplays. But with Dreams on a hero like the Kaja, or if anyone from EVOS gets a hero that has a suppression, that has some very solid crowd control, RRQ must be careful not to overextend, not to overcommit, lest they get punished. But of course, afterwards, after that first game where RRQ was able to were losing, EVOS were able to still get a bit of an early game lead. But then afterwards, I think RRQ just made it very, very competitive.
It was always just a very competitive match in game number 2, though. Again, like you kind of mentioned, Arashi, EVOS Legends actually had the lead. RRQ, however, drafted in a way where they don't need to get that early lead. They wanted to play for the late game with Renbo on the Lunox. Another dynamic that we can talk about is whether Clay or Renbo will actually be placed into the Land of Dawn. Because again, first El Clasico, they did real good with Renbo. But in the second leg of the Royal Derby, it was Clay who led RRQ to victory.
It's going to be very interesting indeed, seeing the changes as well, Arashi. Remember, it was Phil and Arcadia in the helms of RRQ. Now, we got Rave and as well as Bang Duk, so perhaps a lot of tweaks we're going to see here in the second leg.
We've seen a bit of difference, right? We always said that Arcadia brings a more calculated style, but it doesn't really suit the way RRQ likes to play the teamfight heavy, momentum heavy play style. And now with Coach Bang Duk, you can really expect that the early game is going to be a bit more competitive. There's no way that RRQ are still planning on having to lose the early game to try and stall for the late game survival. It will be guns blazing all the way from the beginning. And of course, it means that there's potential for RRQ to get ahead all the way from the early game. But it also means that there's more danger if they mess up and allow EVOS Legends to have a bit of the advantage. Because keep in mind, their late game, they have a very solid marksman player. The king of the marksman is not a title that comes lightly, and Brands has shown that. If they're able to play around him, make sure that he has the tools or has the backup needed to try and get ahead in the late game, he can very much still completely destroy the whole team of RRQ, I mean.
I feel like, yeah, somehow the similarity between Skylar and Brands is they like to position themselves here rather than poking their marksmen. And as clearly you can see here from leg 1 as well, they position themselves in the back. But at the end of the day, from leg 1 RRQ, they came out on top.
I think it's different styles though, Rashi and Gani. If we take a look at Brand's very aggressive style of gold laner, sure,
with
he
Dreams.
Well, yeah, with Dreams as well. He's very aggressive, though, in a way where maybe Skylar plays in the back, pops that battle mirror image very defensively for the side of Brands. He's very aggressive. He wants to play with the spacing more than the positioning. And in leg 1, that's exactly what got him punished up against the Terizla of Lemon, who took it really personal after the Brands comment in the mic check, Arashi.
Yeah, well, that's why it seems just so shaky for EVOS, right? They have a very solid gold laner, but at the same time, he's so aggressive that sometimes teams just find opportunity, either through diving, right, as we saw earlier with the Terizla, with the Martis, or with long-range artillery, like with the Farsa. And he is such a dominant, such a confident player, he sometimes neglects to respect the damage output and to build those defensive items. And keep in mind, he is still on top of the MVP standings right here. So this is a bit of a race for the regular season MVP title. Whoever wins here, especially if Skylar is the MVP for both games, he can really start to encroach on the standings right here. But if Brands is winning, if EVOS actually wins like 2-0, or even 2-1, and Brands gets a few more MVP titles, he can actually just pull away from the rest of the competition.
It's gonna be, yeah, he's gonna solidify himself there up in the MVP regular standings. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see here the battle of the two gold laners. And keep in mind as well, though, the synergy between Brands and Dreams has been impeccable this season. A lot of teams they're afraid going head-to-head with this duo.
They've been together for so long, right? Brands and Dreams started their career in Bigatron Alpha. I remember the last time I saw Brands all the way on in the top of the MVP standings. It was, again, back in Season 6 when he was able to capture that Season 6 regular season MVP title.
I think the keys to victory here for EVOS Legends. Play support cover as an alternative, because if they can just switch it out, right, have multiple ways of winning, it can be a great solution, and manage the waves before setting up objectives. They are a team that has been very good at setting up waves during the right moments as well, but against a team that is equally good at using the whole map as a whole to try and get an advantage, especially in the late game. They need to ensure that if they are banking on these big team fights in the late game, they are not forced in weird ways. They're not forced to send away one of their members to the far side of the Lord before the fight even begins.
Let's see here from the side of RRQ, though. You're about to see the keys to victory here, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A34 A545G.
When the matchup in the gold lane, get Skylar, who is a bit more conservative on the dominant position to try and shut down Brands, and maybe even ensure that Brands does not have a presence in the game at all. Afterwards, counter the setups and anticipate the flanks. Dreams is notorious for finding those very weird pickoffs, and if RRQ can do the same and deny Dreams his own opportunity, that can be very massive for them in those big fights, ensuring that they are the ones dictating what happens, where the fight takes place. And if you give RRQ their way, usually they just pull away with it.
Well, in a moment, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see the official team lineup as well. Who will play where? Will it be Rembo or will it be Clay? Quick question, who do you prefer?
Clay or Renbo? You know, since I'm a Bigatron fan, I'll say Renbo.
Done. What about you?
Well, since I'm an RRQ fan, I gotta say Clay.
Well, I'm gonna be in the middle ground. I feel like this season, Clay playing it very, very safely. Clembo, that's right. Rembo, though, I gotta say his season, well, his plays this season has surprised me, because he was not an active season 10, but season 11 it seems like he has that extra oomph as well, and Clay needs to somehow watch his role, because they're both very, very good this season.
I think it's just the dynamic, right? I feel like for Renbo, he's a bit more flexible when it comes to the hero picks. He can play the Faramis, he can play the Lunox even in the mid lane. Meanwhile, for Clay, sure, he can pull those heroes off, but he is way more comfortable on just the high ground heroes. The Pharsa, the Eve, and maybe even just the Xavier. Those are the three heroes that we've seen him really find success on. Meanwhile, for the Lunox and maybe even the Faramis, it feels like he's kind of still trying to find his comfort there.
You can see that with the way they play, right? Renbo, even when he was on a Pharsa, he has no issue at all, just using the wings by wings aggressively and then trying to get in range to try and shut down the gold laner or the opposing mid laner. Whereas for Clay, it's all about positioning. It's all about not letting his opponents get close, right? Maintaining distance and ensuring that he is elusive, he is far away from danger, and he can continuously output that damage, even though sometimes he's forced to output that damage onto the beefier members instead, because it doesn't matter. He likes playing that Lunox, like you mentioned. He likes playing the long-range, consistent kind of damage, so he serves as a secondary DPS, and in some situations, you would want that over the aggressive, quote-unquote, assassin mid laners.
Well, regardless, of course, Hijume is going to have a tough task. So let's see here the official team lineup for El Clasico Leg 2. What will it be? From the side of EVOS Legends, it's going to be Hijume, Cyclops, Brass, Taz, and Dreams, the expected lineup from the side of RRQ.
Nothing different so far. And as you mentioned, Goni, Hijume has had a lot of questions thrown at him. And against two possible mid laners, it's going to be a difficult question. It's answered right now.
It's not going to be Banana.
What? Banana. What? It's Clay, Banana, Skylar, Albert, and Vin. Lemon is not in the picture. It's a fruit swap.
Technically, the interview, he low-key tricked us. But
he lied.
Let's see.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here it is, the El Clasico with the team that's looking to repeat the success in the first leg. It's Rex, Regum, Kaon.
Remember, now they're sitting at the 3rd place. They desperately need a win to secure themselves the upper bracket. But not with Lemon. It's going to be another fruit. It's going to be Banana.
It's going to be Banana, so we have to see if this pays off. I mean, we haven't seen this man in such a long time, and especially against a team as furious, as dangerous as these guys right here, it's going to be a bit tough, man.
The Tigers are looking for revenge. Welcome, EVOS Legends!
EVOS Legends, they're also looking to grab a win to increase their odds to secure that upper brackets. Now let's see here with Banana, Psychos, does he know this individual?
We'll have to see. There's a bit of a stare down here between the teams before the coaching staff even gets into the picture. But as we mentioned, it's a showdown between Coach Age and Coach Nasiuduk, who in a way, by the way, have a bit of a rivalry because they used to be the coaches of Alter Ego and Bigatron. So a bit of the STM derby right here again, but it's with different teams. So
yeah,
so many things happening for this particular El Clasico.
Around 2 seasons ago, it was Age with BTR, Bangduk with Alter Ego. Now look at them now with RRQ and EVOS Legends. Let's see, what will they cook up here for our first game?
Well, you know, Banana and Lemon, the XP lane duel. For the XP lane, for RRQ, I guess they are trying to build or give Banana some game time here. Remember, they are still fighting for the upper bracket slot, so this isn't an experimental choice. This is the best choice. This is the choice that they've made based on scrims, based on the data they have gathered in the past 2 weeks.
Speaking of data here, the most picked and banned heroes for Coach Age. Banned by opponent the Kadira, man. Dreams is just so notorious for being able to find those opportunities, so usually it's respected even more technically than the 1-1 and the Joy, who we see and actually make their way to the Land of Dawn in the last week. Along with that, they ban away the Fanny, just a very dangerous assassin hero, and always the 1-1 and Joy as well. So far, nothing too crazy, and you can see that the most picks, again, nothing particularly stands out because Coach Age likes using everything in his disposal to ensure that he has the maximum confusing factor to try and throw off his opposing coach.
Well, it seems like here, remember, a patch just came through yesterday, so perhaps we're gonna see a lot of tweaks here from the picks, from the bans as well. As you all know, a lot of heroes were somehow updated in that patch.
Well, one of the big factors people are talking about right now is that Joy, right? There's a bit of a small change, more, in a way, a bit more damage, but less survivable in the early game. So maybe it's going to make an appearance, but it's clearly not as viable in the EXP lane, and maybe that's going to be important, because looking at the stats for Coach Bangduk here, also the 1-1 and the Joy, and that Fredrin is always prioritized, either being picked away, put in the hands of Albert, or banned away outright. Along with that, banning away the Yves and the Fanny, wanted to make sure that no real pesky, annoying style heroes make their way onto the line of Dawn. No one that can stall away, stop aggression, provide crowd control, or even just get in and get out without getting punished. Because for RRQ, it's all about making you make a mistake and then making you pay for it.
Well, it seems like as well, Arashi, that RRQ, they opt for that Farsa pick. They prio that Farsa pick, right? I feel.
Yeah.
They really want to secure a hero for Clay or even Rembo. Very strong, and I believe with the mechanics in game now, the high ground heroes, they're very expensive.
They're very, very expensive. We also have seen a little bit of the Lord change, Arashi, with the battlefield changes here. The Lord now, with the enhanced version, can charge multiple turrets up. Like you mentioned, Gani, these high ground heroes are going to be playing a big part in the current meta. But this is EVOS Legends' match history.
If you look at their record, they've only lost about 4 times, so it's still a very back and forth endeavor. Not a single team aside from Onyx has had that clean dominant run, whereas usually we see RRQ matching up there. So with both these teams in a similar spot, kind of competing to be in the upper bracket sort of, there's just more on the line than ever for this particular El Clasico. For RRQ, of course, it looks a bit better, but at the end of the day, all things considered, it's still a very shaky performance. But with the new coach, people are saying that this is what they need. This is the beginning of a great change for RRQ. We'll see if they are right. We'll see if they're able to beat EVOS Legends in dominant fashion.
Winning against Onyx, though, it's a statement already from Bangduk. But remember, they added a new, they added a new weaponry arsenal to their arsenal with Rave. So we're gonna see, oh my god!
We got a legend!
R7 is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. R7 is in the building.
Wow, the legend himself, the RRQ legend, R7 has graced us with his presence here in the MPL arena, giving RRQ maybe a bit of support as well. But speaking of legends, there's another legend in the building. 2 world champions.
Mr. Ong and Mr. Wan. That's crazy, man.
Big match.
It's an El Clasico, and this is what you expect. And speaking of what you expect, let's see what can we expect from the drafting phase for game number 1 between RRQ and EVOS Legends.
Let's see RRQ and EVOS. Bangduk, it seems like they will open up with a Kadita ban. EVOS Legends will open things up with a Joy ban. So you mentioned this patch, you mentioned this tweak against Joy. It seems like EVOS Legends, they do not want business against Joy.
Just don't want to deal with that kind of maneuverability, the amount of dashes that the Joy has. It's a bit harder to use right now because you need more dashes to activate the electrifying beats, but EVOS thinks it's still a big problem. They want to ensure that RRQ does not have those kind of outplay heroes, because RRQ, it's all about those outplays, man. But they also ran away the Kadita and Fanny, so far the drafts have been pretty standard, but this Claude seems targeted for Skylar.
They need to, right? We've seen that Skylar has found so much success on the Claude, especially this season. R7 going all the way and saying that he is the best Claude in the world. Everybody needs to respect him, so EVOS Legends doing the same thing that they did in Leg 1, or actually, no. Leg 1, we did see the Claude get opened up a few times.
I think in the one of the games, the Claude was available, and you can see exactly why it was banned in those games, right? Skylar is just so good, and on a hero that is just as flexible as the Claude, that's the last thing you want in the hand of such a capable gold laner. But for RRQ, they are the ones banning away this 1-1 right here. A bit of an interesting approach. Clearly not intending to take it for themselves, but for EVOS, we'll see if they target for Skylar, because we kept talking about the Jujutsu Kaisen, Melissa hype train that Mirko has been preaching about for so long.
Well, it's going to be very interesting. EVOS Legends, what will they opt for here? A lot of prio heroes still open, including Kaja. RQ though,
Valentina.
a different approach here. 1-1 ban. Last week we talked about how now 1-1 isn't really prior, but it seems like now they're prioritizing it. EVOS Legends will open Kaja out, and they will ban out Fredrin instead, RQ. Seeing their pattern here, they might actually go for the Farsa pick.
The Farsa pick. We just talked about how valuable high ground heroes are in the current patch. We'll see if that's the case, because honestly, we usually talk about Albert needing something that can bring utility, tankiness, as well as damage. Usually it's only Fredrin, but we've seen that now. The Pakiro could be an option, the Martis could be used as well, so a lot more options are available. So the high ground might just edge out those utility junglers in value. So for the first pick, I think that the high ground pick would be better.
Yep, the Farsa works. Maybe they can go for something like a Valentina as well, just to add a little bit more flexibility into their draft. Also dictating in the draft, forcing EVOS Legends to maybe stir away from those big ultimates.
Having a Valentina right here also means that there's going to be a lot of action in the mid lane. And usually we talked about how Rainbow is usually the one you expect to just go in and do damage, but we've seen that he's been a lot more proactive, a bit more reactive in his matches. So maybe this is why they put Clay in here, to ensure that this Valentina can be used to its maximum potential. Because as much as Clay is known for being a consistent long-range artillery damage player, he can still go in and do damage and do some outplays using the Valentina.
EVOS Legends taking their time, but they're gonna respond with a Melissa and Glow. Now I know what Mirko is gonna say here. Melissa, still OP, very, very much untouched in that current patch, so still very prio and reliable in the hands of Brands. It's gonna be very deadly here. Let's see, what will they pick up? RQ, what will they respond with here?
Bit of a tough question. I mean, before it was the main concerns, the main difficulties Brands had to face on the Melissa was the Farsa as well as the Terizla, what they saw in the replay for leg number 1. So some kind of dive hero will definitely pose a bit of an issue, a bit of a threat. And having a Valentina means that the whole team can capitalize without leaving anyone behind. That will deny any
body suffers.
Go for the Brody, and they go for this Benedetta. Everyone going all in the early game, maybe trying to make use of that Lord mechanic, Mirko.
Good flex pick coming in from RQ with the Benedetta, right? We know that it can be flexed over to the jungle for Albert. We've seen him play this all the way since last year for MSC, when the Akai meta was in was in the meta. The Benedetta was a solid counter pick that RQ really likes to go for. And now, with this flex pick, Banana can now also utilize it in the XP lane up against someone like the Glue. And even the Yve is going to be a pretty solid pick. But again, this Yve is going to have a little bit more pressure early on here in the laning phase. We're going to have to see where these laners go for the side of RQ and EVOS Legends. But for RQ, it's a bit more flex to play with.
See here a comment from Age though. EVOS Legends' performance is currently up and down, not very consistent, and slowly the opposing team can read our gameplay. So I am trying to improvise players' abilities with certain types of gameplay. So they're trying to adjust here. Very important, crucial moment as well, because we are about to enter the playoffs. So EVOS Legends, they need to somehow readjust, especially with the new patch coming in. But EVOS Legends second phase, they should ban out the roamer position. And there you go, Atlas ban. But RQ, their approach should be the same as well. Somehow banning out Franco, perhaps Kaja can also be an answer. Remember, Dreams has yet to pick up a hero.
Well, the issue with going for the Kaja or the Franco right here for EVOS is the fact that no one can really follow up and ensure that the kill happens before the quad control wears off. Melissa will have the kind of damage, but later on in the game, with the Yve and the Glue so far, you really doubt the potential for EVOS to actually secure those kills. So that might be something that they are, avoiding. And speaking of engage though, RRQ, their signature coup for a pick is still available, and against a team that wants to stay away from the fight, survive the dive coming in from RRQ, that can be a very, very solid pick, and EVOS might respect that.
Safest choice right now for EVOS has to be the roamer bans, right? Again, that Benedetta can be flexed. They can technically just go for something like a Terizla ban or maybe even a Yuzong ban if they really want to give the Glue a little bit more of more space to play with in lane. But the safer ban would just be to go for the roamer, maybe the Kaja, like you mentioned, or the Kufra, the signature. But they decide to ban out the Lancelot, trying to force that Benedetta to maybe get placed into the jungle on the hands of Albert.
See the RRQ, they're the ones who might just ban out that Kaja here. Seeing and realizing that Dreams somehow really likes the Kaja as well. Can play very well as well. But it seems like they might try to prioritize the roamer position. Let's see though. Vin is thinking.
I think they want to deny any kind of save potential, right? If EVOS can secure some roamer, they can just stop the big guy on its own.
Your team
that
is
could be a big problem, but RRQ banned with the Paquito actually, so respecting Taz on that fight to Paquito we saw last week.
Paquito has been buffed in the last 2 patches, right? And we've seen him just find his place in the meta, just even in the last patch. So now with the buffs again towards Paquito, we should be seeing a whole lot more of the Paquito, especially up against a Benedetta. The Paquito ban here is also just a bit of respect considering they have a Benedetta.
Very smart approach here from Bangduk and as well as Rave. Let's see though, EVOS Legends.
I will protect you.
They will not take their time.
Your
they will
team
pick up a
is
hero
picking.
for Dreams.
Solid choice.
Instantly, it's going to be little Lolita Hill providing cover and potentially an initiator as well with that Numenon Blast. And RRQ, their compositions looking kind of clumped up, so Lolita might just capitalize on that fact.
Funny enough, they require a bit more crowd control. If they try and dive like this against a Numenon Blast, like you mentioned, Goni, that is a big gamble to try and take, and RRQ are not all about that at all. So if they can get something that can reliably cancel out the Numenon Blast, that could be a bit of a win condition right here.
Grok.
A Grok, maybe, but I feel like they need something a bit more spammable, right? If they rely only on the Grok, it can work for sure. We've seen it before. But then the only real threat is the wild charge, and when you're not one-dimensional, EVOS can play around it. It's gonna be a Grok, but it's also gonna be a Farsa. So where the heck is this?
Valentina jungle, and it's gonna be the Benedetta into the XP lane. There you have it. RRQ already utilizing that flex pick, right? Like we mentioned, that Valentina.
That's crazy.
Oh, Valentina jungle. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the first time we are going to witness Albert on a mage jungle. Let's see EVOS Legends though. Psychots, well, not Psychots, EVOS Legends. What will they go for here for Taz? A Kai, perhaps?
A Kai. Well, it makes sense if he wants to protect the back line. So that can work, but with a Farsa in the picture as well.
They want a Link.
And past
tends to the future. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, the drafts for Game 1 has been set. We are going to witness El Clasico Leg 2 Game 1. What do you think about the compositions, right? I like that Link pick, honestly. Farsa's target, potentially the Brody. I really like that Link pick.
I agree. I think both of those picks are pretty solid here, coming in for EVOS and RRQ, both of the last picks, right? And the Farsa for RRQ really shines, especially up against Melissa. That mobility and the mid-control that she has is going to be a bit of a problem for EVOS to deal with. But again, it comes down to how RRQ and EVOS played through their first neutral objective. And looking at the objective control, it should definitely be, I don't know, it's very interesting, the dynamic. The Valentina versus the Ling in the jungle. Valentina doesn't clear as fast as a utility jungler, and so does the Ling. Ling takes it kind of slow, depending on what emblem he goes for. If he goes for Demon Slayer, not bad.
Well, keep in mind though, Valentina also has a bit more quote-unquote burst damage in her kit, right? Because Ling, in a way, there's a bit more DPS in Ling, but less of that burst. So there's a potential for the Valentina to be a bit more reliable, depending on how ahead the Valentina is. So it's just a very dynamic, very, I don't know, man, it's a very volatile situation here. If RRQ gets any kind of momentum, it could be fatal for EVOS.
Well, let's see. And Land of Dawn, here we go for Game 1 of El Clasico. The song Raja will go head-to-head with the White Tigers.
Sang Raja, indeed. And speaking of which, the mid lane control right here, a Grok and a Farsa is going to be so annoying to push against, and we'll see what RRQ can do with this advantage, because with a jungle Valentina, we have no idea how dangerous, how aggressive they can be, and in the early game, we can see that the burst damage coming in from RRQ is something that EVOS Legends are trying to respect.
You know, with the Festival of Blood as well here from Banana, so its job desk, it seems like it's quite clear here. It's trying to tank and also provide damage with that fighter emblem. Let's see though, will Cyclops Dreams, the tankier members from side of EVOS Legends, can somehow withstand and provide cover for Brands, potentially for Hijome as well.
You know, we talked a lot about this Brody pick, Mirko. We were talking about what potentially can even win against Melissa. And one of the possibilities or options we discussed was having a stronger laner like a Brody. But you said that he gets completely shut down by this Melissa.
He does. It's going to be very hard for the Brody to lane. The only way he can win this is if he gets level 4 and he goes for a full all-in. But even then, right here, you can see the zoning coming in. The Brands is actually going to be able to bait Skylar to Hijome, who's actually chosen a pretty interesting path. Usually, we do see the mid laners roaming around to the XP lane to get level 4, but they want to trade up top.
It's a very quick turtle play being used by RRQ, but Skylar suffers as a result. Vin comes in to back him up though, and it will be EVOS Legends backing away. And we talked about this, the counter setup, the response, shutting down any kind of aggressive lane from their opponent. This is what RRQ likes to do.
Well, it seems like EVOS Legends has a no clear compensation after that neutral objective loss. And RRQ, they're setting up top side. Let's see. Let's see here.
Wild charge and the feathered airstrike. You gotta give them some silence there because it was a complete ambush. And this is how you win the lane. Do not make it a 1v1. Brody cannot win in the 1v1, so you bring a rock and a bird lady.
A bird lady. Just never make it about the lane, man. Make it about the whole team. This is a 5v5 team game after all, and RRQ, they're making sure that EVOS Legends understand that. They cannot rely only on Brands alone to try and be significant in this game.
A very good setup there by RRQ top side. A very good, somehow a planned setup as well. That wild charge and Farsa combo is, yeah, insta-deleted Brands. And it seems like now RRQ with the gold lead, they're able to somehow spread their grounds more. Potentially top side here, but EVOS Legends with that kill top side, they're also setting things up better perhaps. Let's see.
Even in the front to back, it is going to be RRQ actually has a bit of an edge here because of the Brody. Sure, you can utilize him as just a damage dealer, as an executioner, but in this kind of draft, he might be actually the utility gold laner. He's going to be in the back line, providing support to Clay whenever Ling wants to jump in with his Tempest of Blades. And even in the bottom side of the map, we can see that Banana on the Benedetta has been doing pretty good at just trying to neutralize the glue. Meanwhile, Vin with Wild Charge there, not able to steal the orange buff away, and hits the wall instead.
But it forces Taz to use that retribution, right? So again, with that information, RRQ will able to take the second neutral objective comfortably. Let's see.
Here at Taz, no retry. Vin jumps in, and that's going to be Albert who actually finds the retribution. Taz Ling now with no purple buff in the 4th minute of the game.
Vin on this Grog, man, is not nearly as aggressive as the Kufra, but he's making it work using the tankiness to try and take away a lot of playmaking advantage and using the crowd control immunity to still ensure that Taz can't have any solution, can't stop Vin from actually getting into his jungle. And the Talon's prediction really is the same with the tone of the game, at least for now.
Wow, unanimous vote here in our first game. And again, Vin just forcing that retribution button on Taz. Sure, no neutral objective on site just yet, but it's very annoying.
Very right, and again, why the Rock does so well against the Lolita is because of the power of nature. It's always a really good pick when you have a Lolita on the enemy team. You can open up the map pretty freely, you can't be punished a lot, and on top of that, you have that Wild Charge. Like Arashi mentioned, something reliable to cancel out the Numenon Blast, and you can already see with Albert as well, they're just poking them down very comfortably. And that's the real world manipulation, popped in by Hijome, not taking Albert low at all. They're all good right now, and RRQ are going to try to push the pace with a siege early on. 5th minute of the game, 5-man rotation up top to get the first turret of the game.
And look at this movement, man. They have the advantage. They want to get something more. They went for the pickoff, but when they don't get it, all they do is isolate one part of the map away from EVOS Legends, the top turret, and ensure that it gets taken for free. EVOS can't get close, and they cannot contest. So RRQ is just playing the macro game so well as well. But look at Taz trying to find some compensation, trying to use the mobility to try and get something more because he has out of options right now.
Not enough just yet, though. It seems like Banana will be able to clear that bot side, and Vin again trying to harass Taz in this purple buff. Taz again forced to use the Retribution.
Vin with a wild charge once again, a good bait for the Retri, but he is forced to use a flicker here in the 6th minute. Right as the turtle spawns in, no Retribution for Taz. They're looking for it. Dreams now in the midst of it all. Jumping in, Banana doing the same thing right now. He jumps in with the eye for a 9. Not getting the stun down just yet, but that's the Numenal Blast connecting onto 3. Psychos flickering forward. Taz finding Vin, but Albert will still be able to secure the turtle. Play is going to fall. Skylar now, Wizard World jumps in once again. Has the stun. Dreams going to be taken low and taken down. Skylar tries to run away. Psychos pops the split. And RRQ will still be able to grasp onto that gold lead right now as they're trying to siege down below.
It was a great fight for both teams here. RRQ, though, still getting that perfect turtle here in Game 1. And EVOS Legends, sure, they got to kill a couple of kills, but was it worth it?
They got 3 kills, which is nice, but then they lose the turret in the bot side as well. One of their win conditions was making sure that they can set up for these neutral objectives, and with RRQ being so dominant and so dangerous right now in the early game, they can't really do so. And for now, we haven't seen the Lord just yet. We haven't seen the new, more aggressive, more dangerous Lord that can take down multiple turrets. So once RRQ get to the point where that Lord is available, you can expect EVOS Legends to be a bit more desperate about it, because you cannot let go a single Lord right now, depending of course on the clock of the game. But for EVOS against a team like RRQ, that is something they want to avoid at all costs.
And now you can only see once again as the Feather Airstrike popped in. Psychos taken really low. And Albert has the real world revelation. He's going to be able to steal. Nope, doesn't get it. Taz actually is able to win the Retribution battle right there. Vin now able to flash, and it's a petrified by Banana. Combo through with a wild charge from Vin. Psychos taken low. The mid lane turret is going to go. RRQ have solidified a 3,000 gold lead with immense aggression early game.
The song Raja, they're just unstoppable already in minute number 8. Item-wise here, Arashi, what stands out?
What stands out is a pure hammer along with the BOD, so a lot of damage and penetration coming in for Skylar, and they're on the hunt for Taz, who was able to steal the purple buff, but at what cost?
Uh-oh, Taz now with the pinch poise is able to buy a little bit more time, but Clay is going to follow through. He has the damage, but the airstrike doesn't connect, dodged away from the Tempest of Blades. Skylar waiting for the flicker, the wild charge connects, but there's no one to follow it up. Taz still running away right now, it's asking to be Clay, who flickers forward and finds the stun onto Brands as well. Now Banana, in the midst of it all, the goal is going to be right there, and the Numenal Blast connects onto 3. A mistake by RRQ, but Albert is looking for more. Psychos gets taken low, and Albert will be able to back away a 2 for 2 in the end.
Goodness me, can you stop Skylar? He seems, Arashi, just to find the right positioning to deal the damage effectively.
He is great, but what is even greater is RRQ going straight for the Lord, knowing that they have used everything to try and take Taz out. They lost members, but they secure the Lord, which makes everything completely worth it. As Albert picks up a Divine Glaive, that means that Psychos and Dreams are no longer safe from the Valentina burst damage.
Let's take a look at the replay right here, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G.
It was a flicker wild charge from Vin that stops Taz in his tracks, and Clay is flickering to ensure that the jungle gets taken out. Initially, it looks weird because usually we expect Clay to be the more calm, calculative one, but understanding that they were going to go for the Lord, that makes everything make complete sense. They're trying to stall for the Lord in the mid lane to try and get the waves pushing at the same time right now. And EVOS, remember, we talked about the high ground. They have Hijime, but he's nowhere as ahead as Albert or Clay.
You know what? Finally, we can see again that Clay likes to somehow look for the out plays, look for the Campbell plays. With calculation, of course, he has been playing it too safe, but now in this game in El Clasico, it seems like he readjusted, being that aggressive mid laner, trying to beat Hijome in that head-to-head.
Looking at the players gold by UBS Gold right here, Skylar, Albert, and Banana. Man, the man we haven't seen in a long time, just really making it work for his team on this Benedetta. Taz isn't far behind, as well as Brands, but it's quite the stark contrast, about 1K of difference. So Brands is definitely not out of the game just yet. The late game Melissa is definitely still a problem if RRQ do not focus him down. So I think right now, at this midway point, if they don't use all their power spikes to ensure that that Brands gets shut down on that Melissa, EVOS Legends can turn it around.
They certainly can right here. Again, it's only a 5,000 gold lead here. RRQ have more map control, but it doesn't mean that EVOS Legends cannot come back. Brands is still waiting for that item power spike. Taz, oh my goodness! Gets out with the time of the blade. Vin just missing with the wild charge, barely there, but the purple buff was stolen away by Albert already. He left the small purple buff camp there. Just doesn't want it to reset. And just as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, 2 RRQ members and 3 EVOS Legends members have been selected to play and to represent Indonesia for SEA Games 2023.
It's going to be very interesting indeed seeing all 5, well, most of the national team plays in this El Clasico. It's going to see here, tempo has gone down, Arashi, 25 seconds on the Lord, and it seems like still RRQ just dominating on all departments.
Tempo has gone down because EVOS Legends cannot escape from their own base. RRQ is getting full control and taking all the resources away from the jungle. Taz is level 14 and Albert is so far ahead, and now with a Holy Crystal as well, Branch needs to be very careful. He can get absolutely shredded, absolutely bursted down if he mispositions here. Lord is up, but Vin is already using this grok again and again to get info, to zone people away, and if EVOS Legends misstep, if they put the wrong player in the front right here, this could be fatal.
See, it's not just a setup here from both teams, right? RRQ, they do not want to also overcommit on towards this Lord. They reset the Lord here, waiting for the whereabouts of EVOS Legends members. Take a look at Brands sitting pretty in the back side there. Let's see though, an engage might happen very, very soon.
Remember, Lolita is a reactive kind of roamer. He needs to wait for the setup from the team. So the initial engage will have to come through side concert, or maybe even Hyujume with the real world manipulation. Dreams needs to find a proper position here, and my god, it's Hyujume who takes the purple buff. A little bit of a mistake from the side of EVOS Legends that was forced upon from Vin with a beautiful barrier to put some pressure down.
Well, all the attention was on that purple buff. Look at Banana pushing up the far side of the lanes. This means RRQ has a man advantage. You see Taz on top. They go for the Lord right now. They might have to force a fight right here to get some advantage.
Vin opening up the map with Power of Nature, once again utilizing the Grok anti-CC. Dream's gonna be poked down right there. That's gonna be Valentina securing the Retribution. Now a lot of resources popped in. Psychons to be able to find 4 members. And Illuminat Blast will not be able to connect onto anyone. Albert will be brought back to the team by Psychons with the split. And EVOS Legends have found a 1-for-1 trade. Valentina for the enhanced Lord.
Is it worth it, Arashi? EVOS Legends now, take a look at them. They want that tier 2 as well. They might get it actually.
I think with the Lord coming in, it's going to be a bit too difficult. But look at Vin. Look at Vin waiting for an opportunity to try and make something happen here.
No wild charge just yet. The Power of Nature gets popped in. For the airstrike, will be able to connect onto Psychots. As Brands buys the Haas Claws, getting some more sustainability. Hyujume is able to escape from the final blow as the Lord continues to march down to the mid lane. Poked down by EVOS Legends. They're not letting it march. They're not letting it charge into their base turret. They clear it, and EVOS Legends survive again.
With Albert's death though, take a look. The outer turret, mid side and top side has been taken down. So EVOS Legends, with losing, even though they lost the Lord, they managed to grab more grounds after that. RRQ from the 5,000 on down only to 4.
It's still, I think it's still pretty good for EVOS. I'm surprised RRQ played that safe. Yes, they were down 1 man, and it's a big deal at 15 minutes of the game, but I feel like they could have done a bit more with the Lord as a 5th teammate. But looking at the items here, Brands is once again, Mirko, going for that 4th item has claws, which is dangerous with a Valentina and a Farsa on the side of the opponent. So I would say this is a bit risky, but he feels he can make it work. He feels like his team can provide enough coverage. So it's a bit of a gamble. We'll see if it pays out. Hyujume, though, with the Brutus Breastplate, will be able to kite back a bit more efficiently as Taz gets jumped on, gets stunned up.
Another airstrike as well. 2-3. Massive ultimates popped in. RRQ now with the resource disadvantage will need to be a bit safer. But this is my question right now. 15 minutes in the game. RRQ, their composition is built for mostly that mid-game. That mid-game power spike is where you really feel RRQ's pressure. As the game goes later and later, Melissa Brands is going to keep on climbing in terms of power, and against Skylar on the Brody is going to fall off.
When it comes down to it, I feel like it matters down to the man with already 5 assists to his name. It's going to be Vin, right, with that wild charge, perhaps baiting Melissa, finding the right openings as well, and perhaps with the help of Banana, it can penetrate and force that go-away to be popped early, and that is when the green light for RRQ to just really go ham. But let's see another invade.
Again, just poking them down. Banana getting a good eye for an eye, but Taz actually with an interesting build here, going also glass cannon Arashi with a corrosion side.
He wants to carry, he wants to be able to destroy that backline of RRQ. Technically, the backline does not exist, and being too focused on the purple buff of EVOS, now they have the lanes pushing up, they have a way to push it back out, but Taz already using the mobility on the far side, but RRQ go for the objective. They are playing Lord-centric right here.
All resources are up. RRQ, they decided to reset. It's been bot side.
Beautiful concealed play out to Hijome with the wild charge, and the further airstrike is right there to follow it up. Finn with a massive play like you mentioned, but the Luminant Blast comes through. Clay has popped him in a truncheon, now is able to flicker out, but Psychot has mounted him and will be able to bring him back. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, base turret taken down by Taz as he rotates over. It's now EVOS with a man advantage. Finn still waiting for the damage. Brand's gonna be knocked down, but Luminant Nature saves him right here. Alba with attempts to blade. Brand still able to survive with the Hawk's Claws, and it's gonna be Taz who finds the kill. Skylar marching forward with Luminant Nature, but will be stunned, will be poked, and will fall as Brand is able to sustain back up. It's Taz who finds a double, and it's EVOS who have completely turned around the game.
The White Tigers, they will not go down easily. And take a look at that. 5,000 gold lead, all down, diminished. EVOS Legends, they're taking over.
Clay spawning up right now, but it might not be enough. Everyone from EVOS, they're coming in, they're pushing the waves down, and they have now that big lord we've been talking about. And RRQ, like you mentioned, are not geared for this high ground, for this late game. That was an absolute disaster right there, trading in 1 kill for 4 members and the lord, as well as a base turret. That was just a complete oversight, and that is once again the win condition of EVOS showing out, right? Being able to control and set up for these neutral objectives, and now EVOS are the ones with all the cards trying to go for an end of the game.
Banana with a final blow, not onto the Lord. Now Dream's gonna be able to walk through. That's the wild charge connecting onto 2. Still, the real world inflation is right there. That's the anti-CC as RRQ try to play with the front to back now with the Tornapart memory. Psychops will still be able to survive with the split. Play now in the mid lane, trying to clear it out. Taz and Brands will be able to siege down that mid lane base turret. And it's EVOS Legends now with a base turret lead. They have more map pressure to play with.
Wow, what an encounter by both teams here. No casualties, Arashi and EVOS Legends. They managed now to establish 3,000 gold leads, almost. But it seems like RRQ, they lost another turret in that mid side. So RRQ, it's a reset. And do you agree with what Mirko said here? In the late game, EVOS Legends are better.
If you look at the pure DPS, the pure front to back, EVOS Legends is better, but RRQ, if they can get their hands onto Brands, who right now, from the last time we've seen, does not have a lot of quote-unquote outplay items available, they can still come out on top, but the issue is, now with 2 base turrets down, that is just so unrealistic to expect. It's so difficult for them now to try and find a position where they have the time to be roaming around in the jungle of EVOS Legends, potentially finding Brands alone or finding a clear pathway to jump onto Brands. If they try and engage from the forward, from the front, then there's no way that Brands is going to position far up enough for them to get an easy pickoff. We saw that happen in the previous fight, so they have to find a different way of approaching this.
You know what? It's getting really hot in here, Mirko and Arashi. Game 1 of El Clasico, and it's a back and forth game. 30 seconds on the next Lord, Evolved Lord, mind you. Now let's see here. This is going to be very crucial. Now, RRQ, they can't just mess around and looking for team fights win. Also needs to provide cover somehow, and that is what quality I feel like it needs most here from the side of RRQ. EVOS Legends, their game plan, very clear. Protect Brands at all costs.
I think it's the opposite right now for RRQ and EVOS Legends, right? In a way where RRQ needs to play for the far side. The Brody needs to play more of a utility, more of an executioner. It's EVOS Legends doing the same thing, but Hijime is the one who is going to be providing the utility. Brands is the real back line. So it's technically Brands versus Clay.
Brands versus Clay, right? And it's DPS against burst damage. So for RRQ, they can poke around and use that range advantage to try and get something. But overall, in a prolonged fight, there's no way they match up to the late game Inspire Melissa. And you can see it from the previous base fight. With 2 members low from EVOS Legends, RRQ could very easily have gone for a fight, but no. The moment Brands puts down that Muddles, everyone respects the damage potential and they back off. And looking at the items right here, Brands already have the Wind of Nature as well, so a bit less outplay potential for RRQ if they want to try and use perhaps the Torn Apart Memory to try and secure the kill. Right now, RRQ is going for the split push, which is a great choice here, considering that EVOS Legends are also not a team that can engage reliably. So with Vin just being able to scout out for information, they can afford to send Banana away and maybe wait for a more profitable fight for this Lord.
Very high mobility, this Benedetta, it seems like. They're taking use of that. But information now, it's 4-1 rotation here from side of EVOS Legends. Will they commit to this Lord? And it seems like both teams now playing it rather safely here, just clearing the far lane.
Look at where Skylar is. I thought that Banana splitting makes a bit of sense, but Skylar is just going so far away from the Lord. I thought he was going to set up for a trap to try and pick off Taz, but he didn't even move up that aggressively. So that was an interesting choice, and I think EVOS recognized that what's going on right here. We don't see RRQ, at least not the lot of them, near the Lord Pit. They must be somewhere else. What are they doing? And this uncertainty is what is causing them to just stall for a bit, just slow down and wait for something a bit more guaranteed.
Yeah, also do note here, Mirko and Arashi, a lot of Immortal Tools already bought and active from side of EVOS Legends, meaning they're ready for a fight. They're ready because they have multiple extra life. RRQ though, it seems like only Banana and Vin has Skylar. Okay, so equal amount of Immortals here, it seems like. Technically, they're ready for war. They're just waiting for that one right opening.
Yeah, remember also here that Skylar has the Wind of Nature, right? So with the Immortality, if he sells it, he's probably going to go for something like a Rose Gold instead of a Winter Truncheon if he respawns with a second life again. And right now, he actually sells something for the DHS. I don't know if that's the boots or if he sold the Immortality, because that is a big item to be going for here. If he actually sold one of his defensive items for the DHS, it's going to be scary. I think it might just be the Wind of Nature that he sold right there so that he can activate the Winter Truncheon when he dies, when his Immortality gets popped.
Could be it. And the Queen's Wings also has been built up for Psycut, so he wants to be, I guess, the face of EVOS, technically face checking into all these bushes and being able to withstand the bulk of the burst damage using the damage reduction coming in from those Queen's Wings. Right now, it's just a bit of a stalemate here, which is interesting. Usually when the game slows down like this, RRQ are the ones making the first move, but with a Grok, with the CC immunity for Vin, they're just able to find out a lot more information, and EVOS, they don't know. They have to use Psychots and send him out, and that could be the mistake. So now they are the ones making a bit of a play though, sending 3 towards the top side.
Will they commit to this though? It seems like they're just poking around again, trying to find perhaps the main damage dealer. Of course, Clay, or even Skylar, but take a look at Banana.
Be very careful here, he can get poked down. But again, I think it comes down to just the dynamic of the compositions here, right? For EVOS Legends, the way they've been able to actually win in these team fights has been through reacting, through RQ's proactivity. It's always RQ who makes the first step, like you mentioned, Gani and Arashi. But EVOS Legends, with their composition, they're happy to get engaged on. They will have a lot of resources to play around with the Numenal Blast as well. Where Vin now, he needs to swap a little bit to that reactive style. Because up against the Lolita, I think his main job here should be to cancel out that Numenal Blast to give his team some more space to play with in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, he can't also cancel with that barrier, right? So with the barrier spawn, it seems like it can cancel out. Oh my god, another engage. Oh, take a look at the damage.
Well, it's a late game, man.
Forcing already that wild charge play defensively. That's an information. Will EVOS Legends capitalize though, or will they again play it safe?
One sort of hard control down for RRQ, and EVOS, they just go straight at it. And it's a game of patience, but EVOS now going with the concealed play. They might find something.
Skylar gonna be able to flicker out, but Vin is gonna be caught here, isolated from the team. Has the flicker, now pops into conceal, but the burn is able to catch him. Now it's gonna be the Numenal Blast and the RWM popped in. That's one member down. The frontliner for the side of RRQ as Banana jumps in with the Petrify, but there is no follow-up from the side of RRQ. Miniwaves in position for RRQ on the bottom side. Brands gonna be tasked to micromanage it, to clear it out as EVOS Legends set their sights on the Evolved Lord.
This is the problem with RRQ as well. They can only rely on Vin, and once the wild charge is down, they can't do anything. Banana isn't nearly as tanky, and you can see it right now, getting chunked down very low. And Hijime almost picks him up. It's going to be a free lord for EVOS Legends.
RRQ, they will not contest here, realizing that Vin is down and Banana was poked to very low HP as well. They do not want to gamble this. They opt for that defense in the 27th minute of the game now. Will this be a GG?
With the endless battle, we'll see. Athena shield there by Brands popped in. That's going to be the winner Truncheon buying the immortality in time as well, as that's going to be Taz, who's forced to use the Tempest Blades defensively. Brands with no Athena shield. Albert going to be able to dish out some damage onto Brands, but he jumps back in now with the Inspire as well. He pops it in. Banana and Skylar able to get out from that one with a nature. Banana now jumping in once again, trying to clear the Enhanced or the Evolved Lord. And the 27th-minute, Vin gonna be able to deal a good job here in the back with the wild charge, buying some time. Psychon's gonna get poked down as Feather Ishbreak comes down onto Brands in the back line. Once again, Skylar popping into Tornado Pop Memory. They have defended for now. Brands buying the immortality, getting some more defense to play with as EVOS Legends rotate around to the top side base turret. They will be able to claim another, but it's RRQ who live once again.
Brilliant defense, and now they're trying to open up more space. What happened there, Rashi? Why EVOS Legends? Why didn't they pull the trigger?
I guess they want to play it safe, man. They know RRQ is a team that's dangerous, and keep in mind, we talked about how EVOS are all about re-engaging, right? Playing defensively and reactively, and now trying to push for that base. It's just a bit of a unfamiliar situation for them. They were trying to back up the Lord, and we see that Dreams even used the Numenal Blast aggressively. And he did land it on, I believe Clay was one of the members getting stunned on there. But afterwards, they just lacked the burst damage to try and secure the kills after getting everyone low. And being so close to the base, RRQ are able to actually heal up and go straight back at it. So now we have yet another extended game, possibly going past 30 minutes. We take a look at the items right here. You can see adjustments and changes being made. Wind of Nature back again in the inventories of both the gold laners. But for Brands, it's the same thing. He just does not have... I think he has the Athena shield earlier, actually, so he's stretched it out.
Seems like here already adjustments, right? Immortal on cooldown. Do the switcheroo. RRQ and EVOS Legends still, though, gold-wise, it doesn't matter. 4,000, but RRQ... their space is, of course, is lacking here. 30 seconds to the next Lord, potentially the last Lord. Now, RRQ, brilliant defense though, right? Clay popping off, just taking care of the Lord first. And I feel like for the most part, EVOS Legends, they were hesitating to somehow really commit. They also do not want to lose out on that team fight. They weren't convinced, even with the Lord.
I think at this point of the game, Albert has just been tunnel visioning on the Numenal Blast and the real world manipulation. But honestly, looking at it, I feel like the split gives him so much value as well. If he's able to zone Brands away in the back line, just on this Valentina, or isolate some of the members from the side of EVOS Legends, it could be massive for them in the team fight. Now, I think that the timing of the split is going to be tough though. Where to go for it, when to go for it, because EVOS Legends right now have the Lord to play with. And if Albert overextends just a bit, he's definitely going to be punished.
Oof. Albert, man, he has a lot of damage right here, but on the Demon Slayer emblem, he just was not able to actually find a lot of these big burst damage, big plays, because it's just to be the actual source of long distance damage coming in from the side RRQ. But with how react if EVOS is in their playstyle. He's always in danger.
That's the RWM right there, locking Albert down, and that's the Immortality bot right in time. Albert gonna be able to escape for a bit, but he gets slain by Taz, as Cyclops is gonna be able to run away. That's Banana in the back line, actually with Clay shutting Brands down. Banana with the eye for an eye onto 3 members. Taz with a mail pick war purchase. Banana now still with Winter Truncheon, buying some time as he will be slain. But it's gonna be Clay once again as the main damage dealer for the side of RRQ, doing a lot. Brands is down, and with that, RRQ have bought so much more time.
It's a 2-for-1 EVOS Legends. Will they go for this gamble without Brands though? Will they commit to this lord? Take a look at Lolita top side here, trying to somehow give the whereabouts as well, perhaps for Skylar, which also give information that EVOS, they will pull the trigger on this lord perhaps.
The secondary carry for EVOS is still up. It is Taz, who is also the jungler, so that's very convenient for EVOS Legends right now. They can still go for the fight. It's still a 4v3 for their team, and they can keep going at it, but they're taking the lord very slowly here. Espen could do something, probably going for the steal, but it won't be allowed by EVOS.
No, he pops in the wild charge, but his immortality will be popped in. The Dominant Blast is going to come through with a feather airstrike by Clay to try to save his roamer, but EVOS Legends will secure the second evolved lord of the game. 32 minutes in the El Clasico.
They managed to defend 3 lords already. Well, 2 lords. Will they be able to defend this potentially last one, Arashi?
Without Vin in the picture, it's going to be a bit difficult. There's no one to try and walk around the sides and present a dive into that back line. With Hujume already getting a lot of items, having a lot of damage, EVOS go for it.
Banana with the final blow right here. He does get the Petrify down as the Torn Farm Memory will come through, but Taz with a perfect positioning with Tempest of Blades. EVOS Legends will be able to come back fully in this game, securing the first one in the series.
With poise and composure, EVOS Legends, they strike first. After losing, what, almost 5,000, well, over 5,000 gold in that late game, they managed to turn it around and they secured themselves a match point.
Up against 6 caster predictions for RRQ. EVOS says, really? Yeah? Not today. And they turn it around. They get the comeback victory against RRQ, and that has to be such a solid mental blow, man. RRQ were doing so well until they were not.
It is a blow, and EVOS Legends, congratulations. Yeah, with composure, with also calculations. That one fight in that mid-game, Arashi, it seems like it turned the game around.
I think it was that fight where they all dive in for Hijume.
Exactly.
And traded 4 members. Again, without setting up for the Lord fight, that all the cards in their hands. They were sending Banana to try and split push against Taz, and it has been working out. And somehow, some way, they tunnel on the wrong person, and they just lose way too much, man. You cannot make mistakes that fatal against EVOS and expect not to get punished. EVOS completely took that chance and ran with it.
What a performance by EVOS Legends. With late game composition, they were able to weather the storm out so well in the early game. Remembering again in the mid game, it was a 6,000 gold lead that RRQ had. They had the Lord, they got all the tier 2s, and it was only the base turrets left standing. With the proper siege composition as well, RRQ were not able to fully punish, to fully utilize that mid game power spike. Once again, EVOS staying calm and composed.
A very good conclusion for that game 1, especially if you're supporting EVOS Legends. But the job is not done yet for both teams. RRQ, you're right, mental blow. Game 1, it was a long game. It was a low-key stressful game. If you're playing it, you need to make the right calls. You need to make the right decisions. And at the end of the day, they fall. So they need to bounce back from that. But it's RRQ. I feel like they've been here before. If they really want to, what do they need to adjust, Arashi, for game 2?
They just have to play a bit more patient.
Okay.
I mean, early on, we saw that they were the ones initiating that big play. EVOS Legends are a team without an engage tool, and somehow, some way, they were able to get 4 members out of RRQ. That does not seem right. looking at the items here, even Clay, he understood it's a late game. There's a lot of high HP threats. No one is dealing with the big tanks, with the lords. He brought a glowing one, but it just won't matter. In the late game, Brand's just switching out the Athena and the Wind of Nature again, back and forth, and that just allows him to be a bit more confusing to deal with. Is he immune against physical or magical damage? RRQ is constantly guessing. For Psychots, like we mentioned, the Queen's Wings allows him to be just a lot more tanky, a lot crazier in the front line. And considering that this game is all about control and vision, having in the early game, the roamer for RRQ that can just go in and go out securely. Now, in the late game, it's EVOS making use of Psychots. There's no way RRQ has enough damage to try and take out that glue without expending at least several massive resources. And that is what EVOS was using, along with the tower advantage, to ensure that RRQ have no vision, they have no opportunities, and they have no idea where Brands is to try and get the pick off, the flank, the side, whatever you want to call it.
It was a very tough day for Vin here, it seems like, for game one especially. Take a look at the statistics as well here. Vin on a Grok receiving 272,000 worth of damage. That's a lot.
Well, he's just walking around taking damage, but like we mentioned, EVOS Legends do not have a lot of burst damage, so the kills are relatively low. Considering it's a 30-minute game, 15 isn't very, very high, but the damage was definitely back and forth for both these teams. It's just securing the kill that became very difficult. And in this particular game, having a lot more damage consistently just means that EVOS Legends can do so more consistently as well. In the early game, RRQ did everything correct, man. They used the early game, the pressure and the vision to try and shut down Brands, but in the late game, they could not deal with him. And we saw that there was a bit of a split focus for both these teams, right? We saw that in one of the fights, Skylar and Albert just dove for Brands, but no one else was there. And they can't do it 2v5, man. Everyone on EVOS understands, oh, they're going for Brands. We need to stop them. We can't let them get close.
This is the problem with having a full kind of burst composition, right? With a Brody, a Valentina, and a Farsa, they were lacking a lot of that DPS, especially towards the late game. That's why it was very mid-game centric, and it looked really good for them up to a point where they kind of forced the Lord play, and that really just turned everything around. But the man who stayed deathless in a 34-minute game, a 32-minute game, as a frontliner, Arashi, it's Psychots.
It's Captain Psychots. 2011, 509 GPM, 87%. You're right, that Queen's Wings comes into clutch. Also providing that spell vamp that he really needs as a glue. He's unstoppable.
Yeah, look at the highlights right here. In the early game, RRQ is all about shutting down, getting picks. But in those big fights, here, they're still able to get the Lord because they were the ones proactive. They ensured the Taz was far away, and they were able to secure the Lord. And afterwards, with EVOS grouping up, expecting a siege, they're able to get this huge engage. But afterwards, EVOS just split apart. They understood that there's no way in heck we're gonna stick together as 5 ever again. Not in that kind of close proximity. And you can see that RRQ, without that combo available to them, they were unable to get a solid fight there, solid victory, solid engage at all even, because in the late game, Vin was forced to use the Wild Charge defensively again and again. And right here, Brent was so low, but he made it work, man. It was a pretty quote-unquote greedy item build, but he had the Wind of Nature, he outplayed the Torn Apart Memory, sustained back up, and that was the beginning of the end. Even if EVOS can't get a decisive 5-man wipe, slowly but surely, they can just keep picking off the members of RRQ, unless RRQ make it messy like this. This is one of the only moments where they're able to actually get Brands, but afterwards, EVOS learned from their mistake, adapted almost instantly, and as you can see, Brands was never taken out again after that moment.
I like it. I like game one where EVOS Legends and RRQ went back and forth practically. But EVOS Legends, you're right, towards that late game, Melissa was just untouchable. Very hard to kill, very hard to catch with that switcheroo, Immortal, Wind of Nature, and that Goe. A lot of elements that needs to be wasted on Melissa. But man, Brands also didn't stop collecting those gold. And you guys too, the viewers, can also collect gold where UBS Gold. Also, coming soon, there's a collab with MPL Season 11 Get yours from ubslifestyle.com or UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, collect gold to level up in your life.
Level up.
Level up,
Is
right?
the merch here yet?
Pardon me?
Is the merch here yet?
It's coming soon, Arashi.
It's coming
At this point,
soon.
it's
Why?
for the playoffs. It's set for the
Why
playoffs.
is it not here, Mirko?
Because patience is key.
Why
Just
not?
like how
Patience is
EVOS
key.
Legends. Hey, you're acting kind of like RRQ right now.
Impatient.
Impatient. There you go. Arashi.
That is so true.
And RRQ. An RRQ fan, again, that's what I think RRQ needs to fix, right?
Yep.
Being very impatient, going in, again, with a few of the Lord fights. I understand that they are restricted. They have a time limit as to how they want to end the game, but still, that Lord fight that turned everything around, it was
Fortunate.
a bit too fast. They made that decision.
Too hasty.
Very hastily.
Again, sure, they got the target. Let's see here. With a monster, with the interview though, very, let's see, R7 and 1 and Coach 6. Let's go. Tiba-tiba banget, Cok.
Haru ngeliat gameplay dari RRQ pas ngelawan Onyx. Hari ini ngeliat RRQ ngelawan EVOS, gimana?
Ragu aja sih, kurang pede aja sih.
Hei, kenapa?
Nggak tahu kan mereka yang main.
Oh gitu ya?
Ya dari pandangan gue ya kurang pede aja karena menurut gue linknya itu harusnya udah nggak main.
Oh, jadi kalau mereka pede harusnya udah bisa ke shutdown ya?
Iya.
Nah ngomong-ngomong tentang link nih ya, Iwan dulu adalah seorang jungler yang lawannya Bangsin. Zaman dulu panas banget El Clasico Iwan sama Bangsin. Tapi kalau sekarang ngelihat Albert dan juga Tas, kamu ngeliatnya gimana sih dua jungler ini di El Clasico?
Ya sama aja, cuma mereka lebih jago daripada kita dulu.
Lebih jago? Apanya?
Bohong dia.
Oh, bohong.
Tadi dia bilang nih paling jago tetap.
Kelas pakai Z. Tapi emang berasa jagonya ya, dan sekarang Europool juga gede
Jagoan
banget
gua
ya.
sih tapi.
Pasti Wan, paling jago. Tapi kalau dari jungler sekarang sebenarnya yang paling dibilang jago tuh apa sih? Europool gede atau gerakannya atau apanya sih Wan?
Penguasaan mapnya sih.
Mapnya?
Ya contoh kayak Tas tadi nge-push sendiri kan, itu kan.
Penguasaan map kayak Tas yang bisa nge-split kayak gitu ya. Kalau Bejon ngelihat ini sendiri ya, RRQ dan juga EVOS Legends. Sebagaimana kamu ngelihat juga anak-anak timnas juga berarti dong. Kamu ngelihat berdua ini di game pertama, prediksinya dulu deh. Kalau tadi prediksinya gimana? Semua talent salah prediksinya. Tiba-tiba diubah sama EVOS Legends. Kalau dari Z sendiri prediksinya gimana sih tadi game 1?
Sebenarnya tadi game 1 nya komposisi RQ memang lebih kuat di early game dan memang kalau udah masuk late game kayak gitu udah ada link Malaysia memang lebih kuat EVOS. Tergantung RQ tadi bisa close game lebih cepat atau enggak. Jadi tergantung gameplay dan itu aja tadi. 50-50 lah.
50-50 banget. Tapi kalau ngelihat kekuatannya ini bakal menjadi game yang kedua. Untuk keduanya mereka akan pindah ke game kedua. Des, mungkin kamu bisa kasih sesuatu dong kepada anak-anakmu. Kalau waktu itu Tas bangun buat EVOS Legends ya. Kalau sekarang gimana?
Ya kan ini sama-sama timnas kan EVOS sama RQ juga ada pemain timnas. Ya bukti aja lah guys kan lu pantas memang play paling kuat di Indo dan ya bukti aja lah.
Buktikan. Keren dong. Iwan kalau ngelihat, oh enggak. Kalau dari R7 lagi deh, R7. Ada yang bilang ilmumu udah kamu turunin semua ke banana. Dan sekarang yang gantiin kamu tuh 2 buah-buahan loh, lemon dan banana. Dan kamu ngelihat performa dari RRQ gimana sih? Maksudnya kayak dengan ilmumu apakah sudah benar-benar keluar semua?
Ya sebenarnya ilmu itu lumayan membantu lah, tapi kan tetap ini namanya team play kan. Jadi namanya ilmu itu harus dikombinasikan sama team play-nya juga. Baru jalan ilmunya gitu.
Oh, gameplay, team play, dan juga ilmu. Mix jadi satu, kenapa sis?
Kemarin dia udah upload konten sama di YouTube kan sama Anti Mage itu bilang udah buat tutorial buat banana itu. Dia udah suruh banana nonton kan itu. Habis itu minta bayar pajak juga kan kalau nggak salah.
Iya, minta pajak.
Kayak gitu ya. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin prediksi ini game kedua bakal punya siapa sih? Prediksi lagi nih.
Gue harus lihat draftnya dulu sih.
Harus lihat draftnya ya?
Iya.
Tapi oke, kalau Zeus bisa prediksi langsung atau enggak?
Tetap tergantung draftnya.
Tergantung draft. One juga draft.
Sama-sama.
Sama draft. Oke, kalau semuanya tergantung draft, mungkin R7 sebagai salah seorang yang dulu membela RRQ, ada nggak sih mungkin semangat yang ingin kamu berikan untuk RRQ?
Pede aja boy, udah itu aja sih.
Pede aja boy, pede aja. Nah kalau dari Zeiss, untuk menyemangati keduanya.
Ya kan A7 bilang pede aja, ya kita ikut ada pede aja.
Pede aja. Iwan, jangan pede aja juga nih.
Sama aja.
Wan, serius nih, ini seru pada pede aja.
Pede aja boy.
Pede aja boy.
Oke boy.
Oke boy. Dan ya ini boy udah pada persiapan. Akankah ada hero unik yang keluar? Bakal ada gak sih? Ini meta sekarang banyak berubah gak sih sebenarnya? Apakah ada tim yang diuntungin atau enggak, Zeiss?
Sebenarnya patch masih tetap sama aja sih. Patchnya kan ini masih patch kecil lah. Sebenarnya meta tetap sama aja.
Sama aja. Jadi akan ada kejutan apa di patch baru ini untuk RRQ dan juga EVOS Legends? Mari kita sambut inilah di El Clasico game kedua. Silahkan.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you so much, R7, Juan, and Zeiss for that interview, as well as Wude Mongstar. But let's talk about Game 2. Game 1, take a look at the recaps here. It was actually, of course, Psychots just also providing that constant nuisance, annoying in that late game.
Well, keep in mind, aside from being a nuisance, being in the front line, zoning away the damage dealers like Skylar, like Clay, like Albert, several times in the fight, he was able to actually mount onto Albert, and a hero that's usually this mobile, they can just, like the Valentina, right? They can just go in and out of fights. With Psychots on his back, Albert will just pull back towards the fights constantly, and that just allows EVOS to get him, immobile enough to just dish out the damage and take him out. So the catch potential that he provides on the glue is definitely something that still is a big value thing for EVOS Legends to use. So in game number 2, I feel like his role does not change, man. Solid frontliner, solid amounts of damage, and being a nuisance to the right person at the right time. Now the question is onto RRQ. We've always said that Brands was the main key for EVOS, and they were too one-dimensional. Now for RRQ, you can see that in a way, right, depending on the drafts, they also get quite one-dimensional. Right here in this game, they're relying on the Valentina to be the main damage dealer because Skylar is on that Brody. And in doing so, if Albert gets taken out, if he gets zoned away, the damage potential from RRQ just goes way, way down. So this is also something that RRQ needs to fix.
They need to fix it. They need to learn to somehow readjust as well and somehow just hold their ground. Sure, they were leading 5,000 gold lead. At that point, that was already an okay amount, you know? That was already very dominating map control-wise, but enough talk of Game 1. Let's talk about Game 2 as we enter the drafts. RRQ will still have the blue side. EVOS Legends will still have the red side. Let's see, will there be a lot of changes or will there be just some small adjustments?
Well, so far it's the Kadira and the Fanny. So for the side of RRQ, not a lot of differences, and they're still on the first pick, by the way. EVOS also, so far, Joy and Claude, nothing has changed.
Again, like you said, with this, there's no real reason for EVOS Legends to actually, fix what ain't broke. In game number 1, it went pretty smoothly. They were able to weather out the storm. Sure, early to mid-game was a bit shaky for EVOS, but a win is a win. And EVOS Legends want to try to replicate the same kind of strat, but this time, it gets a bit scarier because RRQ can go for a little bit of a adjustment. They can actually go for a first pick Melissa that I feel like is very worth it right now. We know how good the Melissa is with the Claude ban. That's the only good matchup against the Melissa.
Yeah, I think they should just go for it here, Game 2. Just pick up the Melissa themselves, learning from Game 1 how just rounds can wreak havoc. And there you go. The adjustments, the change. RRQ picks up the Melissa EVOS Legends. They should be aware of the scenario. What do you think that they're brewing already?
Farsa.
Kaja? Does Kaja work? Kaja.
We've seen that the Valentina gold lane could be a a potential, potential solution for a lot of these gold laners that are weaker in the early game, but that's a very all-in strategy. And speaking of which, here's a comment from Bang Duk here. The motivation to join RRQ, that thirst for knowledge. RRQ is a team that frequently becomes champions, so there's a lot of knowledge that I can gain from this team. I also want to face challenges while proving that I still have the fire to compete. And this man is, as far as I know, well known as a problem solver. So already with the Melissa first pick, it's a great solve. But now Age, a man who also is known to adapt himself, what can he use against it? The Lolita, for example, has already been quite a good pick here.
Well, still the same here, Lolita, and as well as you've saying to RQ, it doesn't matter. Let's give Clay that Farsa, and most likely RQ, they will pick up that Farsa. And to add to that, they might also secure a hero for Albert here. I don't know.
Securing it this early on, it could work. You know, the Lancelot has... Well, the Paquito also was banned out. It could be utilized here as a flex pick for RRQ if they really want to pick it up. Let's see what they go for. It is going to be the Valentina and the Arlet, though. So not the Paquito. It's still the Arlet that, makes sense. It's still really good, especially up against this kind of composition. You want to try to break that front to back.
Especially if you want to go all in, right? So far for RRQ, still not a very poke-heavy kind of situation. It's all about getting all in, getting in there towards that back line. So Arlet really fits that kind of idea. But for EVOS, already with a Lolita, what will they secure right here? Are they going to try and still just go for damage, go for zoning potential to try and keep RRQ at bay? Or are they going to try and get some crowd control immunity or some kind of crowd control that push people back? Like the Akai, for example, that could be a solid solution that RRQ even can still use. So taking it away could be an option that EVOS Legends go for.
A better choice, though, is the Yu-Zong. I agree with this, right? I mean, if you really want to stop the Melissa, you already have the Yve, the Lolita. Now you add on the Yu-Zong as well. And in the lane, we've mentioned this many times, I think the reason EVOS Legends aren't really too scared of RQ banning out their heroes is because Brands has a wider hero pool compared to Skylar. When Skylar, when he's facing a Melissa, can only go for a Claude that is always going to be banned out here for the side of EVOS Legends, or even last game, Brody, Beatrix. Those are the 3 picks you can go for. Maybe even a carry, but we know how carry lanes go up against, how the carry performs up against Melissa. The only other lane, Ner, that does pretty well against the Melissa is that Moskov. And I think RQ will read this out. I think they will try their best to ban it because that's the way they win this game, right? With EVOS Legends already having so many heroes to try to dive in to counter that Melissa, they need to double down on the Melissa.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense right here. So ensuring that Skylar wins against Brands is definitely a big plus right here. They better not carry though. So just assuming that EVOS Legends are trying to try and bring it to the late game and try and use the passive, right, the kit of the carry to outdamage the Melissa. In a way it works, but honestly, looking at their composition, RQ aren't even that HP heavy, so fearing the carry more than the Moskov, I'm not sure about that. But with one ban available for the 2 teams right here, we'll have to see. Will EVOS ban out yet more aggression? Are they still going to target that roamer position to ensure that Vin does not get the engages he wants? Because on that Grok, like Goni mentioned, he was actually missing out on a lot of different flickers, a lot of different wall charges, not exactly landing on the mark.
But there you go. On cue, it seems like Arashi, even though, just eliminating that aggression from that roamer position. Grok will be banned out here from side of EVOS Legends. Somehow also saying, Vin, have the Kufra. Right, RQ though, taking their time here, it seems like, for that last ban. Will it be the Moskov, or will it be another marksman here? Seeing Brands, Melissa... I think they should just go ban out the Moskov.
If they don't want to go for the Moskov, it's probably the jungle ban.
Akai.
Like Arashi mentioned, the Akai is a good choice if they really want to go for utility. Now, EVOS Legends are left with only a Martis for the utility role, maybe even a Barats if they really want to go for it, but Barats actually...
With Lolita?
Yeah, the Barats actually isn't too bad here. Up against the Arlet with the anti-CC on a Death is welcome, you can kind of cancel out a whole lot, but again, you're acting as a frontliner, you need a proper... I think they are building towards a front to back anyways, so if they really want to get that utility, it's time either the Martis or the Barats.
Martis or Barats if they want to. I know the Paquito is still available as well, but obviously it's a much riskier
Paquito
option.
jungle tank, you're right.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be the Beatrix first and foremost. So for RRQ, now we're going to see where exactly is this Valentina going. Are they going to go for a similar strat, right? Getting that Farsa later on? Or is it going to be finally a more normal Valentina in the mid lane and perhaps even the Paquito in RRQ side instead?
You know what? If this Valentina goes to jungle, right? RRQ can pick up, I think, a good hero for themselves, a Lunox. I like the Lunox here. Going up the Yuzong, sure, Lolita can deflect, but a very high damage, high DPS slash burst as well. Let's see.
I think they can go for the Hayabusa here as well. That could be a choice for RRQ if they really want to dive into EVOS Legends' back line. For the roamer position, with Grok and Atlas banned out, Kufra is the only option I see that RRQ can really take here. Oh,
on point, my friend. Perfect call from Mirko. It's going to be the Hayabusa and the Kufra, so even more aggression, but of course a lot more risks involved right here. But with Vin now on the Kufra, it also means that he is a lot more vulnerable than the Grok. So if it goes back to the same zone control, vision control kind of back and forth here, Vin can go for more decisive pickups, but he also needs to be a bit more aware of EVOS catching him. There's a lot of utility in the kit of EVOS' composition.
Let's see RRQ, very, very good, very deep composition that they are.
Paquito.
And it's going to be the Paquito picked up here for the side of EVOS Legends.
Gotcha.
And let's see. What are we going to witness in game T?
Zeus, siapa yang bakal menangin game kedua?
Susah sih predictnya. Harus tanya 1 sama 7 nih.
Siapa Zeus? Nih, satu tim. Ayo, satu tim. Draft?
Draft.
Lu RRQ kan?
RRQ. Oh.
Dari awal pas nyampe dia bilang dia dukung RRQ.
Oke, berarti RRQ. Kalau Juan, game kedua siapa nih? Oh,
kalau
RRQ,
aku EVOS.
EVOS. Dan terakhir nih ya, R7 dari draftingannya ya. Jangan lihat jersey nih, dari draftingannya.
Kalau dari segi objektifnya, EVOS lebih kuat jauh sih. Cuman gue tetap megang RRQ biar masuk game ketiga.
EVOS!
Woi, 2 RRQ dan 1 EVOS. Siapa yang bakal ngedapetin gamenya? Tentu ini akan tergantung dari gimana gameplaynya dan memaksimalkan hero-nya. Oke, kamu mau teriak EVOS boleh yuk, semangatin.
Teriak bareng-bareng ya. EVOS!
Bang Faldi yuk.
Viva!
Oke, langsung aja di El Clasico game kedua, silahkan.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Game 2, El Clasico, Land of Dawn. Here we go. Let's see, will EVOS Legends clean sweep RRQ, or will RRQ have a say in Game 2?
Wow. It's going to be very interesting to see. I mean, again, it comes down to the matchup here. Banana with the tenacity emblem on the Arlet. Oh, Vin already caught very low here. Dreams might actually be able to find a solo kill, but he doesn't decide to commit. In the mid lane though, Clay really bullying Hijume for rotating over to Lethal Wanderer early on. Rashi, matchup-wise here, this is a very tough game. It's a very equal draft.
It's volatile. It's going to come down to the roams and how each of the members can influence the other laners. Because even in the mid lane, it's going to be a Valentina against a Yves, and on paper, right, the Valentina can clear faster, but with Dreams getting involved right there, we saw there's a lot more damage, and Vin is a lot more vulnerable. I thought that maybe the Farsa could make an appearance. They can do the same exact strat, but they're going for the Hayabusa instead, and it might just work out, as now it's all about threatening each other, both these teams, the roamers going around, making sure that at any point, the laners never really feel like it's a 1v1, you know? They're always under constant pressure, just in case.
Very slow early game though, right? 2 minutes, no first bloods. And the first neutral objective is up. Let's see though, will they go and commit for a fight, or will they just clear the neutral objective? It seems like here, the Arlet is already in that vicinity, somehow trying to reset and trying to give vision, provide vision for RRQ. And it seems like a fight will do it.
Ooh, Dreams already getting caught pretty low, but that's the resource used up to the roamer. Dreams still very healthy with the regeneration. Taz is on the Paquito jungle tank as the expected. Cyclops jumps in with the Petrify, now on to Vin. Very interesting play right now. It's asking me the RWM, locking Dreams down, but he's still able to flick around with that blast. Banana getting the flanks down, but it's going to be Vin who gets caught now. It's a stun over. Cyclops still able to sustain, but Banana finds the final slash. Cyclops is able to find the first blood as Taz picks up another. It's a 2-for-2. EVOS Legends. It's a 2-for-1 actually.
It's a 2-for-1, and that Black Dragon form was just so annoying. It's Albert. It's in a very risky situation. You're going all the way down though with the shadow kill.
Oh, he's going to be able to flick around and he outplays Albert all alone under the tier 1. Taz picks up the turtle as well. EVOS Legends are roaring.
Oh my goodness, that last second switch deflected on towards Eve, and Hijume will pick up the kill surely. And RIQ, they're down to 1 and 3. Neutral objective also secured by the EVOS Legends. Things are not looking good already here in the early game for your team, Arashi.
Wow, that's so unfortunate, man. This is why the inconsistency of the Hayabusa shadow kill, it really comes into play in situations like this. One more slash on either one of them could seal the deal, but unfortunately for Albert now, he is the one in the back foot, and with that, his team as well, as Taz goes in for Vin.
With a knockout strike, he's on the tank, Paquito, so he can't go for these dives without getting punished. And again, EVOS, this time it's the complete opposite. RQ were able to lead in game number 1. Now it's the final slash. Taz going to be locked down, but again, he is a tank. Now still though, with the damage, it's going to be enough. 3-man, so many resources. Say goodbye to your HP bar, Taz.
Oof, that kill was taken with a lot of ultimates though, and RQ will not always have all these ultimates available for only one person. For now, it can still work out, but it's already a very shaky start for RQ. They need to try and get a lot more. Cyclops uses the Black Dragon form, tries to go for the outplay here.
Well, use the Petrify as well. Cyclops now caught in the midst of it all as Clay jumps back in. Cyclops going to be slain. A miscalculation on his part. But in the mid lane, we do see Hijume and Dreams shoving in that mid lane, getting some more pressure as they want to play with Brands.
A very good response from RRQ. It was 3-for-1, but that 2 kills addition to the kill that they have is very crucial, right? A kill on towards Taz, a kill on towards Cyclops as well. That just cuts the momentum that EVOS Legends were trying to establish. Now though, it's going to be reset. The second neutral objective here will go up as well. And it seems like both teams going to be their main agendas here. Both teams setting up. Let's see here who will pull the trigger.
Knockout strike on Banana. Final slash was used earlier as Banana pops into Vengeance now, jumping onto Taz. On the Paquito, that base damage has been buffed, so he's going to be able to dish out some more. Brands has rotated into the mid lane with Melissa still down below. More pressure for EVOS Legends, but we are going to see a pause here in the 5th minute of the game. We got some time to talk a little bit about how the game is played so far.
Well, so far, it's RRQ trying to use that playmaking, that crowd control, but EVOS, I must say, being a bit more cleaner with the rotations. Even now, you saw that for the turtle take, Brands was able to rotate so much earlier compared to Skylar. And maybe that's not part of his goal, right? Skylar isn't planning on clearing waves and going for roams on a Melissa. But you can't deny that Brands is just a lot more proactive. Even if he doesn't get a kill or something in this fight, he can still get more resources than Skylar can by moving to different lanes, catching more of those waves, or maybe even farming the jungle in between. So this just shows again how more efficient Brands is. But we'll see, can the rest of RRQ kind of make things favorable for Skylar later on?
Yeah, I mean, it's still early, and I feel like that's a gamble, though, from Brands leaving Skylar behind. Because if left, if left alone, I mean, Melissa can go grab and farm that gold kill turret. So it's a gamble there, rotating for a 5-man clear that neutral objective. Let's see, though, what will be the response from Melissa.
I don't think it's that big of a gamble, though, because on the Beatrix, you are in a losing lane in a 1v1 against that Melissa. So right there is the way that Brands has been able to actually get a gold lead and an XP lead as well. He's just been roaming, he's just been prioritizing farming and shoving the waves. And notice how he's only been on the Bennett and the Renner for the most part. Bennett to clear the wave and Renner to get the gold turret. And then he rotates over, again, using the Bennett to clear out mid lane.
That's why the Beatrix is just so good when you want to try and play fast and rotate. Because usually, you don't really have the option of using your ultimate to clear the lanes, but on a Beatrix, you can use one of the ultimates to clear the lanes, and then roam, still having that ultimate pressure for a big team fight. That is something that a lot of teams have been taking advantage of, especially during the height of the broken Beatrix meta. But now it's a different time, so we'll see how successful Brands can be on this hero, because it's not a hyper carry, it's not super strong in the late game, but it's a lot more flexible. And this is something we haven't really seen from Brands, that he has the potential, because he is that risky, more aggressive marksman player.
Well, let's see here, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like the match will continue. And it's going to be minute number 5 here, minute number 6. And it's still the setup for that second neutral objective. RRQ 4-4 now. Oh, Vic catching one.
Revenge and the Rage on the side. Gods, who's going to be slain instantly. Taz trying his best to actually rotate, but now it's going to be Dreams with the on blast. Albert jumping into the back line, but it's only Taz that he finds. Hijume going to be forced to back away. Banana is trying to zone, and with that, RRQ have secured the control over the turtle. Taz will be able to secure his camp, but Banana jumps back in with vengeance. Now it's a snipe by Brands onto Clay. Lands it.
A lot of damage, but that will be the turtle secured by RRQ off the back of a very good pickup onto the Yuzong, right? Yuzong with the Black Dragon form can zone RRQ away, so they pick him off first and then go for it. Town's prediction though, Mirko has switched sides.
Hey man, I don't know what's up with the teams not going for the Jujutsu skin, but that's the reason, all right? Dreams now jumping in. Again, that's going to be the turret taken for the side of RQ, and that's Brands who gets caught there with the Times Rage and the Flicker combo. Brands will be slain, but the Luminant Blast will be able to connect onto 2 members. No follow-up right now, but Hijume has the RWM. Psychos going to be able to find the Petrified right there onto Clay, but Skylar pops in to go away. Now cutting back and forth. Albert jumping in the back line as Psychos tries to wreak havoc in the back line, doing the same thing. Hijume will fall to the muddles as Skylar picks up the kill, but Taz has rotated back. Skylar with no go away, gonna be chased down by Taz. That's gonna get the shadow kill popped in. Psychos still able to survive, but will be slain in the end by Albert as Taz finds a kill back onto the Melissa.
Oh, it's a back and forth action there in the bot side. Psychos from top, rotated bot side. Even Banana joins in as well, but who gets it?
The advantage, you mean, Gani? I think it still favors RRQ. Skylar was able to get a kill, he was still able to get the turret in the bot side, so overall, more pressure means that they have a bit of an advantage, and we've seen how well they can use it in game number 1, especially now because their team in the late game isn't really that bad, doesn't really fall off as hard. It means that they are still a threat, and especially with Vin on this Kufra, at any moment you are vulnerable to just getting jumped on, but EVOS Legends, they won't be able to punish just yet.
Oh, RWM right now to punish Albert, as that's the Tyrant's Rage connecting, but Vin will be gunned down by Brands. Nibiru's Bastion dealing enough, is now, they're looking for more. Taz is jumping in, knockout strike, locking Banana down with the Petrify and the Furious Dive as well, but Banana's gonna be able to turn it around onto EVOS Legends with a kite now with a vengeance as well. That's the stolen RWM, and it's a wipe by Skylar as he picks up the triple kill here in the 8th minute of the game.
The Song Raja has claimed more momentum in minute number 8. And take a look at the domino effect. Lord has spawned, and this can be a disaster for the side of EVOS Legends.
Listen to the chants, man. The fans go crazy. What was that? Out of nowhere, RRQ stalled the fight long enough for Skylar to come in and clean up. Unfortunately for EVOS, it's a bit of a deja vu situation. They focus on everyone else. It seems like they were winning, but out of nowhere, Skylar. That Melissa pick, man, is just so strong, so deadly. And with the core items finish right now, RRQ, they're going for more. They can go for more sieges right here with the Lord.
Let's see though, right? I mean, this is still minute number 10, and item-wise, it seems like pretty much standard here. Nothing out of the ordinary, and it might be a similar story from game 1. RRQ, they need to stay composed. They need to also still hold their ground. EVOS Legends, though, they have a lot of utilities to secure that high ground, defending it with that real-world manipulation, with that Black Dragon form. Brands can also clear fast as well. So RRQ, they need to also still be careful.
And look at how EVOS Legends go straight to defense, most damage control mode right here. They know that RRQ, once they have a lead, once they have a moment in the game where EVOS Legends have no map control, the jungle is completely taken over, and EVOS respect that. They stay in the base, they're playing for the defense, and RRQ, they're trying to make the best out of it. All the turrets, except for the base turrets, taken out right here. But here we go, this is that defense where EVOS still has a lot of damage, a lot of clear, and they'll be able to clean it out.
Literally deja vu to game number 1. EVOS Legends losing out all their tier 2s, only left with the base turret with the first Lord. But this time, RRQ have a solid late game as well with the Melissa.
Well, it seems like now EVOS Legends, they lost that somehow lead, right? 7,000 now deficit. Oh, Vin almost catching one, but Hijume, will this connect? Not really. Vin here needs to be careful with that revenge. Ooh. And it seems like now a minute towards the next Lord here. EVOS Legends though, much damage placed there, but Albert secures the BOD already.
Man, Banana on this Alter is also a big problem for EVOS. He's running the Tenacity Emblem, which means that he cannot easily pick off, unlike Hijume!
Hijume gets caught and Skylar capitalizes. Now to the blast, Dream's gonna be able to find Skylar. Psychos jumps in, but he's gonna be knocked back by the go away. Psychos now caught with a shadow kill, and he will fall to the hands of Albert. But Albert will be caught on the knockup and will fall as well. Dream picks it up, and Skylar looks for the siege down below. EVOS Legends are still able to find a 2-for-1. Brands with the Renner not connecting. The base turret passive. Last one in the mid lane. Gonna be popped by RRQ. Once again, it's them pushing the pace and the tempo.
A very good opening by Vin. Well, Hijume, he was trying to catch and open the magic sentry up, but Vin was already there ready to jump in and provide the stun. And there you go, EVOS Legends lost that fight. And with that though, no base turrets were taken down, so it's still somehow just a fight that ended up with casualties.
Yeah, not just yet, but with that fight, RRQ has more momentum. They're able to clear the bot wave right here, so now they have the pressure. They're going to be able to spot out Psychos trying to clear, and they are going to go straight for the Lord or go for the jungle and try and get a fight in right here.
See here, it seems like still Lord will it be poked down. Will they commit to this? EVOS Legends, they will not give a freebie here, it seems like. They want to contest.
Wow, the vengeance once again. Loctaz down with a revenge as well. Now Psychos with a desperate play, jumps in with a Black Dragon form, but Albert is on point with the retribution. Dreams trying to move away, but the RWM comes down, and that's going to be Albert who gets taken low, but it's still going to be the non-blast, connecting onto Hijume. Double kill for Skylar, 3-for-0, make it a 4-for-0 with the Enhanced Lord on RRQ.
My goodness, again, just like game 1, the mid-game, the Kings of Kings, they're still able to just dominate EVOS Legends. Now though, will they be able to close it out and force a game 3, or will it be the same story as game 1, the White Tigers? They want to defend this.
Proper funnel placement there by Skylar as he pokes Dreams down. Top lane going to be the target here, and that's going to be the combo once again. Dreams able to buy the immortality just in time, and that's going to be a bait coming in as they now blast to play. Finds its mark. It's going to be Skylar who picks up the Godlike now with the Wind of Nature as well. Under the turret, the RWM will slay him to pick up a shutdown. The shadow kill as well right there, but now he's going to the final splash. Psychos trying to defend all alone, but in many ways will crash into the base. Now with the damage, will it be enough for RRQ to take the base down? The shutdown is picked up by Psychos, but it's an equalizer from RRQ.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game 3 as RRQ, the Sang Raja, they're able to get game 2. EVOS Legends, they're on the hot seat, just like leg 1. We're gonna see a full best of 3.
Man,
El Clasico never fails.
It never fails, man. This is why the match is so hyped up. It's not only about the fan base. These teams have so much on the line, so much rivalry, and they are not willing to back down. RRQ just turns things around, gets that Melissa pick, controls the game, and with Vin on that Kufra, you already know what happens when you fall behind. No chance, man. At every point when EVOs are attempting, only beginning to attempt to set up for a play, Vin is already on the case every single time.
No one is safe when Vin is on the Kufra. And again, it's displayed in game 2, where nobody, literally nobody is safe.
No
Even the buffs.
one. Not even the buffs. Not even your minions.
Nope.
When the Kufra gets picked up, the king becomes the tyrant.
Man, we have to give credit to Banana, by the way. Speaking of tyrants, on that Arlet, he was just exerting his will. Of course, it began with the team enabling him, right? Ganking Psychots, understanding that this man was such a pain in game number 1. Let's ensure that this guy gets shut down completely. And on that Arlet, again and again, he gets jumped on, but the Tenacity Emblem allows him to survive, and he is able to just turn it around with the kit of the Arlet. Maximizing the momentum, Albert makes RRQ snowball to game number 2.
Goodness me, call it rigged, but no, it's El Clasico. We're gonna see 1-1. EVOS Legends winning the first game, but second, RRQ. Will RRQ win it with the reverse sweep? But what happened, Arashi, in game 2?
I'll tell you what happened.
Well, okay, Mirko, tell us.
Something of a curse user myself. Game 1, I cursed RRQ. Game 2, cursed EVOS, and so far, we're at 100%. So, Arashi, if you want your team to win...
Yeah, can you...
there you go.
Can we arrange something, Mirko? Can we talk? Yeah, okay.
He's going to pay me after this.
Wow. Not with money, though. But let's see.
Simon, what do you mean?
Well, with other stuffs, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can buy, okay, with a car, Arashi, with a car.
Oh, I love a car, Arashi.
Right?
Johnson.
But okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is game 2, Arashi. Now, details. What happened in game 2? Why were EVOS, they could not take the momentum from game 1?
Well, I think it's the same situation. EVOS are playing defensively, reactively. They have the Lolita to counter that dive. But before EVOS can even come together, RRQ makes the first move and shut down the lanes before the big fight. They predict that Psychots were going to try and make a move. They send Clay to the top side to push him away. Once he's away from the lane, once they have no vision, then they send Vin on the case. If you look at the items right here, it's a stark contrast from game number 1. Brands, of course, being Brands, has still a lot of items, still a lot of solid damage items, because he was able to find so much gold, but in the end, against a full-built Melissa with a Wind of Nature, it was just way too difficult. Hijime actually has the quote-unquote power spikes, the double wand, and the Enchanted Talisman, but all things considered, when the damage comes in so quick at you, you have no chance to try and poke down and slow down the members of RRQ, because everyone also has a lot of dashes. In game number 1, it's a lot of struggling and slogging through that slow field. But in game number 2, RRQ, they just dash through it, right? Again and again, the Kufra, the Arlet, the Hayabusa, all these tools available for RRQ to ignore Hijime. And you can see that in this game, his impact is relatively minimal.
And also, I would also like to add that, did you see the items from Arlet, from Banana?
What?
All full items with that Tenacity Emblem, but with one endless battle.
Ooh.
So that's very interesting, Arashi. He wants to somehow, yeah, I want to be tanky, but also I can't want to deal damage.
Well, you saw that damage, man, the true damage extra coming in from the endless battle, the mana regeneration allowing him to stay in the field for so much longer. And against a tank, technically having a bit of true damage, right, really swings the tides of the battle a little bit in those 1v1 situations. So I think it's a great itemization choice. Usually it's a Thunderbolt we see, but Banana, he ain't about that life.
He ain't about that, man. Maybe that was something that maybe Lemon would do. But Banana, he takes life in a different way. He's a yellow fruit, but he's a different one.
He's longer.
He's longer, sweeter as well. Lemon, kind of, what's it called?
Very
sour.
Moist.
There you go.
Sour.
Lemon, right?
Well,
yeah.
The fruit. I'm talking about the fruit here.
Look at the stats, man. Clay being the carry. We talked about one-dimensionality, how Albert on the Valentino was shut down in game number 1. In game number 2, you focus on Skylar, right? Clay just pops
Double
off.
down.
They focused on Clay earlier. Skylar gets a triple kill. This flexibility, just mind-gaming your opponents in who is supposed to take over the fight. RRQ, they really need this, and you can see that EVO struggles so much harder in game number 2. Looking at the gold curve right here, initially, due to the real shaky start for Albert in the beginning, you see a bit of the gold nudge towards EVOS Legends, but afterwards, it's all RRQ, man. It's to be expected. Vin on the Kufra is just that dangerous, and EVOS Legends now are the ones that have to find an alternate solution. RRQ went with something not typical of RRQ in game number 1. In game number 2, this is essentially classic RRQ plus the Melissa, right? This Melissa is just so strong. So EVOS Coach Age has a lot to try and work out during the small break.
You know what? Now, let's leave the Melissa, let's leave the 1-1 open, right? Because 0% win rate, let's ban the Melissa, right?
Exactly.
Because Melissa is giga busted. She's not just busted, she's not just broken, she's giga broken.
I mean, I'm a mid lane player. I don't like playing mechanical heroes. Using the Melissa, my win rate just skyrocketed, and I have slow hands.
As the number 64 Jakarta Raya Melissa, she's pretty broken.
Exactly. So imagine, I have no mechanical skill at all. Imagine these pro players with the fast hands, what they can do on this hero. But of course, aside from him, the MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G is going to be Clay on that Valentina.
It's Deden from Bogor.
It's Deden from Bogor.
I thought it was Sans.
It's not on this team.
But
it's Sans with a different face.
Clay, though, will have that MVP here for game 2. Not Skylar, unfortunately. Remember, he is still
MVP
battling
race.
that MVP standing. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, game 2 it wasn't given to Skylar. But well-deserved. Clay displayed a very good steals as well on that Valentina.
The Clay display.
I still feel like, though, Rashi, in the draft, the only thing I didn't like from the side of EVOS Legends was the Beatrix. I feel like the Moskov could have been a better option here, but maybe, you know, there's a little bit of PTSD there up against RRQ on the Moskov.
Well, let's look at the heat map here for Deden from Bogor, though. He was just all around. He's focusing on the lane, right? Bullying Hijime, ensuring that Hijime can't really, you know, enable anyone. And once he has that pressure, that is where he goes towards the side lanes. Let's take a look closer in the highlights right here for game number 2. In the early game, it was looking a bit shaky because EVOS do have quite the solid draft. I mean, Mirko and I, we all agree on this. But afterwards, that pick-off potential coming in from this team is just so deadly, so dangerous. And I think EVOS forgot. You can see how they are playing isolated, not as one. And against RRQ, against Vin on the Kufra, we said that there were a lot of shaky moments on that Grok in game number 1. But on this Kufra, it's a different story. And this is that triple kill from Skylar. Leave Melissa alone, live to regret the consequences. Afterwards, it's all about engaging very aggressively, going for the burst damage, the pickoffs. And despite the best efforts from the side of EVOS, they just didn't have enough. And with them falling behind more and more on the gold, it's on the shoulders of RRQ to make a mistake, and in this game, they did not do that at all.
Okay, and what's up with MPL Indonesia Season 11 and reverse sweeps? We've just been seeing a whole lot of reverse sweeps. And RRQ, once again, first leg, it was an RRQ reverse sweep. We have the chance to maybe see it again here. EVOS leading 1-0, RRQ equalizing. Game 3, it's all about miracles.
Let's see what will Miracle predict in game 3. But ladies and gentlemen, that is game 2 of RRQ and EVOS Legends. It's 1-1. Let's see the epic conclusion right after the short break. Goni, Miracle, and Arachi. We'll have a break. Stay tuned.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyau.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with an El Clasico. It's 1-1. We are going to see and witness Game 3. What will happen? Will it be EVOS? Will it be RRQ? It's all down to Miracle, right? Whatever he predicts, excuse me, the other team will win. But, ladies and gentlemen, the 10 players that you are seeing is playing a very awesome phone. Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G, right?
Ooh.
Listen to the specs. RAM, 8 gigabytes.
Okay.
Memory,
Ooh.
256 GB.
256, okay.
Screen, super, right?
Super.
With a super AMOLED Plus.
So super and plus.
Exactly.
Okay.
Refresh rate, 120 hertz.
120.
Processor, Exynos 1380.
That's the 1380.
And it's also 5G ready. Battery.
Whoa.
5,000 mAh.
5K?
Quad cameras up to 50 megapixels.
What?
IP67 water resistant rating as well. The price, very affordable, around
What?
$350. So 5 mil IDR around. All right, that's very, very affordable.
Wow, it's value, dude. And speaking of value, Gani, you already have a good phone, right? You can utilize that to order some tickets to watch at Cinepolis.
Indeed, right? Check Cinepolis out, where it's just going to be very interesting because after you watch MPL ID, you can watch very exciting movies there. Cinepolis Cinemas with 7.1 visual and audio all around you quality. There's a discount though, Rashi. 20,000 IDR exclusively for MPL ID fans. So when you walk in and say that you are an MPL ID fan, Insta discount. All right,
Insta?
just use the promo code.
So we just walk up and say, I'm an MPL ID fan.
Exactly. Insta discount. There you go. So what are you waiting for? Let's go. Mobile Legends buddies. Get your tickets now with experience the sensation of watching the latest movies with 7.1 visual and all around you quality. And also on that note, with a good phone, with also a good cinema, Arashi, seems like you also can grab a good, great, reliable convenience store. Indomaret Poinku is a loyalty membership app to get the maximum benefit and best deals through every purchase in Indomaret. By becoming Indomaret Poinku member, you could also get points for every purchase, exclusive great deals for members only, and even free products or special merch / presents. So download the app, be a member, and always use Indomaret Poinku.
There you go.
All right?
It's all value,
Check it
dude.
out.
So go ahead and check it out.
With
but
your new
also,
cool, awesome phone.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Awesome phone.
Take that phone and take your snacks to Cinepolis.
I don't think you're able. Don't bring your snacks.
What?
Don't take outside food in, ladies and
No,
gentlemen.
man.
Okay.
Why not?
That's right.
Arashi, this is.
Arashi.
This is why you don't invite him to the cinemas, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't say
Invite him to
that.
parties,
Come
though.
on.
You must be fun at
sleep.
parties.
I'll sleep
Well, yeah,
through
because
it.
I bring the snacks from Indomaret, bro.
But okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the Game 3 commencing soon. Game recap, though, a very different story. RRQ going to their comforts, it seems like, right? Albert on the Assassins. And Skylar playing that OP Melissa. Miracle earlier pointing out, yeah, I do agree with him. Game 3, just ban it out.
You gotta ban
Every
it out.
team, right? Every team that is
Or-
second, pick, just ban the Melissa out.
Or pick it up. Because EVOS, they've stayed in
If not
on
banned
red
out, though.
side. They haven't been on blue side. They've been on red side the whole time. So it does seem like they might want to change now with the loss against RQ in game number 2 to the first pick position. This gives them, prime position to actually go for the Melissa. And honestly, they can honestly just leave the 1-1 open, right? Go for the Claude ban instead. Go for the same bans that they were going for, except maybe the Joy, because then now it's RQ's turn to go for the Joy ban. So the swap in sides can really benefit EVOS Legends.
Yeah, with the how volatile the meta is right now, I think switching it up like that makes a lot of sense. This Melissa pick,
You make a lot of sense.
I mean, we've been talking a lot about it, and we have been making a lot of sense, Mirko, not just me, about how strong, how prio this hero
You
really is.
make a lot of
So
sense.
I think it needs to be respected somehow or somewhere. And I feel like if you try and like counter it using picks, nothing really shuts it down that hard. So I think, especially when both the teams are just matched up so closely, they need to go with something a bit more definite, something a bit stronger. So I think in the banning phase, we're going to see something very, very different. And off the bat, let's take a look.
Swap sides.
Yep.
Let's
First
see.
pick EVOS.
The drafting phase, they finally swapped sides for game 3. EVOS Legends will have the blue, RRQ will have the red, and EVOS though will open up a ban that was an RRQ ban, Fanny, and also Valentina, so no Kadira ban just yet. Let's see though.
Wow. So I guess EVOS really feel like that Valentina pick was throwing a wrench in their plans. It was available, picked up by RRQ both times in game number 1 and 2. Albert in the jungle and Clay in the mid lane. So seems like the mid pressure, they are trying to contest for sure.
Now EVOS have the chance to ban out that Claude. Remember, again, they can force that Melissa ban towards RQ, and they can leave a few heroes up for grabs, actually. Again, if they go for the Claude ban here, the Kadita will be up for grabs for them if RQ then respond with the Melissa ban, right? And the Kadita has been banned out by RQ in 2 games in a row.
It does seem like it's a bit of a, I don't know, a bit of a trade-off, right? If you ban one of these heroes up, there will always be something available for both EVOS and RRQ. So there are no real easy answers right here. It all comes down to where, which battle you're willing to pick, right? Are you gonna try and match it in the mid lane pressure, in the late game damage? EVOS show their card first by banning away that Claude. So RRQ, will they ban this Melissa, or will they try and find a pick that can somehow still shut it down?
100% in this match, a very good, reliable jungler as well.
Hey, I know this guy.
But we know this guy. Kabe, Bangduk seems to bring a new perspective to RRQ, where they were more willing to make decisions, but also they make 5-man fights look like there's the Alter Ego DNA. There you go, as predicted, the Melissa ban comes through. EVOS, what will they go for? Will they go for the Kadira pick, or will they go for the Fredrin?
They can go for the Faramis pick too, right? It's wide open right now, and with the Valentina ban, that's kind of what they were trying to set up for. But I think I agree with KV, man. The Alter Ego DNA, that identity of an early game, I think we saw that in game number 1, right? Very one-dimensional. They need to end it in the mid-game. It didn't work out in the end, but they're getting there.
I think it was possible in game number 1. They just had to be a bit more patient, but at this point, we'll never know. It's a big what-if. But what we will know is going to be that Faram is being picked up by EVOS. So now, RRQ, if you look at their ban history, they've banned out this Faramis a lot. They dislike dealing with it. And occasionally they do put it to good use, but it's also very situational. So now, this also technically denies the glue pick for RRQ if they want to go with that option. So we have to see. Are they going to try and get a strong marksman or maybe something in the jungle? The Fredrin, you're right, Mirko, is very much open.
I think with the Fredrin, they can also just go for something like a Yves here. Yves being really good against the Faramis. Unless they want to match the mobility. Farsa works as well. Right with the Fredrin, I think that is the confirmed pick. That will always just be locked in. They go for the Arlet instead, but this does kind of limit that flex potential. It stops it right here. Fredrin will go to the jungle. Arlet will go to the XP unless they swap.
Well,
there's no way,
right? Also, there's a possibility, but seeing Banana's performance in game 2 on that Arlet, I feel like it's a sure thing that this Arlet will go to the hands of Banana. EVOS though, what will they respond with here? Will they go for the
Kadita? Do they want to
I
go
think
for
they should.
Kadita.
Maybe Kadita, maybe. But I feel like they should secure a hero for brands in the first phase.
A hero for brands is definitely important, but they pick the glue and, like you mentioned, Goni, secure a hero for brands. So this is the hero that Psychos was able to get an MVP on in game number 1, being very tanky, being able to pull back escaping members away from a fight. But looking at the composition right now, RRQ can just set up for a composition that doesn't really need to back away. You can just go in straight aggression. That's what the Arlet was able to do in game number 1. So if they want to do that, they can try and get a roamer. They can make that happen if they really want to. We've seen that Vin is just a different level on that Kufra compared to the other roamers. Or if not, they can go for something in the mid lane right here to ensure that as fast as EVOS is, they can't get out-rotated.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium. It's either the Eve or the Lolita, honestly. The Lolita does really well again, not just against the carry with the Guardian's Bulwark, but also against the Faramis with that Numenor Blast. But here, RQ, once again, the Eve gets locked in. A very solid choice up against the Faramis. You can really just melt them down and force them, right? When you're clumped up like that, it really benefits the Eve.
It really does, right? It really does. And with the Eve, it adds more high ground as well. Whereas Faramis, sure, you can get that extra HP, but high ground-wise, it's gonna be a tough challenge here going up against head-to-head with that Eve, with that real-world manipulation. But RQ will open their second phase with an Akai ban here. You know what? My guess is they should secure a hero for Vin in the first phase. So EVOS Legends, perhaps they might want to try to limit that. There you go. The Lolita ban comes through. Potentially, Kufra ban might come in last.
Right, because Kufra cannot punish. Well, the AoE of his skills are not as wide as the Lolita's Numenor Blast, but it can still pose a huge problem, right?
For sure.
You're all clubbed in together. Huge Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge can just completely turn the game on its heels. So EVOS will most likely try and avoid that, unless they're really willing to try and, I don't know, show off and say like, okay, we don't care about Vin. Vin's nothing compared to us.
I think banning the Brody would make sense as well for the side of EVOS Legends, though. The Lolita makes sense. We've already seen it. The Hanzo gets banned out here for RQ, knowing they don't really have someone who can dive towards the back line. EVOS Legends, once again, they can go for a Kufra ban. It kind of limits RQ pretty heavily in the roaming department, right? But RQ have the first pick in the second phase. It's going to be really scary considering the Kadita is up for grabs, even though Vin's Kadita hasn't been too impressive when you watch the game.
It's 100%.
It's 100%. Stats do not lie, Gani or Rashi. But I think EVOS Legends will go for the Brody ban. It just makes sense. They have a carry. It's really vulnerable in lane. And I think they want to set brands up for success.
And if they don't, it's going to be difficult because the Yeef isn't as dangerous as a Farsa, but it's still a big problem. Slows you down for some follow-up damage, big ultimates, but EVOS, they appreciate the power, the pressure, the prowess of Vin on this hero. So now RRQ, with their go-to main engagement taken away, this puts them in a bit of a predicament. They can still go for the Grok. It worked before, sort of, but I think with this composition, they want something a bit more spammable. If they go with the Grok, it's only one single spell that EVOS need to try and work around. They can also go for the Purifies in the hands of Faramis and the carry. So, you know, I think something that can be used more often to burn those Purifies a bit more could be very beneficial.
Let's see, though. I mean, Atlas is still open if Vin wants to go crazy. Adding that, forcing again carry on that Purify, he might go for an Atlas pick here. But no, it's going to be the Beatrix here securing hero for Skylar first. Do note this, Beatrix, I don't know, 36% of the season, not a reliable marksman, question mark. Is it reliable, is it not?
I think it's less reliable in a way, because back then, it's reliable because it was broken, right? Let's be real. Beatrix was the Melissa of its time back then in the past few seasons.
Not even close, but Beatrix was above the Melissa that we have right now.
Exactly, exactly. But in the same spot, right? Pick or ban, technically, never allowed to escape from the banning phase. So now, it's not nearly as strong, but with RRQ wanting to be aggressive in the early game, like we mentioned, the wave clear is going to be so beneficial. So let's see what EVOS will pick to try and counter this.
Kadita, do they want to go for it? No, they don't. Oh, they do. Oh my god, all right. They go for the Kadita here. Very risky. There's a lot of CC, they can actually cancel out the rough waves. Remember, the taunt, the knock-up from the Fredrin. Also, that final slash, and just the first skill from the side of the Arlet. They pick up the Lancelot as well, and this is a solid pick. Going up against the Fredrin. In the Retri battles, he will have a solid time, I would say, in the 50-50 battles. But RQ, this is the big question. Kufra, Lolita, banned away. The Atlas is the choice that they can go for.
They want to go
What's
for a
another
tank.
option? Honestly, looking at the composition here, EVOS has a pretty solid burst comp. Estes?
Does Estes work?
Yeah, exactly. Or the Diggy!
Okay.
Oh, that makes so much sense here for this composition.
Wow.
That's
Oh
a
my
solid
goodness.
choice for RQ.
They have an Arlet that can stop the dive. They have a Fredrin that can serve as the main front line. They have long range in the Beatrix and the Yeeve and the Diggy for the extra bit of security, as well as looking for intel with the alarm bombs. I think it's solid, man. It makes a lot of sense, and it limits the plays available for EVOS Legends.
It really is solid. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the Land of Dawn in a bit. Game numero 3 between the El Clásico, the Sang Raja, and the White Tigers. Let's see the conclusion as we are going to jump into the portal and witness the 10 players that will go head to head. Ladies and gentlemen, Land of Dawn, here we go to witness game 3 between EVOS Legends and RRQ.
It's gonna be quite the intense game, especially in the early sides, because even if Diggy can cancel out the crowd control, if there's too much damage in its own right, then EVOS might just take over the game before that even matters. Especially with the Cult Alter available, I think the level 4 fight is gonna be quite interesting. I believe with the way the games are going, both teams are gonna try and win it at level 4. Who comes out on top though, that depends on the setup, that depends on who gets picked off first, right? How they rotate as well.
It's gonna come down again, like you mentioned, to how they play these team fights as well, Arashi, right? Because with the Diggy, you can really outplay the Kadita. There's not much kill pressure that you can place with the Petrify, with the Breath of the Ocean, and even with the Poke, these bombs are gonna be doing a whole lot.
Wow.
And Vince most probably gonna go for the damage build.
Wow, Everest though, a very interesting build indeed, but peep Clay here. I mean, he still uses a Purify even though he has a Diggy in his composition. So again, Dreams will have a tough time catching this guy. Take a look at top side. The pressure is just so incalculable.
We're talking about putting pressure onto brands. Having a Diggy is one of the ways to do so, but keep in mind, Vin on the Diggy, I have criticized it before for being a bit too aggressive, right? Vin is an aggressive player, so putting him in a Diggy is a bit of a risky gamble. There were problems we've seen before, but now maybe he has solved it, he has practiced it enough, and with everyone converging on the top side, it's looking a bit dangerous, but on a Kadita, Dreams can be a bit of a problem there, so they're just going to avoid that whole engagement completely.
And it seems like, again, RRQ, they're somehow waiting for the right opening as well. Perhaps the first neutral objective will be the fight that they will commit to. Oh, take a look at the taunt here, connecting onto the Psychots.
Psychots, no ultimate just yet, pops the flicker here as Albert jumps in with knock-up onto Taz. Banana will try to lock him down here, has the Vengeance, will connect now with the Vengeance once again. That's a lot of damage, but Psychots pops the split, only for Banana to take. Taz, there's a passive stack on him, and he will be zoned away from the first turtle. RRQ, once again with the early lead.
A good start here for RRQ, building. Fredrin is already at the orange buff there, bot side.
Yeah, EVOS Legends back away immediately to ensure that their purple buff can be saved, but what happened there? Hang on. I guess Albert was able to actually secure the orange buff, so there was another good lead as Taz tries to try and get compensation, but he might be out of position right here.
Oh, play now with the damage. Taz gonna be locked down, and Skylar picks the kill up. Hijume with a very late Cult Alter. RRQ with the 2 initial kills in the game now.
Oh, so unfortunate for Taz. He gets taken out. His orange buff got stolen. And take a look at RRQ now. They're pushing the gas in the top side. Skylar munching the gold shield already to half HP. And they might want to commit here if they find the right opening.
Oh, Hijume comes in for a bit of damage, but so far, RRQ, they're just gaining a lot, even though they don't really have a lot of kills. It's just a weird situation for EVOS Legends to be in. They still want to scale for sure, And we'll have to see if the curse comes through, man. The English Death has made its arrangement, but now RRQ actually gets jumped on.
Rough Waves popped in onto Vin. The RWM locking Brands in place. He flickers all the way to the bush just for Clay to pick him up in the end. RRQ 3-0, 2.3k gold lead.
Man, keep in mind, by the way, we're seeing highlight plays being made by Clay, by Vin, by Banana, but I have yet to see in recent times Albert on the Fredrin not popping off. He is so solid on this hero to a terrifying degree, and now he is back at it again.
Again, it's Albert with a kill pressure of that cannon minion. Once again, it's RRQ with a proper lead. Hijime wanting to go for more right now. Pops in a Shadow Stampede, but will be locked down on the taunt. Brings Clay back, but Hijime just barely escapes that one with a flicker.
My goodness, also good job by Albert denying the rotation top side, taking the first structure down here for Skylar. Second neutral objective will be secured, and my god, RRQ, they want more.
Taz jumping with puncture now, Banana not landing on that stun, but RRQ are playing it again just safely. There's not much you can do against the Mirko curves. I mean, against that composition.
Right, the composition is just so good right now, and Dreams gets chunked down. Look at that damage, man. There's some regen, some sustain coming in from the Kadira's kit, the Kadira's passive. Very annoying to deal with, but only for so much. RRQ now, they're moving their heroes around to try and get more pressure right here. Seems like the bottom side is what EVOS Legends try and go for, but they might lose this top lane turret if they try and commit too hard on that.
Oh, he needs to be careful here. Finn will force that flicker, and it seems like now EVOS Legends, they're behind 3,000 gold lead in the first 5 minutes. That is not looking good for the Right Tigers, and RRQ, the Kings of Kings, they have established a very healthy lead here in this early fight.
Man, it's so difficult just because.
Look at that.
Look at the damage, my guy. For RRQ, this is what they like to do. They have burst damage, they have pick-off potential from the Diggy, from the Fredrin, and from the Yeet, as well as the poke damage coming in from the Beatrix. So they are content going for these plays, but EVOS can't engage for a fight because of the Diggy pick as well. So they just completely countered in the macro department.
And again, the siege potential from the Beatrix is what you do when you are in the lead on the Beatrix. You're able to siege turrets so well. And with the damage built up already with the Fury Hammer and the BOD, Arashi, this is going to be a very scary mid-game for EVOS Legends. The snipe even connecting on towards Dreams, forcing him to pop the Petrify and the Rough Waves defensively.
Wow. Look at the situation here. Dreams went for the pick onto Banana, but it won't work. But look at Albert!
Final slash, we're going to Hijime back, and that's the cold Alter popped in just in time from the side of Hijime. But Psychot will be caught in the real-world manipulation. He gets out in the end with a flicker, but EVOS Legends are in shambles.
Another important structure taken down there in the mid-side, and RRQ will gain more ground. EVOS Legends, they look lost, you're right.
What was that?
Whoa.
Flying stun effect.
Applying effect there. Because of you, Mirko, your curse.
That's me stunning like EVOS.
Exactly, 5,000 gold lead already. And things are not looking good. What can they do here to turn the game around, Arashi?
They have to wait for the neutral objectives and force RRQ into those big fights, but with a gold advantage that's still being built up by RRQ, that could be still an option that can be denied by the side of EVOS Legends. That's going to be the wave clear being used by Dreams. All the combo used defensively instead of aggressively. This is not where you want the Kadita to be. We saw that Dreams tried to pick off Banana when Banana had no magic defense, and he was still unable to secure that kill. Now RRQ slowly but surely just sieging around, taking control of the jungle when possible, ensuring that with this early lead, at the very least, if they don't get kills, they're going to get structures and even more of a gold lead.
Wow, another structure falls, as you said, Arashi. The inner top side will be taken down, and the jungles now will be invaded. EVOS Legends, they have nothing to play around with. It seems like Taz on this landslot, irrelevant, immaterial in this game.
Down 2 levels compared to Albert. That is not how you want things to be going. And look at RRQ. They finished off the rest of the turrets in the top side. Instantly they rotate towards the bottom, where they will have control, especially over this next spawning neutral objective as well. So everything is timed to perfection for them. And with Vin just exposing the members of EVOS, they're just forced to play in the lanes. They can't go into the jungle at all.
Does Dreams have a 100% win rate on the Kadita?
Maybe.
Not anymore, I think. I think at one point it did lose. But now let's
see indeed about the data here, about the paper perhaps. EVOS Legends now 5,000 gold deficits, and RRQ, they really want to grab more space, somehow taking the Lord comfortably here and seeing the level, seeing the gold deficits. Will they commit to, will they contest?
I don't think they can contest, right? I think they want to contest. They want to get a retribution. But how do you do it when Albert is 2 levels ahead of you? When there's a Diggy to counter everything you do. Psychon's now jumping in with a slam pass combo, but will be gunned down. When you're split, when you're in split, and you get bursted like that, you know you're behind, and RRQ will take the Lord for free.
Oh.
Taz barely just dodging away from the Renner's shot there. My goodness.
It's a slaughter, right? RRQ claiming a lot more structures. 4 structures taken down, all of the neutral objectives taken over. Still 100%. EVOS Legends, what happened in game 3?
They just don't have the right opportunities, the right tools. I dare say they get outdrafted, and Dreams gets bursted down, but will be able to survive, regenerating the bulk of the HP for now. As RRQ, they converge around this mid turret, and look at that snipe just being spammed out by Skylar. There's no need to even consider the cooldown on that.
Seems like now this might be even the this potentially might be the last push of the series. Let's see those 6,000, 7,000 gold deficit EVOS Legends. Will they have enough damage to defend this one? Bot side is taken care of. Mid side now next. RRQ, will they commit to the mid lane? Taz caught.
Taz now with Thorn Rose and defensive execution defensively. EVOS Legends have successfully defended the mid lane. But now they're rotating over to the top side. Dreams looking for a flank, but Clay will be able to spot him out. Now it's going to be Psychos once again, melted down like it's nothing. The damage from RRQ. Taz now with a puncture, just onto the wall, as that is going to be the minion waves cleared out. EVOS Legends still able to defend for now, but Skylar with the Renner just poking the base turret slowly but surely, using the alarm bombs as well here. Just the zone Dreams to poke them down, and it's going to be an easy turret take down below for RRQ.
Notice how aggressively Skylar's positioning. There is no threat at all. Anything EVOS Legends can throw towards RRQ, they have a counter, so he's just standing there. He does not care.
Taz with the damage now for the execution as well. Skylar flickering out with help on the time journey as Taz keeps on going. Skylar still able to escape. Taz will not be able to find him, and it's a bait right now as Brands is able to find a kill onto Banana somehow, some way down below. EVOS Legends have been able to get a 2-for-0 trade. Taz is 1 H. Nope, it's Skylar who's 1 HP. Taz is looking for that kill. He leaves his purple buff, giving it over to Albert. It's still RRQ holding on to the gold lead, but they need to be very careful.
Very good retaliation from EVOS Legends. Notice that there is no shutdown kills as well, though. Still, RRQ was Banana and Vin taken out, so no bounties were taken there from side of EVOS Legends, but it's a win, right? Base turret bot side will be taken down, though. Still, RRQ with that Lord, they managed to grab another structure. It's going to be a reset here, but in 10 seconds, another Lord spawns.
Yeah, RRQ needs to be very careful because it's not just any other team. This is EVOS Legends, a team that has a very solid performance in that late game. They have shown discipline, they have shown unorthodox maneuvers, and now they're doing it again, sending the gold lane away from the Lord. It might just be a mistake though. RRQ go for the Lord and get a free one uncontested.
The only thing they can do currently, right? I mean, Albert wants to go for the chase right now, jumps over the top, but Psychots gets out with the split. Dreams barely getting out now, getting taunted up, and oh my god!
Stop it!
1 shot, 1 kill. Skylar with the Beatrix.
That's
Goodness me.
That long-range burst, and now they're using it on the turret. They're going for a fight as well.
It's another snipe, almost connecting to Hijime. Skylar using the Renner efficiently. Now it's going to be the final slash, bringing Psychots back. Vin picks up the kill. Skylar buys the Haas claws. EVOS Legends, this might just be it. 13 minutes in, the Renner doing damage, poking the base down as the mini waves comes crashing down without the Lord. Dreams now looking for some damage. Now jumping in with the help of Taz. That's giving the rough ways. But it's giving the time journey coming from Finn to save Skylar. Ijume will lose his called Alter HP. And Skylar will claim a kill. Flickering forward, almost taking brands down to Skylar. Now will be targeted down and has the one nature to survive. Ijume with a stampede. Bring it back for the final splash connects onto 4 members. RRQ will slay EVOS Legends once again with a reverse sweep.
Just like leg 1. Take a look at Zace. Zace is there. Just like leg 1, it's a reverse sweep. Just like leg 2, it's a reverse sweep. So in total, it's a clean sweep for RRQ in Season 11 regular season, taking both legs of EVOS Legends.
Coming out on top in the much anticipated El Clasico, looking sharper than ever in the drafts, in the strategy, in the execution. The Sang Raja, as Gandhi puts it, takes their throne again against EVOS Legends.
The EVOS crowd silenced by the roaring, not EVOS fans, the roaring RRQ fans in the building.
The chants as well, you can hear it. RRQ all the way.
Bangduk and Rave, they did it. Wow, Banana, second time performing in the MPL stage.
With a statement, right?
Not bad.
Everybody
not bad.
doubted him. Where's Lemon? This guy can't play on MPL, the MPL stage. Well, there's Lemon. There's your answer. Waiting in the back while Banana carries his team with the Arlet.
Wow, we have yet to see if this is a one-time thing, if it's, maybe a particular pick he's very, very good on, but it's definitely good things to expect from Banana right here. Just putting up a statement, not seeming to feel any pressure at all against EVOS Legends, right? With the expectations of the whole RRQ kingdom on his shoulders, he just gets it done. Deja vu of El Clasico Part 1, RRQ once again does a reverse sweep against EVOS.
Goodness me, what a series to open Week 6, ladies and gentlemen. It's still RRQ. That means the odds for EVOS Legends to secure that upper bracket will be gone, it seems like. Very low, if not. With Bude Mongstar and Team RRQ. I want to listen what will they have to say. Bude Mongstar, please take it away and say hi to the Kings of King.
RRQ Kingdom, inilah dia tim RRQ mendapatkan kemenangan mereka kembali di leg yang kedua dan semakin dekat dengan upper bracket. Sekali lagi congratulations, dan begitu ramai tentunya dan semua orang pasti penasaran banget dengan Banana yang hadir di El Clasico match kedua, udah langsung main El Clasico. Apa perasaanmu, Banana?
Senang.
Ada rasa lainnya nggak? Rasanya berbeda nggak sih dengan match-match yang lainnya?
Apa?
Beda nggak sih sama match-match lainnya kalau El Clasico?
Ya beda lah, El Clasico lebih rame.
Lebih rame ya, memang dari Kingdom juga luar biasa. Dan kamu sendiri ketika diletakkan di El Clasico ini, apakah ada kekhawatiran sendiri nggak sih untuk Banana?
Gak ada.
Gak ada? Main aja?
Main aja.
Nah, kalau main aja kan tadi, apakah ini sebuah permintaan dari Banana bermain ngelawan Psychots? Katanya rival abadi kalau kata Skylar. Rival abadi ya?
Gak tahu, itu ler aja tuh yang sembarang.
Hei, tapi kalau dari Banana sendiri, kalau ngelihat Psychots gimana sih tadi pertarungannya?
Ya lumayan lah.
Lumayan. Lumayan aja nih?
Lumayan.
Seru ya?
Ya lumayan seru.
Lumayan aja dari Banana. Dan ngelihat dari Banana yang akhirnya kali ini luar biasa, Bude bisa ngobrol sama Banana. Ada Skylar juga. Skylar, posisimu kita lihat dengan dari di match kali ini ada yang seru. Kita ngeliat pergerakan dari hitmapnya Vin, itu deket banget sama ke gold lane terus di game tadi. Apakah ini permintaan Skylar buat dijagain kayak pas pamberan? Atau emang Vin sendiri atau dari Skylar sih yang minta buat dijagain?
Kita nge-counter hero mereka sih lebih tepatnya. Kayak dulu tadi susah juga gua kalau misalnya nggak ada DG contohnya.
Jadi emang tergantung ya, bukan emang ada pas pamberan, ada pas pam Sky gitu? Bukan gitu. Tapi match El Clasico kali kali ini leg kedua dari Skylar sendiri gimana?
Ya seru lah, match-nya lebih menantang aja.
Jadi lebih menantang leg kedua daripada leg pertama?
Sama leg 1, leg 2.
Sama-sama menantang untuk Skylar, tapi Skylar ada yang lebih menantang lagi. Skylar berada di MVP regular season itu unda-undi banget, hampir kayaknya bisa salip-salipan gitu di atas. Skylar menjadi MVP regular season, apakah itu menjadi salah satu impian Skylar juga nih?
Ya kalau impian ya kan gue belum pernah dapat, tapi ya gue menangin tim aja sih dibanding itu. Gue lebih merhatikan tim lah.
Wow, jadi memang Skylar belum pernah jadi kepengin, dan kalau Albert udah pernah ya Bet ya. Bet, El Clasico kali ini gimana Bet?
Ya sama kayak sesi leg pertama, seru banget.
Seru banget?
Ya.
Dan ini kan berbeda juga ya, kalian membawa 2 player yang berbeda, ada Clay juga yang bermain, dan ada juga Banana. Susah gak sih untuk mempersiapkan El Clasico yang kedua ini?
Ya enggak sih, soalnya kan ya semuanya juga latihan ya, semua ada porsi latihannya ya. Kita siapapun yang main kita siap sih tetap.
Tetap siap ya?
Iya.
Kalau Clay main-main langsung di El Clasico ngedapetin kemenangan Clay. El Clasico ini buat Clay gimana?
Seru lah.
Seru?
Ya.
Seru banget?
Ya seru.
Seru. Tapi luar biasa, mungkin kata-kata kita akan dengerin dari Vin. Terakhir Vin, ngelihat bahwa kalian ngedapetin 2 kali kemenangan di regular season dan begitu mengerikan, kalian mungkin sedikit lagi bisa upper bracket. Kalau dari RRQ sendiri kondisinya gimana sih? Apakah ini udah menjadi, oh ini kita udah mau nunjukin ke semua orang kita udah sangat-sangat kuat, atau RRQ bisa lebih mengerikan?
Ya kita percaya proses saja sih, yang terbaik lah.
Prosesnya sendiri udah berapa persen nih Vin untuk RRQ?
Udah pasti gede lah, persenannya gede. Mungkin udah 80.
Oh, dan adanya masuknya Rave untuk RRQ. Apakah membawa nuansa baru? Kalau Nasdu kan kekeluargaan. Rave datang bawa sesuatu nggak, Vin?
Nggak bawa apa-apa.
Bawa
baju.
Bawa baju, dipakai untuk mungkin nextnya juga ya. Luar biasa dan begitu solid untuk RRQ. Sekali lagi kita kasih tepuk tangan untuk tim RRQ. Terima kasih semuanya. Dan kita akan nge-breakdown dari gamenya, dari matchnya langsung kepada analis kita. Silakan Om bawa.
Congratulations, RRQ, well-deserved win. But my guy, why do you have to play EVOS like that? Leg 1, also you did that. Game 1, let's lose. Game 2, Game 3, let's come back. Leg 2, same story, Rashi. Why does your team keep doing this?
Why do they keep giving EVOS hope, bro? Coach Nasiuduk just needs to try and test the waters a little bit, man. Give him a little something special. If it works, it's great, it's cool. If it doesn't, we got the next 2 games in the bag anyways. You know, who cares?
Game 3, right?
It's funny.
It's
how
funny.
RRQ in leg 1 gave them lemon. And now it's banana. Similar effects. Brands got wiped by both XP laners.
Exactly. So it's very, very interesting. Different approaches. Even the coaches are different for RRQ. Bangduk and Rave joining the fray as well. Seems like no problem. EVOS Legends. Game 1, Game 2, quite close, right? I mean, they were fun. It was intense. Game 3, what happened to Arashi? What happened to EVOS?
I think they just lost momentum. They got outdrafted, and I think there's a point to be made on how unlucky EVOS is to face an RRQ that has time to adapt to the new changes, right? So looking at these highlights, man, RRQ, even the select few times they're almost able to get to Skylar, somehow, some way, they get it done. Skylar survives. And with everyone jumping in like that, it's an all-in play. It's respectable. Shows you again that EVOS will not just sit there and take defeat, but they're against overwhelming odds right here. And you see that the slightest bit of mistakes just means you get completely nuked out by Skylar. So the Beatrix pick, right? It's not super meta, but in the right hands, in the right situations,
it works.
Man, that's
scary.
some damage. And that laning was sorted as well from Skylar, so he gets all that credit, man.
I mean, Diggy was also in that vicinity,
Yes.
right? Vin was always hovering that area, giving Bronze a very tough time to farm. And that small department there, that small situation creates a domino effect. Skylar getting his items very, very neat, very swiftly. Snipes, the runner shot was just unstoppable.
It really was. I mean,
Even
one
onto a
shot,
Skycox.
one kill. Was it Dreams? It was Dreams.
It was Dreams.
Roamer. Yeah, you gotta give it. Oh, he's getting closer now with your MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34A545G. Skyler with the Kamehameha pose.
Well, I mean, it's in line with what he did in the game, right? Just Kamehameha, and
It
before
felt like
you
a
know
laser. It
you're
didn't feel like a
gone.
shot.
Exactly. Just went straight through Dreams, takes him out. 0 deaths, and honestly, on this Beatrix, he's just so good at finding the right opportunities, and I think he deserves it. He's still 5 points below Brands, I believe, but he is getting ever so slightly closer. And considering this is a 4-day week, we might see a big shift towards the end of this week for sure.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to listen the mic checks between RRQ and EVOS Legends. So let's listen out the mic checks, the comms.
Albert. Lihat Albert guys.
Gua ke Iram.
Nice. Iram.
Wah.
Bennett. Iram. Udah guys, kalem. Fokus lagi.
Gua scaler. Keluar.
Mundur guys. Kiting. Gua kena flank guys. Aman. Bennett.
Gua cek.
Udah garis kedua. Let's go. Gol Albert. End.
Nice bro.
Aman, banana kuat guys. Gas. Gas lagi ban. Sitas. Gas. Sumpah percaya gua.
Ulti gua 3 detik. Kiting.
Salutnya. Nice.
Floor. Guys, gua lagi kuat banget, santai aja.
Gas ini. No flicker. Hijaunya. Petri. Nice. Gas. Maju. Nice, Ban. Ajar, Ban. Cabut ya, pelan-pelannya. Ganyang, Den. Nice, Den. Ganyang!
Pelan.
Santai, Brody. Lihat Frans. Nice. Shadow, gua cek. Mati. Bisa.
Masuk.
Iya, masuk itu.
Nice.
Enggak Dita. Lu kelan sepan. Gua punya ulti. Ada Paramis datang. Nice.
Guys, ditaruh lagi ya, guys.
Ulti. Lihat Frans. Frans flicker.
Mati.
Sabar ya, lihat turtle.
Guys, awas dulu ya. Pecah meledak.
Oh, udah bisa ult situ, Mak. Gua turun enggak Dita tuh. Ini. Mati.
Ulti gua 3 detik.
Aman, gua bukain. Iya, nice tuh. Ini. Mati. Nice. Pelan lagi. Sabar. Karya.
Let go.
Wah. Gua mati ya. Bisa. Enak guys.
Wow. I think this is officially the first banana win for Banana and RRQ. Last time around it was Banana in the fray, but actually they lost going up against Bigatron. So this is officially his first dub in Season 11. Congratulations for Banana and the whole team of RRQ. They won again against the White Tigers.
2 legs. Same results.
Clean sweeping.
Reverse sweeps.
So EVOS with no legs.
Reverse sweeps.
I think EVOS got no legs left. Man, I mean, honestly,
only hands.
Speaking of Banana, man, he was very vocal in that, in the mic check. You can see that he was calling out shots.
He was.
And being the only quick engage tool they had, if you really paid attention in the, mic check / replay, right? You can see that a lot of the plays actually wasn't EVOS mispositioning. It's him utilizing that final slash. And I'm very impressed, A lot of people have been saying that the heck is Banana? He's not doing good at all, but look at him now, dude.
Look at him now, the evolution. But of course, Kyler still is the key to success, one of the keys to success.
Prioritizing pressuring of the gold lane and taking advantage of the early lead to snowball. We saw the second win key to success here in game number 1. Didn't really work out, but in game number 3, realizing that problem, they just completely use, what can we use to bully the gold lane? All right, we have a Diggy. And that just sealed the deal for Brands there. In that final game, I feel like Brands was just struggling to even stay relevant at all. He can't even get in range without getting, into any kind of danger. So that was a great draft, great game plan by RRQ.
Positioning is key for Skylar, and that's all he had to do because, like you mentioned, Arashi, the drafts were just very heavily in favor of RRQ, especially in Game 3. The Diggy pick, it sealed the deal. It was done and dusted. Just like your life. It's convenient, very convenient with Max Stream. Done and dusted.
Done and dusted. So if you want to watch MPL, Max Stream is also an option, right? MPL
Really?
2023 is also available on Max Stream. Max Stream. What is Max Stream? That is an app
Max
that
Stream?
combines many OTT and channels.
What's an OTT?
So you don't have to switch between apps. And in Max Stream, there are a lot of channels that you can enjoy without paying extra. There's Technostrom and DGTV. There are also exclusive original contents that only airs on Max Stream.
Like?
Only Love in Game, Love Coach with Rachel, The Wanna Believe, Rasha, The Wonder Kid, and Kolak Express. So
Kolak.
Don't miss out on cool
Kolak.
and exciting shows. Watch only on Max Stream.
Go ahead and check it out, ladies and gentlemen.
Check it out.
I was waiting for Rasha
Yeah,
from Goni,
same.
but why do you not do it anymore, dude?
Me?
You can't make it a thing
Was
and
it
stop
me?
doing it.
Rasha, The Wonder Kid.
We'll take it. We'll take it. But what you guys need to take as well is Dunia Games, man. This is some value, dude.
Value, dude. And take a look at your screen. This is the stand, all right? You can get a new number. Take a look at that. 08521690.
Why are you reading out the number?
6852. That's a good number.
God.
So if you want to somehow add a new number, more quota, this is the perfect timing, right? There's a promo from Dunia Games for you. Get up to 3 gigabytes of quota every time you buy or purchase items or vouchers for Mobile Legends using Telkomsel, though. So hurry up and buy it on duniagames.co.id or the Dunia Games app. Check it out.
Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. You do not want to miss it because you want to grab it instantly, just like how you can grab food instantly right now with a 50% discount with MPL ID X Grab. You know what? I'm not I'm not a delivery type of guy. I'm more of a, go to the restaurant, go to the venue, and watch it live type of guy.
You can also use Grab, right?
Okay,
with the Grab car or...
I don't want a 50% discount. I want more.
You want more? Get a 90% discount.
Whoa.
90?
90.
That's 90, not 19.
90, all right? If you want more
10%
matches,
only?
if you want to watch matches offline at Menara Kuningan Ballroom Sanctuary. So also, if you want to add MLBB hero skins, get ready, right? The challenge is already conducted. Check grb.to/MPL for more info/details, all right? That's a whole lot of apps for you. Values. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the first match. El Clasico done and dusted. Second match, Alter Ego and GEEK SLATE will go head-to-head. Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi will have a short break. Stay tuned.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki,
Indomaret, makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan beli-beli, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret, makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan beli gas ambil rezeki voucher combo bertubi-tubi pasti puas belanja di beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan beli gas ambil rezeki. Voucher combo bertubi-tubi pasti puas belanja di Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan beli gas ambil rezeki. Voucher combo bertubi-tubi pasti puas belanja di Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 11, Week 6, Day 1. After a fiery match,
Fire.
opening match of Week
Match.
6, El Clasico, we're going to witness Alter Ego taking on GEEK SLATE.
The Slates.
Right? The theme colors is red, black, and red. It seems like, right?
Red,
Alter
black,
Ego.
and
Black and red.
Red, black,
White,
and
black,
white.
and red.
I
There
mean,
you
right,
go.
ladies and gentlemen, but of course, you're going to be accompanied by Gani, Mirko, and as well as Arashi for our closing match of today. And let's not forget MPL Indonesia Season 11, powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series A34 and A54 5G, official mobile internet partner Telkomsel, official gold partner by UBS Gold. We have partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, and Blibli. Also, official broadcast, Magstream. Broadcast partner, TVRI Sport. Your partner, Indomaret and Point Coffee. And we are supported by PBESI. Ladies and gentlemen, let's open things up.
Let's
Alter
open it.
Ego and GEEK SLATE. Mirko,
Yes.
how are you feeling?
Feeling good, man. My curse so far, I have the power. That's the trend right now, right? And if it continues now, I will utilize that power to give us an exciting game.
Power. Well, on that note, Arashi, let's rewind a bit, right? What happened in Game 1 between these two teams?
What happened?
Well, what happened was that it was a different Alter Ego we're seeing now, right? They're playing in a different way, whereas for GEEK SLATE, technically, it's also a very different and actually completely different because some of the members we come to expect didn't actually show up as well.
Nope.
They all have different playstyles. They look differently, but I think GEEK SLATE, their improvement is something we called out. We thought was going to happen in the last season. This season, finally, look at them. Top two last week against even above RRQ. So credit where credit is due. This is a very, very impressive performance. But now, there's a fight for the safe zone and the comfort zone. Because for Alter Ego, they need to try and get a leg up over Rebellion Zion. Yet another team is trying to escape from the red zone. And for GEEK SLATE, they're trying to overthrow the king, man. Start a coup, a literal rebellion, even though they're not the rebellion team, to try and take over. And right now, if you look at their playstyles, it's a bit of a contrast, especially because usually who dictates the pace of the game is the roamers, right? But for Alter Ego against RRQ, it's a bit of a stark contrast because usually, even against the #1 team right now, Onyx, it's all about which roamer can be more aggressive, which roamer can engage onto the opposing side's roamer to try and get the engagement that they want. But with Alter Ego, they've tried this new strat where they go for the supportive, the healers, the safety kind of heroes for Rasi. And of course in leg #1, they weren't doing that just yet. And as you can see, when it comes to aggression, it really seems like GEEK SLATE has Alter Ego beat, which is a bit of a shame because for the longest time, aggression and Alter Ego seems to be something that goes hand in hand.
And that kind of forces the engage potential over to the side of the XP lane for the side of Alter Ego, right? And that's where it really starts to kind of crumble, especially in the early stages for Alter Ego. They really need to get their gold lane going and simultaneously also get their XP lane to at least an even level with the enemy XP laner, because that engage potential that you have, it needs to be there with Rasi being on these reactive heroes.
Yeah, Rasi has a bit more of a tough job right here, especially up against Beloy, right? Because aggression is one thing, but the way Beloyski has been able to just confuse his opponents completely by macro play, by smart decisions, is definitely something that Alter Ego were not prepared for, and it cost them their victory in the first leg, right? GEEK SLATE, they were dominant, and Alter Ego, they just couldn't adjust fast enough. Whereas whenever Alter Ego found any kind of success, Beloyski wasted no time at all, adjusting his approach in the fight, adjusting where he moves during the fight, before the fight, and even after the fight. And that kind of speed is something that we haven't seen from a lot of teams just yet. Maybe everyone's hiding their cards, but for now, Alter Ego have to go, you know, be even further beyond if they want to try and beat GEEK SLATE, because they need to also, first of all, find something that works, and even after that, be prepared to change it up once GEEK SLATE kind of figures it out.
Well, it might be a different story though for GEEK SLATE. Why Alter Ego in the second leg seems like they got their rhythm going on. Sure, they took a couple of L's, but I feel like their winning pattern, their winning condition has improved, right? So I feel like GEEK SLATE, they also need to be careful of Alter Ego.
Very, right? I mean, again, the hot topic we saw earlier, Rashi, comfort zone versus the red zone, right? And honestly, when you're feeling comfortable, that's when you're very vulnerable. That's when you're at your most vulnerable point, right? And Alter Ego, right now, they're still hungry. I don't doubt that GEEK SLATE are still hungry to get that upper bracket position. We've heard many times from Gani when he asked Beloy early on in the season what he was aiming for this season. He said it, upper brackets. He won't be satisfied with anything less than that.
And on that note, speaking of what they have to go across, Alter Ego still have to find a solution for a boy as well. This player has been so good at setting up his team for victory, like right here, zoning everyone away. He's finding the right moment to be where he needs to be, and he always finds it and kind of enables his team as almost like a secondary support, secondary source of utility until you get comfortable with that factor, and then you treat him as utility, and then he just comes in with a lot of damage and he can carry the game himself. So that flexibility is something that Alter Ego also needs to try and get from Udil, because now he's been showing up on that Valentina and
the Faramis.
And these are heroes that a boy can play as well. So being dynamic, knowing when to do what, seems to be something that both these teams are trying and use to their advantage, but GEEK SLATE is definitely ahead of the curve.
Let's see here, what will both teams bring to the table as GEEK SLATE and Alter Ego the match will start very, very soon. Thank you, Arashi, for the rewind of leg one. Right? Let's move on to the next topic. Roamers. We touched on roamers, Beloyski and as well as Rossi. Rossi, he needs to step up against Beloyski. This roamer from PH, I gotta tell you, his macro is impeccable.
I think I've said this as well. Even Beloy actually got the first team title for the week. It was the first team of the week yesterday, or last week, my bad, in week number 5, and I think he deserves it, right? I think his performance has been so good. It shows. I mean, GEEK SLATE have never made it to the playoffs. With him joining, even though they weren't, or he wasn't really able to carry the team into the playoffs in the first season, the improvement was very visible.
Massively visible. And if you look at the distinct playstyles between the two roamers, Rasi is on the Estes and the Diggy with a 100% win rate. But Beloyski, in a way, even more impressive, having a 100% win rate on his Natalia. And compared to like a Kadira and the other aggressive roamers, this Natalia is something that only Beloy has been able to make work so consistently, and it's constantly feared and banned away by the rest of the teams in NPL right now, and for good reason. Even in the late game as an assassin, he knows how to play it so that he still stays relevant, even though assassins are not supposed to have that kind of impact in the late game. And considering the fact that the defensive roamers are very few in between, right? A Diggy and an Estes really stands out, but that's about it. So Alter Ego needs to be very careful on how they can secure these picks for Rasi, whereas Beloy is just so much more flexible. Looking at the keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy A34 and A54 5G, anticipate Beloyski's movements and maximize pressure on the gold lane for Alter Ego. They need to shut down Beloyski because otherwise, that also relates to number 2. They need Nino to be able to output the damage. If Beloyski has his way, then Nino will for sure feel that pressure and possibly get completely shut down. But looking for the keys to victory, by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G for GEEK SLATE here, contest the turtle to secure an early lead and make sure that Luke gets his power hero. And usually how they secure the early lead is due to Luke and occasionally Gluck is having a great showing in the Land of Dawn, being able to have pressure in his lane and still be a very dangerous engage tool so that his team can, you know, be a bit more flexible, right? They have to watch out for Beloyski, but now also for Luke. And that kind of dynamic is what causes GEEK SLATE to be so unpredictable, and that is what GEEK SLATE needs to do to try and get the dub.
They need to do that. They need to focus on that. And again, they need to exploit Beloyski, right? Beloyski, macro, very intelligent. Decision-making, his shot calls has been improved a lot, right? Even, I know his macro is so good already, but my goodness, this season he shines brighter like a diamond. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, both teams, they also need one element to perhaps elevate their game, and that is caffeine. All right? Caffeine. Whoa. Let's enjoy quality coffee with 100% Indonesian coffee beans that is brewed directly with an international standard coffee machine through Point Coffee X MPL S11. You can get a 40% discount coupon for Indomaret Point Go app for Palm Sugar Latte, Hookahs and Cream, and Pandan Coffee. With the most, well, use the promo code, all right? Point Coffee ID, well, Point Coffee Discount 40 rather. For more information, visit at Point Coffee ID.
And if you guys don't want coffee, you can always go for the non-coffee, non-caffeine ones. There are a lot of options. Me and Rashi, we went for it. And obviously, this is also a reminder to everyone that's watching from home. If you guys are participating in the fast, you guys enjoy breaking your fast right now. Go and get a drink, go and eat some food, and break your fast. There, we're enjoying it as well.
Buka puasa, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, break your fast.
Oh, that's good.
With caffeine, all right, that's good. Arashi approves.
That really hits the spot, man, honestly. It's been such an intense match. In match number 1, we need a bit of a boost, man, for sure. So that was great. But now, let's take a look at the lineups right here. A lot of the people are just curious, right? Who is going to actually be in the lineups?
Let's see who will be in the lineups. Indeed, Arashi for the side of Alter Ego. It's going to be clear their main 5. Udil, Pai, Nino, Selly Boy, and Rasi.
So their main 5, I mean, there's no real reason to actually swap your roster again, right? I mean, they tried it. They experimented a whole lot early on in the season with Psycho even joining in, but here it's also just the main 5. No mats.
Okay, a boy, Luke, Kadira, Jana, and Beloyski here still with the 2 PH with Luke on the EXP. It's going to be very, very scary to see them watch.
as you hear the stomp, walking step by step. It's the man, the myth, the legend, one man on top of the world, Kadira and GEEK SLATE.
Kadira and GEEK SLATE indeed. Kadira, this team has been revolving around him from last season, and this season he has not let down.
Definitely not. And if they want to continue their reign, their success, they need to take out the new rising, the new improving team that is stepping up to the plate to try and take them out finally, walking to the stage right now.
Udil has said it before. On top of the skies is not where Onyx lies, it's where Sir Pi lies. Here it is, Alter Ego.
Let's see here again. What will this team bring to the table? Will Rossi improve a lot, or will he falter going up against with the PH Roamer? Udil, the spicy boy, has said a lot of words, especially during leg 2. Let's see what will he say in the Land of Dawn in this match.
Honestly, man, for both these teams, everything just hinges so much on the roamer, but if everyone else can chip in and make that difference, remember, it's still a 5v5 team game, and when you talk about the team, you need to talk about the brains behind the entire operation. Coach Nefari going up against Coach Reno right here, try and start the mind games so early on, trying to outsmart each other because they need all the help they can get. These players are head-to-head right now, and every single bit of help that the coach can give them will make a difference in the Land of Dawn.
Definitely will, right? Will make a difference. Let's see what will Reno cook up for the GEEK SLATE side. What will Nefari bring to the table? I feel like in leg 2, there's more sync to their composition from the side of Alter Ego. They're more just well-rounded. So let's see here from the data. Nefari though, 36% win rate.
Most pick and ban heroes for him. With such a low win rate, you can see that the opponent really bans the generic stuff, but they ban away this Kaja as well. And maybe that's because Kaja technically can be used defensively, and it is a flex pit that Alter Ego really likes to take abuse of. So that is something that people try and be aware of against Alter Ego, as well as the glue that has been flexed to the roam position, started by Wijanarko, but continued by Rossi. Afterwards, the most bans from them is to ban away the Faramis. Alter Ego is all about aggression. It's all about taking you out in the early game. Faramis is something that they don't want to try and allow you to have the kind of outplay potential. And their most picks, keep in mind, it's always the Fredrin, it's always the carry. But now with the Melissa in the picture, carry might be substituted for that Melissa pick that has been so devastating. For the other side, the data, the most picked and banned heroes for Coach Reno right here, always the Natalia. It needs to be respected, and it's still on a 100% win rate. That is unreal. Along with that, the Fanny gets to ensure that Janna doesn't get his hands on such a volatile, such a mobile assassin. And for their own bans, they like respecting the Kadira for the counter-engage potential, and of course the glue that has been so annoying, so solid to deal with. But I think in the end, going for that Fredrin, right? It's just such a good mix of aggression, defensive prowess, as well as tankiness and damage. It's just such a flexible hero that a lot of teams are really using it as a prio pick.
Also, let's not forget that the impact of a boy joining GEEK SLATE. It's been impeccable as well, right? I mean, brings a lot of depth, brings a lot of hero pools, and as well as mechanics. Led, of course, by Bloisky. This kid is a prospect.
For sure. I mean, when he stepped onto the scene in MDL Season 6, not a lot of people actually saw him as a prodigy. Everybody saw him as a pretty average mid laner in the MDL, but it just goes to show with proper leadership, with the right environment, you can grow under the wings of Mr. Beloy, who is entering his villain era. Right after beating Rebellion Zion with the taunts, he is a menace. Angry Ski.
Angry
He's
Ski?
not Beloyski, he's Angry Ski.
Well, it's certainly a very welcome change. We've always seen Beloyski as the happy, jolly guy, but you know,
no.
It's a bad day. It's a scary day when the Geeks lose their temper. So let's see what they can cook up right now. Because if you look at their match history, initially, it seems like they're on the same pattern to actually repeating the almost but not really of the beginning of the season. But then afterwards, just so many wins, catching up and even overtaking the Kings of Kings. So it's been a very rocky road, but now it's looking like smooth pavement for GEEK SLATE.
There's a mistake there, by the way. Match 2 against Aura. That was a win for GEEK SLATE.
It's a 1-1 loss on the How is it a 1-1 loss, by the way?
A little bit of a mistake right there.
Should have been a 1-1 draw.
1-1 draw. I don't think we have a best of 2, but it's
1-1. But okay, let's see though.
Yeah.
Alter Ego, leg 1. Alter Ego, they managed to defeat them. Will it be the same?
We have to see. For Alter Ego, it's definitely a whole different story. They haven't found the winning solution. It seems to be just Rossi shaping up, putting him in the roles, in the job descriptions that he is very comfortable in. But against a team like GEEK SLATE, they're not gonna let him have that opportunity. And Alter Ego already off the bat bans away that Natalia.
Let's see Alter Ego, of course, with their respect there. Fanny and Natalia. Meanwhile, GEEK SLATE, they will opt for that 1-1 enjoy ban. Valentina, though, will be the response. Let's see, it seems like from the bans, they really want to somehow pick up the fairness, potentially, no?
I think the fairness makes sense here for Alter Ego, right? I mean, we have seen Udil. The main concern for Alter Ego at the start of the season was that fairness. It was always banned out by Alter Ego and it was never picked up by them. So a lot of teams were able to exploit that. But with a few wins under his belt, he has been able to get that fairness up as well into his hero pool. But still, if his comfort is open, I don't think they're going to hesitate to pick it up. The Forza gets picked up, the Fredrin responded, and GEEK SLATE with the Melissa ban that we've mentioned many times.
No fairness pick here.
No fairness pick, but we see this Arlet just rising in popularity, man. Strong laning, good AoE teamfight prowess, and if you are trying to hold your own ground in a neutral objective fight, that is something that the Arlet just really excels at. So for Alter Ego though, they finally have Forza in the hands of Udil. We'll see what can they do with it, because they need some kind of aggression to pair up with the Venom Airstrike in the early game.
Is my craft.
Wow,
Diggy is my
a
craft.
straightforward approach here from Alter Ego. They pick up the Akai and pick up the counter as well. Diggy, right? Alter Ego, what they're saying is they really want to secure the neutral objective with this plan. And with that Diggy, it also serves to bring Nino to the farm.
Right, elevate his laning potential right here, trying to shut down Kadera as well, the very flexible, very dynamic gold laner in the season. But keep in mind, picking the Akai also denies the combo that is possible with the Arlet. But very early on, a Hilda.
That's a counter to that Diggy, right? Hilda counters Diggy hardly. And it seems like GEEK SLATE, you know what? Yeah, let's just pick up what is countering that hero. Do you think that this is wise, though?
I think it is for the side of GEEK SLATE and also for Alter Ego, right? The reason they pick up the Diggy this early on is because they've seen the Arlet already. A big counter, or a proper counter towards the Arlet has to be the Diggy, and they understand that, you know, a lot of teams have been able to exploit Rossi's hero pool in the second phase of draft. We see the Estes and the Diggy constantly banned out in the second phase up against Alter Ego, so they're already maneuvering away from that, giving the Diggy over first. But GEEK, man, they are really going hard on Nino's heroes. Melissa, Wanwan, and the carry all banned out. Maybe they want to go for another ban here towards the Beatrix, I would say. And then they pick up a Brody, and then they force the Claude.
That's possible with so much emphasis on the gold lane. Alter Ego taking the opposite approach, banning away the mid lane options for GEEK. But we know a boy, he still has that Faramis up his pocket right here. The Lilia could be a very good source of DPS, considering a lot of the gold laners, at least the really meta ones, are being banned out right here. We'll see what it is for GEEK right now. Would it be more DPS? Would it be some utility? Because GEEK, by all means, really enjoys being able to be aggressive in the early stage of the game.
Well, here's a comment from Pi, though. I cannot present how confident we are in winning. He's talking about the three last matches, but we will definitely do our best. There you go, GEEK SLATE. They will ban the Yuzong, signaling somehow vulnerable hero here, perhaps in the back lines for a boy and as well as Kadera. Alter Ego quick response here, again targeting a boy in that mid lane. Fairness ban comes through, asking first, and perhaps Alter Ego, again, like you said, force as to use that Claude.
I think at this point, though, I said pick up the Brody, ban the Beatrix, right? But now, with the Beatrix open, I feel like Alter Ego can just go for the Beatrix pick. Does pretty good in lane up against the Brody, and if they go for the Claude, it's a bit too hard of a counter up against the Brody. The Brody can really just smack that Claude all around. Meanwhile, for the Glue, I think it's just a solid pickup.
It's a very solid pickup because it zones people away, it's survivable. Against the aggression of GEEK SLATE, the split will be invaluable in saving Pai's life, and we've seen that if he can win in the lane with some help, with a bit of assistance, he can completely take over. And as called by Mirko, it's going to be that Beatrix being picked up, very flexible, a lot of wave clear, which is dangerous. GEEK needs to find something here, because for Alter Ego, they have the wave clear, they have the tools available to go for the chase. It's going to be a Lilia being secured for GEEK SLATE, having the mid clear and that DPS to try and provide more DPS because they have a Brody.
Well, it's good, yeah. I feel like with the limitations of the mid lane nurse and as well as the marksman, not much options left there. Perhaps, yeah, sure, the Beatrix can work here. But I really like that Glue pick, right? Hilda can be somehow, the pressure from Hilda can be somehow negated by that Glue, perhaps mid-game towards late game.
My concern for Alter Ego right now is GEEK SLATE. They are notorious, well known for moving back and forth, being very confusing with their movement in a big team fight. With a Diggy in your team, you guys gotta you gotta pop the time journey at the right exact moment. And against GEEK SLATE, I think it's gonna be very, very difficult. So let's see how this all plays out.
It's gonna be more than difficult up against the Hilda. That killing pressure will bait out the time journey very easily, especially if Rassi stays in the gold lane. That 2v2 will definitely favor the Brody.
Let's see as we now enter the Land of Dawn. Game 1 between GEEK SLATE and Alter Ego. Who will strike first here in this series? Support your team in the comments.
Off the bat, looking at the emblems, utility in the jungle, both running the Demon Slayer, but Luke showing again, he wants that aggression, man. It's not only about the items, he wants to go for the Festival of Blood as well.
Unbending Will, actually.
Oh, Unbending Will, my bad. Slip out of tongue there.
Just some more damage, right, to play with. When we've seen the Tenacity, the Festival of Blood, and the Unbending Will, Arashi, I gotta ask you this question. Which one's the best for Arlet?
Man, that's a tough question because people are still experimenting, but I really personally enjoy the Festival of Blood. But a lot of people I've heard say that the Festival of Blood doesn't really add too much to your kit, right? You have base healing coming in from your second skill, so it's not exactly healing through ability damage. So a lot of people really feel like going for the tankier emblems makes sense. But Luke, he wants that aggression, he wants that violence, which is what I enjoy as well. He goes for that Unbending Will, and early on, Beloyski already trying to match Sully Boy, just beating him up in the jungle.
You can already feel the pressure, right, from Beloyski, from a boy as well, already invading Sully Boy here. Somehow forcing that Diggy, asking Rassi, who do you want to cover, Sully Boy or Nino? Because if not, we're going to just keep harassing Sully Boy, providing vision as well. And it seems like Rassi has answered, I don't care, I'm just going to babysit Nino till he gets his item.
I think the big question here for GEEK SLATE is also they need to try and get ahead, right? They have a Brody, they have a Hilda. Technically in the late game, they have a Lilia, so it's still not that bad, but they certainly have a lot of emphasis in the early game. But now they have Beloyski on a Hilda. We haven't seen this too often. And yes, there's damage. Yes, there's wave clear, as we can see right here. But what can they do to try to even start a fight?
I think they need to keep on going and pushing the tempo just like they are right now onto the Akai already. This killing pressure from Beloy might be able to force a heavy spin as the top lane. Chidera is going to be caught here, gets a stun out. That's going to be the hit with the feathered airstrike. Chidera already using Flicker. Luke finding the kill onto Sully Boy, getting a pretty good trade on the board with a turtle as well. GEEK SLATE, do they win this trade?
I think so far it's not bad. I feel like considering he sent 3 members, it doesn't matter though. Beloyski tries to equalize. Even through the time journey, that's just so much damage and they're not done.
I mean, things are not looking good for Sully Boy though, right? He lost his life, lost his orange buff, and the turtle is on. He's gonna invade.
Oh my god, purple as well.
Sully Boy locked down. There's nothing he can do. Janna has stolen the orange buff and he's looking to steal the purple buff as well. He still has the retribution. The reverse time brings him back, but Janna is all but free to take what he wants.
Man, Sully Boy, he usually wants to be aggressive, but on an Akai, it's just a different situation completely. And you can see the mid game power spike already just starting for GEEK SLATE, but it depends. If Alter Ego can weather this storm, they do have a chance on coming back, and we saw that in match number 1. So that's definitely still an option, but Alter Ego are the ones now that needs to be very, very careful. As much as they want to be aggressive, they require some more time to match up and try and deal, especially with this Hilda, my lord, that's a lot of damage.
Oh, and a torn apart memory as well, full stacks. Beautifully played by GEEK SLATE. A boy now sandwiching Nino and Rossi, forcing the time journey to pop in as a boy jumps all the way in. Black Shoes forced to be popped right now. Uda's going to be able to find a stun in the reverse time. Locks him down. Sully Boy knocks him up as well, but Beloy doesn't want to stop right here. Goes in, forcing the retribution from Sully Boy as Rossi is going to get taunted up. Jana will be able to get some damage done, but it is just going to be the flicker baited out. GEEK SLATE still utilizing this lead. They're not stopping the pace. They're still pushing on it. And just a few hits here for the Brody onto the turret will give him so much gold. Half of that turret shield gone.
Oh my god, take a look at mid side as well.
Oh,
now, forces the
no way!
Finding the kill. Wow. Goodness me, and it's an action-packed game here. 5 minutes in, 2-4. Jana, his batting is, oh my god, brilliant, right? Just taking all of the jungles of Zelly Boy.
Look at how active this man is,
3
man.
levels ahead.
He goes for buff, and then gank again, and he's going for the purple buff, but might be a mistake.
Oh, Luke finds the kill with the Vengeance right there, but that's going to be another stun over to Zelly Boy, who resets the Vengeance. Luke is going to fall to the Feather Airstrike. Beloy as well with the shutdown now onto Nino. But Jana walks back, forcing the flicker out and getting the kill onto Udil. That's a 3 for 2. The XP and the Roamer traded in for everyone on the side of Alter Ego. Pi still with a slam right now, giving a whole lot of damage as Jana will fall. Pi picks up the kill and will be able to make it equal here. But look up top. Meanwhile, Chidera.
Wow, Alter Ego, they spent so much time and effort to try and stop Chidera from snowballing, but with all the space being bought by Beloyski as well as Jana, he is just catching up right here. So take a look at the talent prediction. Only Alter Ego on the side of the English desk, as well as OG for the Indonesian desk, but keep in mind the Miracle Curse is still up and running as Luke 1v3s.
So able to get away right now. Beloy's going to be able to actually walk them down. Nino will fall to the power of wildness. Nope. The heavy spin locks him down. Nino's going to be able to survive right here, and that's going to be the outplay for Alter Ego. Nino still deathless as he picks up the BOD in the 5th minute of the game.
Oh, very intelligent resource spent there with that heavy spin. Giving space and just covering Nino here, who is still untouchable in this game at this point. But of course, Jana, he is not standing idly by, finding another neutral objective here, perhaps looking for another contest.
But to ask you, Arashi, Beloy went for flicker, right? Not sprint. Usually we see sprint on the Hilda, so any reason?
I think he wants to be, he doesn't really have to chase anyone a long distance away. The flicker is what he needs to be surprising, to try and get that last minute play in. So I think compared to the usual sprint, he's content just going for this, which is a bit of a mixed bag results, I must say right here. On some of these situations, a sprint would definitely allow him to catch up or even escape easier. But for now, I think it's all right. On the emblems though, he went for as much HP as possible to try and have that synergy with the Concussive Blast, and early on, looking for a good mix of physical and magical defense. He has that shield built in, so it's just so annoying, and as Goni mentioned, it's a good counter against Diggy.
It seems like here they do not want to fight here, Mirko, just yet. They just want to poke, but Silly Boy
going to be caught here by the damage. He has the heavy spin though, he can't get out the power of wildness once again by Beloy. He's going to be right there. He wants to go for the concealed play as well. Silly Boy still in the bush, going to be cancelled out as Luke jumps in now. The heavy spin is going to be able to lock both of them down as Nino's going to be able to free hit in the back line. But that's the final slash, bringing both of them back. No time journey to play with. That's a shutdown for a boy. Rossi now caught in the midst. That's going to turn apart memory. A boy needs one more hit and he will be able to claim the double as Chidera will be able to siege down the bottom side tier 1. It's GEEK SLATE who push their gold lead further.
Things are looking from bad to worse. 3,000 gold lead, top and bot taken down the outer turrets, and take a look at Jana. He's level 12 almost, and things are not looking good here. 4 levels almost behind, 3 levels now. But Alter Ego Esports, they need to wake up.
They have to rely on Nino, but it's so difficult to try and have impact as a gold laner because right now, against a Fredrin and a Hilda, your damage, it exists, but it's just taking so long to get out that GEEK SLATE can just out-damage them. So they're basically out-sustaining the damage coming in from Alter Ego. And they need a bit more time, a bit more items in order to prevent that. But GEEK SLATE is pushing the pace so aggressively that Alter Ego Esports have no choice. They have no choice. They're just forced to engage GEEK SLATE in these early game battles.
Let's see. GEEK SLATE now they're eyeing for that first Lord, Alter Ego. Realizing that they're 4,000 behind, they do not care. They want to contest. Why? Because they have the Akai. They have a slight chance here to take that gamble. Let's see, the bot side will be pushed. But if look shows, Alter Ego might force a fight. There you go, Alter Ego trying to push the GEEK SLATE members away with the heavy spin.
On Janna though, Nino's gonna be zoned away by Beloy right now. Janna's still gonna be able to survive now. Very vulnerable. That's gonna be torn apart memory, dealing some damage. Pi jumps in with the split towards the back line. A boy still gonna be able to kite away. His Pi is gonna be slain right here by Chadera and a boy. It's a 1-for-1 XP for Rome. GEEK SLATE will utilize this lead, this proper trade for them to take the Lord for free. Alter Ego conceded.
Man, this is why it's so annoying to go up against GEEK SLATE. If you notice it, Beloy always has damage, needs to be focused down, but yet he is still a roamer. So when Alter Ego Esports, they use so many resources to try and shut down Beloy, that means everyone else has so much space, and Sunny Boy gets pulled back by the final slash, but he will still be able to survive. But the Lord is marching right now, and GEEK SLATE, in true GEEK SLATE fashion, are trying to play this macro game to its utmost perfection.
You know what? There's a reason why Selly Boy's nickname is called the Miracle Boy. Because he's very good at playing assassins, not Selly Boy, not Kai, it seems like. And there you go, no impact whatsoever, 0 for 5. Very hard for him to secure a neutral objective, and that's already a loss here if you drafted in a Kai and not securing any neutral objectives.
It's because Beloyski keeps pushing them away and forcing a fight before there's a 50-50. And having a strong roamer, right, like the Hilda, like we said, a bully roamer along with a strong jungler. It's a combination we've talked about a lot, but now we're seeing it in its final form technically, but that's the Lord cleared away by Alter Ego with very low HP bars though. GEEK SLATE, they want something more.
And on top of that, Arashi, not only do they have a good jungler, a very aggressive roamer, but also better mid control. Remember, the Lilia, it's a very underrated pick because we haven't seen it a whole lot, but it still does its job. Mid clear, #1.
Look at Beloy, he just stands there, and it's no problem. He pops a conceal, but they won't be able to get anything, it seems like.
He just takes the alarm bombs like an absolute chat as he walks down Rossi right now. That's going to be a boy who's forced to pop in the black shoes. Federa now with a torn apart memory can deal some damage, but decides not to. Trying to siege that base turret. Almost getting the kill right there. GEEK SLATE still utilizing the gold lead and the map pressure really well. Look at how low the base turrets are. A boy gets sniped. But again, no follow-up. That's only just poke.
My goodness, yeah. I mean, Lilia, a very good hero going up against the composition that really wants to engage on you, right? Like the Glue, like the Akai. It's going to be very hard for them to somehow penetrate your composition with a boy, with that Lilia in your opposing side. And Alter Ego Esports now 7,000 gold lead, 7,500. We might see a fast game here. Potentially the next Lord can be GG.
The next Lord or the next time Beloyski gets a flank and cuts off Alter Ego from their own base. Right here, there's way too many people, but Rossi gets caught out.
Power of wildness, but the airstrike comes through. Beloy with the flicker. That's what it was made for.
Almost.
The runner shot not connecting, and GEEK SLATE once again have baited out so many resources. 2 flickers, 2 ultimates, make it 4 actually with Nino and Udil as well.
Perfect.
The timing couldn't be better as well with the Lord coming up right here. GEEK SLATE has extended the gold lead up to 8K, and I bet if you look at the stats later on, a boy is gonna be one of the highest damage dealers whenever he uses his spells onto Pi on that split, man. The numbers just cloud the screen, and now without any real way of engaging, they're gonna send Sally Boy to try and find out some information, but GEEK SLATE will be going for this Lord, or at least try to use it to try and bait out a fight with Alter Ego.
In-game equipment by Junior Games here, Rashi.
Yeah.
And Brody This is, again, exactly what he wants, right? I mean, on the Brody, the mid-game power spike is massive, and taking a lot of resources in. Even then, he still goes for a bit of defense with the steel leg plates.
He definitely respects Alter Ego and the potential to just completely pop off. Boy will be able to secure the purple buff, but honestly, it's on Nakai, so it won't be too significant. Looking at the items though, Chidera is very much respecting physical damage, right? Wind of Nature and a steel leg plates. He needs to be careful that he does not fall to Udo, who is and has been one of the more relevant carries for the side of Alter Ego. And the same can be said for the rest of the members. They already have the Athena shield, but during a prolonged fight, that magical damage can still technically sneak up on you. And against Alter Ego, that's the last team you want to try and let your guard down up against.
Yeah, I mean, surprising, right? Looking at how dominating GEEK SLATE has been, Kadira has yet to pick up a kill, even just to assist on his name. But again, potentially this might be the last final push. Let's see.
Kadira now trying to siege the turret down as further airstrike, and the Bennett's Rage gets popped in. Lord has marched down over to the bottom side. Now Alter Ego puts their focus right there. Able to micromanage the waves really well. GEEK SLATE are not able to utilize the waves properly. They will be able to say one more push here in the mid lane. Siege potential from the Brody doing work, getting the base turret down. 2 base turrets down. They're rotating over to the top side now. The Sunnyboy gets chunked right low. Half HP.
Oh my god.
From a boy with the glue. Now it's going to be Sunnyboy who jumps in. Now caught in the final slash. And the magic damage from a boy. That's one of the frontliners down already for Alter Ego. Udil has the feather airstrike back up. With GEEK SLATE, do they want to keep on going?
Let's see though, minion and mid will enter the base now. GEEK SLATE, they're looking for the opportunity.
But the airstrike popped in again, but a boy is going to be able to dive in towards that back line, just putting some pressure down to zone them away from the base turret up top as Jadera just wreaks havoc onto the structures from the side of Alter Ego. Jana going to be caught in the immobilization from the slam, but GEEK SLATE pull back. 11,000 gold lead. They want to utilize this, and it's just discipline.
Pretty straightforward, right? GEEK SLATE, they realize that they can take down all base turrets. There you go, they maintain that pressure. After all 3 base turrets taken down, they relieve off pressure. They go back to the jungles, and of course, Alter Ego, they're left with nothing.
Looking at the player's gold by UBS Gold though, you can see that Nino is still very much in the game, but he cannot do it alone. Everyone from Alter Ego needs to catch up, but since GEEK SLATE has been pushing the lanes again and again, Alter Ego, they're forced to let most of the gold income go into the pockets of Udil and Nino, trying to clear the wave as soon as possible. 1v3 right now, Boys is going in, doesn't care.
Full tank build, by the way. That's what it does to another tank. The base damage alone from Beloy, and he doesn't even have the unbending will. He went for the concussive blast, and he's dealing this much damage. He's also super tanky. If you took a look at the items earlier, he had 2 steel leg plates. Arashi as Luke jumps in now with the stun, with the vengeance as well. Going to be caught in the slam pass combo and a heavy spin as well, but Luke's going to be able to flicker out just in time. Not far enough, though. Still pinned down with a heavy spin. Nino picks up the kill as the Lord gets chunked to half HP.
It was the reverse time there that caught Luke miscalculated. But now let's see GEEK SLATE. They still want to maintain pressure, but Alter Ego, they want to contest.
Dangerous for Chadera. He gets the stun down right now as Pai tries his best to jump into the back line. Still going to be able to bring... Oh, Chadera back to the feather airstrike. A boy now caught in the midst is going to be able to actually dodge away. Rasi falls to the hands of Jana, but Nino now is all left to free hit. Nino dying here. Jana picking up a double kill as he buys the immortality in time. Boy walking him down, Pai mounting Jana, but he's still going to be able to escape as a boy now is going to be putting some pressure down onto Selly Boy. Jana running away, Pai getting off, not able to secure any more kills. GEEK SLATE need to be very careful. Remember what made RRQ lose game 1 in the El Clasico.
Sharp game here by GEEK SLATE, right? Take a look at the replay here, what happened here in details.
All began with that engage onto Selly Boy, but in that back line, the main damage dealers are getting zoned away. Both the Brody and the Lilia, Boy and Chidera, were unable to unload as much damage as possible. And in the end, the fact that Jana was barely able to survive is definitely a very fortunate outcome, but fortune doesn't come very often. And with the gold lead shrunk down to 7k, this means the rest of the team, the rest of the members of Alter Ego are slowly but surely catching up. Taking a look at the damage dealt here, a boy, as I mentioned, is on top right there, but it doesn't really...
I think that's a mistake, no?
Boy hasn't been participating in a lot of these fights, so it's not beyond reason for him to be all the way down there. We'll have to see if that actually is correct though, but for now, same thing. GEEK SLATE pressuring, using the map pressure, using the fact that they have 3 base turrets down to try and force Alter Ego into something, and Alter Ego are the ones trying to go for an engage.
Only onto Beloy though, as the boy is going to be able to actually gap close over to Udil. That's a lot of HP from Udil taken away, forcing the wings by wings, and GEEK SLATE have reclaimed control over the enhanced Lord Pit that is now evolved. Beloy caught in the reverse time, and now the damage comes through from the side of Beloy, and Chadera with torn apart memory is able to slay Pi. A boy picks up the unstoppable, still dealing so much damage as he walks back. Caught in the reverse time, has the black shoes. Sunny Boy gonna be caught once again as that's gonna be Luke jumping in with vengeance. Beloy in the back line, forced to flicker out and forced to fall, but Luke finds the final slash onto Nino. Chadera with the follow-up and a torn apart memory, but that's gonna be Nino, still surviving, getting out of range. GEEK SLATE played it perfectly though. They will be able to secure the Evolve floor.
A very good display again of coordination there. GEEK SLATE, they're busy trying to harass Alter Ego, but Jana has the space to secure the Lord. Question is, will they be able to secure game 1?
Oof. Boy, plus the sprint and the black shoes. But that was a very close situation. Alter Ego understand that he is one of the main damage dealers, and with the Lord marching in, GEEK SLATE, they're going for the end right now.
Oh, Time Journey baited already. The immortality from a boy gonna be popped right there as he's gonna be caught in the mobility. That's Nino who finds the kill, the torn apart memory. Only onto the little splits over from the glue. And GEEK SLATE won't be able to end here in the 19th minute. The longer the game goes, the scarier it gets for GEEK SLATE.
They need to be careful here. They played it very, very well. Taking a look at the items as well, right? Brody built 2 defensive respect items here in that Dina and of course Wind of Nature. Meanwhile, Beatrix somehow forced to almost go all in, even adding Haas Claws here. Apart from that Wind of Nature, is this the right way? Gold-wise though, Nino is far ahead.
It seems like for Nino, the priority is the physical damage. He wants to lifesteal up with the Haas Claws in the middle of the big fight and then use the Wind of Nature to outplay the torn apart memory that will come in from Chadera. But keep in mind, the main big damage dealer in the late game is going to be a boy on that Lilia, so he has defenses against that. But he is positioning so well that a boy cannot get his damage onto him as Beloyski almost gets his immortality taken down. But this is a very tanky Hilda right here, and I feel like in the end, the longer this game goes, the more it doesn't favor GEEK SLATE, so they might go for something different. They can use Beloyski as a quote-unquote split push tool if they really want to. We've seen it before.
Let's see here. It's a reset, and the next Lord will spawn in the next minute. It seems like GEEK SLATE, somehow their space has been negated here, has been overtaken here by the side of Alter Ego Esports. So slowly but surely, you're right, Nino will be more of an impact here. But let's see the setup here, 45 seconds to the next Lord.
You gotta be careful though, because the more they move forward, the less they can move back as Iboy gets forced to use the black shoes very early on. But now there's a chance for GEEK SLATE to chase them down and go for a fight.
Look at Chadera though. All alone in that top lane.
Recalling.
Trying to go for
recall.
a push. He is going to be recalling, not recalling to the base, just recalling. Staying there in the top side, maybe possibly looking for an assassination attempt. He's still just doing it. He's just recalling again and again. And finally, he decides to pull back a bit.
Let's see here. It seems like now with 10 seconds on the clock, GEEK SLATE, they still has the upper edge. We're talking about space-wise, right? So Alter Ego, though, again, with Akai, can go for the 50-50s here if the setup is more proper. Oh, Blood Wings for Udil. That's nasty.
We saw the Feather Airstrike damage onto a boy and onto Chadera, so they both need to be very, very careful. The gold advantage has been shrinking, and a boy, once again, being forced to use the black shoes, and he might be out of the fight for now. This is where Alter Ego push the tempo.
Look at Chadera again, that's going to be Beloy caught, but look at Udil. He reads it out perfectly. Going to be able to rotate all the way to the bottom side as GEEK SLATE lose their members in the mid lane. That's going to be Jana buying the Winter Truncheon, buying some time, but a boy is going to fall, and Nino finds a triple. It's a maniac for Nino.
An absolute savage play by Nino, the man himself, putting his team on his back with a massive play. And Udo with the big brains, a macro decision to maneuver down below, noticing Tadera was gone from the map.
N-I-N-O, Alter Ego Esports. Slowly but surely now they could end here with 25 seconds on the clock. Only Kadera left standing.
Tadera with a flicker right now. One cannon minion is going to be there for the side of Alter Ego. Down he looks to zone Tadera away. Nino, they have done it with Nino. One fight. They have broken the curse as well. Nino.
With a Maniac in hand as well. Alter Ego Esports, they right first, even 80% of that match. It was GEEK SLATE leading that game.
They went for the gamble, man. They know that in the team fights, they were falling behind. They weren't getting the success they wanted. So they go for yet another split push maneuver. But Alter Ego were prepared. They were ready for it. They completely saw through it. And they got completely countered. In that whole engagement, Alter Ego did not lose a single thing. Not a single objective, not a single member. And they come out on top on that game as well. Showing again the improvement and the growth that the fans has been expecting and hoping to see from this team.
Anything can happen in the land of Dawn, and that is one of the best examples. Alter Ego, they lost the early game, they lost the mid game, but just one fight. Kadera wasn't ready for that fight. He was bot side. Alter Ego realized that. They took advantage of that, and it's just GG. Nino with a better positioning as well. Maniac.
Props to Udil. My God. He notices the Brody was gone. He feathered airstrike, so he got the damage out already before he rotated down below.
It connected to a board, thankfully, right?
So well played by Udil there, but even more so from Nino.
For sure.
His team was
Another Maniac.
definitely backing him up, so it's not a solo play, but it's impressive nonetheless, knowing that all the aggression from GEEK SLATE was onto Nino. The game highlight to hold pressure in the early game, and for Alter Ego to successfully come back in game number 1. Just completely breaking the expectations, and even the Miracle Curse.
What happened to the Miracle Curse?
They broke it. It looked so good for GEEK SLATE.
Doesn't work.
11,000 gold lead. It doesn't work. Nino says no. The Miracle Curse, I take that, I make it a blessing.
There you go, ladies
Very
and gentlemen.
convenient for you, Miracle. You can just change it at will.
Game one, right? That was, I really thought that, I was sure that it was a straightforward game forward side of Beloyski. GEEK SLATE, I really thought they got it in the bag, but no. El Nino came, and it's just GG's. Sudden Maniac out of nowhere. Merkel, I did not see that one coming.
No one did.
But that is Mobile Legends for you.
You saw a bit of a, I don't know, disappointment in the faces of GEEK SLATE, potentially after that game. So, according to question here, was there some disagreements? Were there mistakes in the execution? Some miscommunications, perhaps? We'll have to see, but it's not a good look if they were going to try and go for a reverse sweep. Looking at the item builds right here, Udil, like we mentioned, went for so much damage. Not even boots available, Holy Crystal and Blood Wings. That is a lot of magical power, which is why a boy getting tagged by 1 or 2 forces him to use the Black Shoes, and then the third one just takes him out of the fight completely. So he was forced to recall, and the main carry, right? The carry that's supposed to be the damage output in the late game is not in that fight. It was an Ichidera that is not geared or even suited for this late game fight. Nino, with only the Wind of Nature, technically has security because Udil is able to zone a boy out again and again.
Arashi, Alter Ego is, I don't know if this is right, but they only took 2 turrets.
And it's GG's. Yeah,
Is
I think
that
the
right?
mid only, right? The
3
mid.
turrets should be. It should be 3 turrets.
Oh, that's true.
In the end.
That's true. That's supposed to be 3
But
outer, inner, and then base.
But they were staying at 0 turrets for the longest time in that game.
80% was GEEK SLATE's
0
game.
turtles, 0 lords, Arashi, up until that very last one.
Yeah, I think for GEEK SLATE, I mean, they were trying to get the clean end, but they were unable to do so because usually, right, when it comes down to these base defenses, someone makes the huge play and starts everything off. gets the whole team scattered about, and then they end either through the Lord or by finishing everyone off. But now with Luke on an Arlet that can't really jump forward and engage, with Baloyski on a Hilda as well, all the engages are pretty straightforward.
It's an even trade here if we're talking about the titles here. Rich Guy and Forgotten One will fall to the side of the winning side. Meanwhile, the carry, you mentioned this, Lilia will have the most damage, and it makes sense, right? Lilia just wreaks havoc, the burst damage. If compared to Brody, if you compare it to Hilda, just Lilia will shine, and Hilda, Baloyski will have that sandbag. Makes sense as well.
So sprint or flicker?
Oh wait, Rossi, 100% KP.
Yeah, man.
Whoa.
I mean, total assist 16. On top of the top screen says 17 kills, so I'm, again, not sure.
It happened so quick that even the system...
got 1 kill.
Yeah, he got a 1 kill. Quick maths.
Quick maths. There you go. Didn't see the statistics there. I thought, as Diggy, did he build tank, Arashi?
I didn't get to get a good look. Things were happening so quick. I actually didn't get a good look because I saw he had the enchanted talisman, so I assumed he went
for full tank, only talisman and NOD. That's it.
Exactly. So he went with utility and having the Knuckles of Durance to try and reduce the tankiness, right? Because we talked about how Nino was unable to burst through the frontliner. So going for the NOD makes sense if he's not trying to be that extra bit of damage dealer, extra bit of a damage dealer for his team.
A very good display of, again, I feel like GEEK SLATE, what you can learn from GEEK SLATE is their strategy, right? Their execution, their early game taking, the neutral objectives, the setups. But I feel like they lost control again. They went a little bit too hasty there, or even hesitating, where it's just, there you go.
Look
the
at
goal
a curve.
just so significant there, as I said it.
This is a big, one of the biggest drops
Upsets.
ever. Not upset. Look at that. Look at the drop, Arashi.
Well, it's more like a skyrocket for the set of Alter Ego. It was so low down there. It just bounced right back up. So shows again that in the late game, the execution will matter a lot. I feel like it was, again, I really enjoy the aggressive approach, right? I feel like the team that goes for this early game, early end strategy can still get it done, but it is a lot more difficult, especially when teams are wisening up to the potential and they get tools available to them to try and stall it out. Like, for example, Cult Alter or the Time Journey in this example. So maybe for GEEK SLATE, seeing that Alter Ego is more solid than they would ever imagine, they can maybe try and deny those playmaking tools, but look at the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G. It's Nino with a little bit of sass.
Exactly,
just
right?
a little bit.
Maniac to top it off as well. 11-2-3-8-0-8 for the GPM and 82% for the KB. Man, he wasn't snoozing at this game. He literally get the oh my god, I can't.
He was
stress this
awake.
enough.
He was not
awake.
snoozing.
He was not snoozing.
As opposed to who?
Because as opposed to the others of Alter Ego. I mean, they were...
You're right. I think, honestly, that was like a solo carry game. He was practically 1v9 in that game. It feels like, okay, maybe you could give props to Udil, right? It was Udil and Nino who were really popping off.
I think Rossi was critical in ensuring that Nino has a bit more space to maneuver around. He was definitely... The idea for GEEK SLATE is definitely to zone him away, but he was just so dynamically looking around the map, trying to find gold. Look at him.
Literally
spending
everywhere.
more time in the EXP lane than the gold lane, according to this heat map. Because in that late game, he just needs to find somewhere to try and get some income in. Taking a look at the highlights right here. The early game, like we mentioned, was just so brutal, particularly for Selly Boy. Every time he was going for an objective, Jana as well as Baloyski, this combination in the early game at least, was just so completely obnoxious. And that, I don't know, that risk just pours out to the rest of the lanes. But unfortunately for the side of Alter Ego, there's some select moments here where Nino is able to get some kills. Udil is able to get some kills as well. So it wasn't a very clean game. And of course, a lot of the bounties weren't given up by GEEK SLATE either. But given enough time, this kind of trading just allows the team with the better late game to try and get a bit of an edge.
And it seems like, again, in this game, right, GEEK SLATE, even minute number 20 here almost, they still are in control after this fight, though. It's a different story.
Nino's spacing, man, the way he plays in these team fights. And yeah, gotta give massive props for Arasi in the fights. And Udil around that. And Nino as well to be able to capitalize on the fact that they have the Diggy.
Oh my goodness.
just so much damage
Did
coming
not
in
expect the
from Beatrix.
Maniac in this game, ladies and gentlemen, but Nino again just surprised us.
I think I expected a Maniac, but definitely not from Alter Ego. Looking at the 11,000 gold lead.
That was the biggest lead upset.
Yeah, I think they beat
This
Bigatron
season.
Alpha. I think Bigatron Alpha had like an 8,000 gold lead against Onyx before they lost in the end. GEEK SLATE.
Double digit.
This is something that they really need to, learn from, because we've seen this as well against Rebellion Zion. First leg, first game. The reason they were 2-0'd started from that first game when they had a massive lead and then they threw. Leg 1 against EVOS Legends, final game. It could have ended. They went in, no patience. They got punished.
Perhaps they need to also level up their phone game here. Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G, which includes the Galaxy A34 5G and the Galaxy A54 5G. Specs, right? No joke. RAM, no joke. Gigabytes. Memory, 256 gigabytes. Screen, Super AMOLED Plus.
Super
AMOLED Plus.
Super and Plus.
A refresh rate, 120 Hertz. Processor, Exynos 1380. 5G ready. Battery, 5,000 mAh. Quad cameras up to 50 megapixels.
All right, Gandhi.
IP67 water resistance rating. Price, 5 million IDR.
What? For all that, all those
around
specs.
$300 around.
Wow. So 5 million IDR. Okay, sure. 5 million, sure. But on top of it, you guys can also get a deal up to IDR 1.162 million, including cashbacks of IDR 300K. So it's practically free.
Is it though, Rashi?
Well, practically, I mean, comparing it to the competitors, right? It's just such a deal.
Also, you can also level up your
value game
from with that phone with Ube S Gold. Coming soon though, limited edition Ube S Gold merch collection with MPL Season 11. Get yours where? UbeSLifestyle.com, Ube S Lifestyle e-commerce. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. That is where you should be looking for. All right, that's Cross-Side Celebration. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, level up your game plan as well by learning by Nino.
Ooh.
Right? He doesn't care. My friends, they lost the early game. I don't care. I'm going to just farm. I'm going to rotate. I'm going to go top side. I'm going to go bot side. Mid game, be patient. Be patient. Wait for one moment. He understands that. He doesn't go for the flashy plays. He doesn't force the flashy plays. Even after he got his items, he waits for the right opening. He waits for the right momentum. And then just bang, 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 Maniac.
So proper way to actually recap the whole thing, to break it down. Just farm, bang, 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 Maniac. Because it felt that way for a lot of the viewers, right? They were like, GEEK SLATE, easy win. 11K gold lead. And Nino comes in, he starts Ninoing all over the place, and he says it's Nino time.
It's like there's 4 steps. Like, draft a good composition, lose the early game, question mark, question mark, question mark, profit. For Alter Ego. You have no idea. He just pulls it out of the fire.
I have no idea
for
as well.
Alter Ego. Looking at the impact player and the total gold for Nino, it's definitely up there, especially afterwards in the late game. In the early game, though, the fact that he was still able to match up against Chidera, yes, it's due to, GEEK SLATE not being able to end the game, but even in the early game, with all the attention, with the ganks coming to his way, Nino was still able to farm up a storm and stay relevant on the gold curve, and that was just enough for a team like Alter Ego to get that win. Look at the damage dealt though. A boy, like we mentioned, was 170,000. That's an insane number, but he also has 130 almost damage dealt on that Beatrix, man. And that's just dangerous. That's just deadly.
That is lethal, it seems like, right? GEEK SLATE though, can they equalize in this game? Kadera, he needs to be more aggressive, I feel like. Game 1?
I think it should be... It's so weird, right? Because the Brody pick, I feel like it made sense, the Brody pick. Up against... I really think they should have banned the Beatrix again in the draft. I mentioned it, the Yuzong ban in the end. If they wanted to go for the Brody, not too sure about that Yuzong ban. Alter Ego Esports match history, though. They had an abysmal first leg.
But now they turned the franchise around and they're starting a winning trend for their team. So now, going straight to game number 2, can they keep it going? Can they get a clean sweep over the number 2 team in the MPL in MPL ID right now.
Well, they beat RRQ and EVOS, right?
True.
Right.
Let's see. Will Alter Ego be able to defeat them with a clean sweep? Or in game 2, Geek Slate, will they have a say, right? 1-1 and Joy Band, though, will still come. And of course, Alter Ego, same bands. Valentina, Fanny, and as well as that Natalia. Perhaps a similar approach here. It will occur in game 2.
They gotta ban the Melissa again, right? We know that even on the Beatrix against the Brody, he performs. If you give him something like a Melissa Arashi, I don't think you wanna have him answer that question.
We've seen it before. It's a very catastrophic result for his opponent. So they've banned the Diggy and left the Melissa open though. They feel like it's the protection, not the carry itself.
Payback.
Wow. So Alter Ego go for the Farsa, which, to be fair, was a big key factor in how they're able to win the first game. But this means that Geek Slate has a chance to have a Melissa.
Okay, Geek Slate, they should pick it up, right? Giving the hero for Kadera. Realizing that Alter Ego does not prio that Melissa. I'm gonna say why not, though. Claude is still open and up for grabs for El Nino.
Is that why Alter Ego decided not to go for it? Okay, you can pick one, we'll pick the other. And we have enough confidence in Nino to go for it. For Geek right now, maybe it's the Fredrin and maybe one of the equilibrium. I thought it was one of the gold laners, but it's going to be the mid lane instead. So securing high ground. And also getting the very flexible, the very reliable Fredrin we saw Janakiri use to completely shut Sally Boy down in game number 1.
Well, it seems like here Alter Ego, 2 heroes, they should pick it up for, I feel like they should pick it up for the marksman, but yeah, the Claude will be picked up here, not the Melissa though, but an early Matilda, the debut of Matilda Airlines here in MPL ID Season 11. And it will be picked up by Rasi.
I think it has been picked up before.
Has it? It's still 0 though.
0% win rate maybe.
Oh, you're right.
Win rate. I think we've seen it before. Even Rossi has tried it, but he hasn't found too much success on it. So maybe it's the debut of the winning Melissa for Matilda. Sorry, for the Matilda for Rossi. But now, going into the second phase, the Melissa was not picked up, so Alter Ego can ban it away. Unless they really feel like it's not a big issue, they can counter it with the Farsa.
Pain. Wow, here's a comment though from Baloyski. I think because we all have the same goal in mind, our goal is to continue improving every week, every day. That's why I keep this in mind. Baloyski again being the leader, the father figure of Geek Slate. It seems like every member has been also just respecting him. But there you go, Geek Slate with the bans here saying, what are you going to play, Pi? We banned out Yuzong and we banned out Terizla and we picked up the Arlet. What are you going to play? Alter Ego though, what will they ban here?
I think if they really want to take, carry,
I've been waiting
it makes sense. If you have the Claude, right, you want to go up against a Melissa actually. What you don't want to go up against is the Brody and the carry. 2 heroes that can really have a say in these skirmishes. So Geek Slate, again, they don't really want to go for something like a Melissa here. Up against the Claude does have a little bit of an advantage. So they go for the Beatrix instead, trying to find the same success that Nino was able to find in game number 1.
Man, for the side of Alter Ego though, they can still go for that glue and match up the Arlet against the glue. Seems to just go not too terribly for Alter Ego. They'll have a hero, and they can still be tanky, they can absorb a lot of damage, and can still zone away or displace the backline. So that is still an option that Alter Ego can very easily go for. Works pretty well.
Oh, another Akai. And glue as expected from Arashi there. Nice touch. Nice touch. I thought that Sully Boy was more than confident to play the Ling here. Going up against a Beatrix, going up against a Eve. Sure, it's a gamble, but I really thought that he wants to take that gamble here. But nope, it's going to be the Akai here. Aided by Matilda. Perhaps that makes sense.
Roamer now. They need a Roamer. Geek Slate.
Kufra.
Franco's a bit too risky. Kufra comes into mind. The Kanja could still work, even though we haven't seen it after the patch. Maybe, just maybe, they trying to go for something. No, there's no way they go for the Atlas here against the Akai. I think the Kuka and Franco. Oh, yeah, I don't know about the Franco here. I think it works. The Bloody Hunt can get a few, pick-offs here and there, but with a heavy spin, with a lot of the CC that Alter Ego have, it's very tough.
You can expect a lot of damage or a lot of pressure or emphasis being put in the hands of Kadera though, because everyone else didn't really have burst damage. So the only real combo is for the Franco to try and lock someone down for a Beatrix ultimate. It is something that we can see happen in this game if they really want to shut down Nino as well. But of course, having a Mathilda makes it a bit difficult, and Claude as well, one of the safer gold laners in the MPL right now. We'll have to see if the game plan for Geek will work out.
Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin Game 2. Alter Ego match points. Can Geek Slate push this series to a Game 3? Ladies and gentlemen, this Heroes has been set. I want to see your opinions in the comments. But ladies and gentlemen, Land of Dawn, here we go for Game 2 between Geek Slate and Alter Ego. Alter Ego, they desperately need a win to somehow squeak and grab that final playoff spot. Meanwhile, Geek Slate, they also need a win to perhaps increase their odds to secure that upper bracket spot.
Looking at some of the emblems right here, you see 3 Avarices in the hands of Alter Ego, so they are all about money making. But for now, Geek Slate, they're gonna send Beloyski around to try and do damage, try and pressure around. But you can see the Farsa roam from Udil. It's just so annoying to deal with. Luke doesn't care. He keeps going aggressively here against Pi.
He's level 2 though, if he wants to win out on these trades. Using the Vengeance, but again, you said that about the upper brackets. You said that this is going to be a very big game for Geek Slate too, not just for Alter Ego, and especially after RRQ won earlier, 2-1. Now Geek Slate, even if they win 2-1, they will still be behind of RRQ. They needed a 2-0, but now they will need this win as they look for a fight.
Oh, a boy here. Interesting flicker. Alter Ego, though, will not commit on towards a boy just yet. Selly Boy will just clear the jungles here. Donna will try to contest, but it seems like a Selly Boy gets it.
It's a similar story here. It's a similar story here between both the jungles. It's going to be Selly Boy against Janna, same matchup. That means that if Alter Ego can't secure good mid lane prio, then Selly Boy is vulnerable to being jumped on. But with the Mathilda and with the Farsa going up against the Yve, it seems like they are doing pretty okay. They have a bit of a lead even, being more proactive around the map because not a single hook has landed from Beloy just yet. And the moment it does though, that's the question. Can they withstand that aggression? But no, they go on him instead.
Beloy with a flicker to get out right there, but the Feathered Airstrike is on point. The tracking there from the side of Udil, just really well played as Boy pops in the real world manipulation, is able to find the kill back as Janna now is going to be stunned up. Selly Boy is leaving with a heavy spin, but he will be able to win out in the Red Tree battle. Circling Eagle onto a Boy. Now Luke going to be able to actually dish out the damage with the Vengeance. Now Rassi flickering out. Luke stunned up. Beloy looking for the Iron Hook. Ooh. Selly Boy gets out.
Well, it seems like Geek Slate, they lost the neutral objective, and they lost somehow the fight as well. Alter Ego gets the tooth for 1. And take a look at the gold laners here, just both farming Arashi.
Well, keep in mind though that Luke was able to take down Pi technically with the help of everyone. A Boy was the one picking up the kill, but having a strong EXP lane was definitely one of the win conditions for Geek Slate. So we'll see if that investment into that lane pays up later on. A Boy right here just being stuck in the lane due to 3 members shoving against him because Beloyski is trying to be creative, trying to make sure that his movements aren't predicted, aren't read. He's going to go for a bit of a cheeky play right here. It lands!
Oh, Purify though, that's why the Purify is so good. The pickup from Nino saving him there.
And it seems like now Janna will look for an engage here. Oh my god, fight!
Bloody Hunt popped in, only onto the Roamer right now. Splash is going to be caught, but that's going to be Nino who jumps in all the way, gets hooked over, has the Battle Mirror image to escape as Beloy now is looking for the trade.
Oh.
Nino still standing there, will be caught. Now Alter Ego looking for the play once again. Heavy spin, bringing Beloy all the way back to the turret, but it's not going to be able to get enough for now. Udil knocked up, a Boy finds the kill! Right on the wall.
Sully Boy now onto Jana, who's still going to be able to survive for a bit, but the Circling Eagle brings him back. Jana maneuvering around. It's going to be Rasi who finds the kill. Now, Chidera not landing that runner shot, but GEEK SLATE have taken back control of the lead.
They got the momentum right here, winning there and getting a kill onto Nino in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, still losing members of their own, so not getting a lot of objectives on the map as far as turrets are concerned. But Chidera was able to actually take a lot of gold from the gold plating. Nino is still not far behind, finishing the DHS, but he is still far from being able to be a huge factor in these big team fights as the Iron Hook does not land.
Oh my god. Another airstrike once again. Luke gonna be able to find a final slash now onto Udil. Real world inflation popped into the back line as well, trying to zone them away from the turtle contest. The bloody hunt is gonna be locked down right there. Sully Boy not able to contest for the turtle, but Sully Boy will be able to find the heavy spin. Now Luke jumping into the back line with the vengeance, with the resets. Finds another. Now with a vengeance once again. Jana finding the taunt. Luke with the final slash. Pi with the split. Still able to escape as the boy tries to poke him down. GEEK SLATE have solidified their gold lead in the 5th minute of the game.
It's a 1-for-1, right? A kill for a turtle. But who do you think got the win there?
I feel like it's even, right? Both these teams, even the late game, no one actually has a solid, very clear-cut advantage. I feel like in the early game though, if Alter Ego can withstand the initial pressure coming in from the potential of Beloyski shutting the full game down using the iron hooks, they have a better chance of coming out stronger later on with Mathilda just shielding and healing everyone at the same time. So it's a difference of impact coming in from the roamer.
Well, let's talk about the composition as well here, Arashi, right? Who do you think got the mid game? Who do you think will get the late game as well? Looking at the compositions here,
I feel like as things go on, it becomes a bit situational, but I believe in a full-out fight, in a full-out brawl, especially later on with the neutral objectives at risk, I feel like Alter Ego has a better, more solid composition. But if GEEK SLATE are able to do their signature back and forth maneuver, kiting back and forth from the danger, they have the slows, they have the long range and spammable spells, as long as a Beatrix, to try and, you know, get an advantage in those poke/siege scenarios. So it's on Alter Ego to make the fight as messy as they want. And honestly, against an Arlet and a Franco, right, two very slow-moving heroes, it's very possible. As we take a look at Pak Pulung here, one of our fellow Indonesian casters.
he is definitely in the building indeed, as we are still waiting for that pause here, Arashi and Miracle. And yeah, I think what you said here is a little bit, it does make sense, right? Mid-game, late game, it's very, very situational when it comes down to it.
I feel like it's a bit of a shame that GEEK SLATE has not been able to quote-unquote outmaneuver the members of Alter Ego because, and maybe it's because of the Digi presence, it's because of the Mathilda, right? Providing extra bit of mobility, but usually GEEK SLATEs are the one that can move in and out of fights or around fights as long as they want.
I don't mean to be rude, Arashi, but I gotta stop you because the redeemable codes, they're here. 100 hero fragments. Arashi, I see you opening up your app here. No, don't, right?
Hey, Arashi, it's for the viewers.
Give it to the viewers, all
It's
right?
for the viewers, Arashi. Put your Samsung Galaxy A34 down. Gani, put your Galaxy A54 down.
I want it up.
No.
I want it up.
Oh, look at it here.
Oh, what is going on? You missed Pak Pulung, by the way.
You did miss Pak Pulung. I did not miss Pak Pulung. You saw him.
Well,
did you?
You saw him, all right. Back to the Light of Dawn. 5 minutes in, ladies and gentlemen. GEEK SLATE with a slight gold lead here, so it's still anybody's play. Top side as well there. Glue Arlet, it seems like the head of the Infinity battle there. Ooh. Okay, Beloyski missed that hook.
Well, GEEK SLATE, in a way, the way they play is going to be very reliant on Nino, so it's a bit more one-dimensional. Whereas for Alter Ego, they can make plays happen with Pi, with Sully Boy, with Nino, and with Udil as well. So I feel like they have more ways to approach a fight, and that means that GEEK SLATE are the ones stuck just trying to predict, like, oh, is it going to be Nino jumping in with the Purify? Is it going to be Sully Boy engaging with a heavy spin? Is it going to be Pi jumping onto a boy? All these answers, all these questions, but no real answers, and very small goal difference for now.
Look at the gold difference between the gold laners, though. This time it's Chidera who is winning out by a bit here against Nino, who
was able to win out in the last game. So Beatrix, this is the lane that's just really good, right? I mean, Beatrix versus Claude is just a solid lane early on. Once Nino gets those item power spikes, though, it may be a different story.
But for now, that's not the case. So look at the laning, it's so even with the roamers still trying to make a difference as well. But here comes the big play initiated by the man himself. He's going for it, not going for the hook, he's juking him out.
Bloody Hunt as well, also Sellyboy going to be able to lock him down to take him out in the turtle contest as Luke finds another. It's Nino who falls. Two incredible picks for the side of GEEK SLATE. 2.1k gold lead. Jana wants more. He jumps onto the flying bird lady as she flaps her wings to get out with a guiding wind.
Still safe here. Hey, take a look at the talent's prediction though. It's only you who opted for GEEK SLATE. And my goodness, GEEK SLATE, they're looking good. 2,500 gold lead plus.
First series, it was the Miracle Curse. Second series, it's the Miracle Bless.
Mirror Bless.
Mirror Bless. Ghana steals another purple buff there. Rossi goes away. Look at the Meter's passion even.
It's personal right here for Jana. You saw that early there was some recalls going on, and now he's just showing off to Sellyboy yet again. With this position though, GEEK SLATE, you can see the adjustments coming in from below, and this man is just so insane. His iron hooks are being seen through, being dodged away, so he just goes in and just goes for the Bloody Hunt immediately. As Spy gets jumped on, will be able to escape.
Look the sound of the RWM. Luke is destroying that structure in the mid lane. Tier 1 falling. GEEK SLATE playing it really slow, learning from their mistakes.
And Alter Ego still in somehow a very, very similar situation that they were in game 1. And they were behind. Structure-wise, they lost, and space-wise as well. GEEK SLATE, I feel like they need to change their stat here. They need to start and prioritizing to take, you know, oh my god, bot side.
Every spin, only onto Beloy. That's the snipe dealing so much damage. That's a Renner shot as well, connecting onto Rossi.
Wow, huge burst from so far away. That is one of the advantages, but Alter Ego can swing back with the Feather Airstrike. So far, that is only the Bloody Hunt that's being used up. The rest of GEEK can still go for a play right here. Iron hook on the Pi.
Menace Rage as well. Pi is going to fall here to the Vengeance. Wow. No, he actually falls to the RWM. There, placed by a boy. 3-0-4 right now. 9 minutes in, GEEK SLATE with a perfectly timed pick off to go for the Lord for free.
Things are not looking good here for Alter Ego, and it seems like GEEK SLATE, they are repairing their damage, their mistakes here in game 2. Literally no loopholes found here in this game. Jana will secure the Lord. Company with Sellyboy caught.
Bloody Hunt locking him down. Luke with the final slash picks up the killing spree as Beloy gets chunked low, but it's only just the roamer. Rossi looking for a fight, but Chidera looks for a structure up top, and he finds the tier 2.
7k gold lead for GEEK SLATE right here. And like we mentioned, they still have a very good amount of siege potential. But Udil now has the lightning truncheon, so GEEK SLATE needs to be a bit more careful. They're not invulnerable. They are prone to just getting fully engaged on, depending on how the game goes right here. Alter Ego, though, are still going to try and catch up, so this early siege from GEEK SLATE will be very difficult for them to deal with.
Wow, we might see a game 3, boys and girls, and it seems like with the Lord marching top side, GEEK SLATE, they're still maintaining pressure bot side though. They'll not be organized just yet in time. GEEK SLATE, will they look for the opening?
Real world inflation popped in. Udil doing the same thing right there, but is going to lose out on the DPS department. Sellyboy in the midst of it all, still trying to be that frontliner, but is going to be poked down by a boy. As the mid lane base turret will be poked down as well by the mini waves. Now the second one comes in. Sellyboy forced to pop in the heavy spin, and this might just be it. The time for GEEK SLATE to siege. Chidera not around there though. Interestingly enough, not going to be able to use the Renner to actually pick the turret up. Interesting move by Chidera Arashi. Why did he do that?
This move back to push the lane even faster, and now that might just pay off, but whoa, look at this!
Wow! Beautiful final splash, and the iron hook as well! The Renner shot not connecting, giving Pi a chance to flicker out. Now Nino with Winning Nature. This might be it for Nino. He needs to make a massive play as he jumps into the Blazing Duet right now, knowing there's no play Hunt. But he gets knocked up by Jana, forced to back off with BMI. Sellyboy poked down just a bit, but GEEK SLATE playing discipline once again, utilizing the Beatrix Renner to play it slow, siege it slow.
GEEK SLATE pressure that they're maintaining is so scary. Base turret number 2 now. Moving target.
Iron Hook not connecting right now, as that's going to be the snipe. Connecting onto Selly Boy. Udo has used the feathered airstrike before leaving the bottom side wave to Pi and Selly Boy. Still going to be able to clear it out, but GEEK SLATE looking like deja vu. 10,000 gold lead about to be built up by GEEK SLATE in the 11th minute of the game.
We've seen Alter Ego catch up before, but that's when Nino still has gold to work around with. Right now, he is 3 levels below Kadera, 2 deaths down. And overall, the team is just a lot weaker than how Alter Ego were in game number 1. This is a much cleaner execution for GEEK SLATE. When they do get kills, they don't always treat it around. So Alter Ego, they have to try and make something happen. Like I mentioned, they do have more ways to initiate a fight, but so far, they're just not making it happen.
The shotgun as well, the Wesker by Chidera. They knew Beloy was going to get that hook. Now conceal play, Beloy's looking for it. That's the guiding win, but Beloy does have the flicker. He goes for the iron hook, and he finds it. Nobody hunts to follow it through. Nino pops in with nature, but Beloy's going to be able to finish him off with the help of Luke. Beloy is an absolute monster. Nino's Purify is just up now. And meanwhile, Jana up top. Relord solo.
Things are not looking good as the Geeks. They're looking for a game 3. They might win here, right now with this Lord booster Rashi.
Right here?
Alter Ego.
Right now.
Alter Ego. Can they defend?
Against a 12k gold lead, it looks desperate. I don't think it's really possible considering looking at the items right here. There's a Divine Glaive for Udo, so he can still kind of clear, but against the high ground potential from Aboy, there's a chance that the real world manipulation will actually zone him away. And on the other side, the Blazing Duet will be countered completely by the Wind of Nature, built by Chidera, and now they go for it, they land a hook again.
The heavy spin is baited out, and that's going to be the RWM locking them down. For the airstrike, will be able to dish out damage, but Chidera on the back line is going to be able to free hit all the way. The Mirror's Bastion popped in, but the base is wide open. GEEK SLATE have done it. Game number 3 is next.
GEEK SLATE, they strike back. And ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be official. Welcome, game 3 between Alter Ego and GEEK SLATE.
The blessings of Mirko strikes again. How is this possible?
Why not? Why isn't it possible?
Why isn't it possible, bro?
Well, look at oh my God,
what
Beloy making a funny face to the camera
with the sass.
A little bit of sass, just like Nino's pose in the MVP. The villain arc here for Beloy. But GEEK SLATE once again. There you go. It's an interesting game because even in game number 1, it really felt like GEEK SLATE had it in the bag.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, well, on that game, man, like it looked really bad for GEEK SLATE for a bit, and then Beloyski happened. He just came and just Beloyed all over the map, man. That's crazy.
Suddenly.
It's Beloyan time.
It's Beloyan time.
It's Beloyan time indeed, ladies and gentlemen. We are now still sitting at a 1-1. After Alter Ego win a comeback in game 1, it seems like game 2, GEEK SLATE, they weren't leaving any holes. They were leaving any windows to jump in. And it was Alter Ego.
I think for me though, the main concern is the Mathilda gone.
Yeah, very early on.
Exactly. If they really wanted the Mathilda, they could have picked it later, right? I mean, it's not a hero that we've seen banned out, and that's the reason. There's literally, I felt like the Mathilda just had no presence, Arashi.
Yeah. If anything, like maybe the Estes and the Diggy, right, is a lot more impactful.
For sure.
And Rasi has found more success on them, but the Mathilda, Rasi has not particularly found a lot of great plays on. So it is quite weird, confusing to see it being picked in the first phase. Because I really didn't think GEEK SLATE were going to ban it anyways. So we'll see. Maybe there's more to it than we realize. All we see is what we see on the desk, not what they have cooked up in the gaming house. So we'll see if in game number 3 something crazy actually happens.
Very humble.
You know why I asked Arashi, Gani?
Why?
It's because Rasi's real name is Arasi. So I thought they thought alike, you know, maybe he could tell us why.
No,
Arasi.
he's being humble.
Maybe Arashi could tell us why Arasi picked up the Mathilda.
He's being humble, all right, Mirko. He knows everything in this world.
He is Rasi.
But he acts like he doesn't
Do
know.
we look that similar?
All right.
Well, it's more of the name, right? Arashi,
Right,
Arasi.
and
You're just missing the
Rasi.
H.
That is very funny though, honestly. Because it's not even the
You're
same
funny.
kind of name, you know? One's Indonesian technically, one's Japanese, and
Are you
somehow...
Japanese?
I don't. Do I look Japanese? We're going in circles here. Let's get back to the game, man. Beloy, that last hook onto Nino, man. Nino sidestepped it, and then he just second guessed himself and walked back into it. It wasn't even Beloyski on the very critically acclaimed Franco skin. It gives you higher hook rate, and he is still able to make it work, man.
He doesn't need it.
He's onto
All right.
something.
He doesn't need it. Like
it's his
the
lucky
Melissa
skin.
Nobara skin. No, we don't need it. All right, says Beloy. All right, he just wants the hook.
You know, CW
That's it.
has 100% win rate on the Melissa, and guess what? Always uses the skin. Use the skin.
Well,
Skins
ladies and
get wins,
gentlemen,
boys.
Let's see though, right? Game 3. Let's not focus Game 3 first.
You
Let's-
good?
Let's focus on Game 2. Adam builds here. Anything in particular that is significant, Arashi, for Game 2?
Well, Luke went for a much tankier build and now goes for the Hunter Strike, knowing that his job is technically to do a bit of damage and catch up to the backline. So it just shows how flexible Luke is on this Arlott, man. He just sometimes just changes it up depending on what is required. And it usually works out. And we talked about the advantage in the EXP lane paying out later on. That was definitely the case for this game. Pi only having 4 items right here, no magical defense at all. This just allows him to get picked up a lot more reliably. And when your main tank, your main front line can't survive the initial engagement, that's just bad. That just means you have no way of contesting vision. And when you don't have vision against a Franco, you get hooked.
There you go.
See, if they want vision, right, maybe pick a hero who's not blindfolded. Farsa was blindfolded.
You're right. Wow.
I think that's kind of
It makes sense,
self-explanatory.
right?
It does. It
He goes,
does.
yeah. You literally
It
said
does.
vision. No, but in all seriousness, that's the thing. That's the problem that Alter Ego are facing, and we mentioned this all the way from the start, Arashi. The vision game is not going to be there as much as it is from other teams because of the reactive way that Rossi likes to play and the reactive roamers they likes to play. The Matilda can't be opening up the map in this meta. Maybe back then, yeah, because she was very tanky, very sustainable. Here, she's just going to get melted down.
And yeah, when he can't do it, Saliboy can't do it, Pi can't do it, you were seeing how much damage Chidera was dealing on those runner shots onto the tanky members of Alter Ego. It's nothing they can't just stand there and keep taking it. And to make things worse, a boy is actually the one that's the carry. So he's still outputting a lot of damage, throwing it out repeatedly. That is what this Yeeve is very good at, right? When you have an advantage, running away and just sustaining through this like spam of spells is just so annoying to deal with because he's just so far away as well.
You know what? What's sad? Nino, game 1, he got 11 kills. Game 2, he got 0 kills.
Oh, that's painful.
0 kills, 0 assists, 0% KP.
0% KP?
0% KP.
A very painful fall from grace, definitely for Nino.
Like that.
All the way.
Like that.
That was a big drop. That probably hurt your hand just like how it hurt Nino.
Like 40
But we'll see how he
centimeters.
recovers because this time it's very similar, Arashi, to game number 1, but there's no big spike in the end.
No big spike because GEEK SLATE, we keep talking about how quickly they adapt, how they improve on the fly. And look at Beloyski. I'm missing my hooks, man. What do? I don't hook. I go for the...
I flicker. And I bloody hunt.
Bloody hunt, or I walk up and bloody hunt. And sooner or later, they're going to be worried about that so much that I get the hooks in. So when things don't work, he's not insane. He doesn't do the same thing again and again, expecting different results.
He's
he
a genius.
changes. He improves, he adapts, he overcomes.
Does he conceive? Does he believe?
He believes it, so he can conceive how to win, and then he achieves it, man. He gets it
He's
done.
a samurai.
He's a...
Is he though? But in conclusion, from Arashi to recap, Beloyski is not insane, all right? So game 2,
Smart.
snowball from early game. A boy, again, forces Alter Ego to play game 3. He's like, yo, can't go home yet. I
GEEK
want you to
SLATE.
play game 3.
Not just yet.
And he got the MVP, presented by Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G.
And
Oh
look
boy.
if you look at his items, right? he knows he's winning, and he knows he wants to get multiple spells out. He goes for the Enchanted Talisman first before the Glowing Wand. Because, you know, sometimes you can see a boy, when he's playing on the Eve, occasionally he delays the Enchanted Talisman if he knows that there's so many beefy members on the side of the opposing team that he needs to go for the Glowing Wand before the Enchanted Talisman. But in this game, that is not the case at all. More cooldown means more real-world manipulations, more catches, more picks, everything that GEEK SLATE wants to use. And honestly, both games, the highest damage dealt is still a boy. So who is the real carry on GEEK SLATE? Is it Beloyski getting the kills, enabling the team? Is it Sudera who's making the plays, roaming around, clearing, getting gold? Or is it actually a boy here that honestly has been performing so solid, so consistently for the side of GEEK SLATE?
I completely agree. I think he has played very consistent game plan, but also Beloyski, I mean, he's the brain, all right? He's the brain.
He's the brain and a boy's
shot
body.
caller. Low key. He's the mace,
But Bel has a bigger body than a boy.
He's a mid laner, though. It's not the body. He's the mid laner.
That's where the body
Anyhow,
is placed in the middle.
Okay, as a quick note, looking at the heat map here, you can see that this man is just all over the place and always looking to try and find a weird engagement from the bushes. But in game number 1, part of why GEEK SLATE were having so many issues was the fact that a boy was also zoned again and again by Udil. So maybe this man is actually the real carry, and that is the secret behind the success of GEEK SLATE. Let's take a look at some of the highlights in the early game where GEEK SLATE, they didn't really win out in the first initial play, but afterwards, they're just able to find these pickups, these plays, and Nino, unfortunately, was shut down even harder, or just like much harder than he was in game number 1. Because in game number 1, like I mentioned, his team was behind, but he still has gold. He is still about the same level. And in this game, by the way, Luke as well was winning so hard due to Pi getting ganked in the early game. So in that late game, every single member on the side of GEEK SLATE has the chance to make their own plays happen, and with the Lord, they just go for a lot cleaner of an execution and they get that victory.
Wow, it seems like looking at it again, right? GEEK SLATE, it seems like they're just replicating what they did in game 1.
But fixing the mistake.
Fixing the mistakes, more sharp, and they managed to pull and close that game out. Meanwhile, Alter Ego, they couldn't find, all right? But it's 1-1. Gani, Mirko, and Azarashi. We'll sign off. Just stay tuned, all right? Stay tuned.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi. Jalan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are still live in Jakarta here. MPL ID Season 11, Week 6, Day 1. It's 1-1 between Alter Ego and as well as GEEK SLATE. You're about to see here how the series will unravel, but it's back with me, Gani, Mirko, and as well as Arashi here accompanying you for our closing match, closing game as well. Want to hear your predictions in the live chats. Who do you support? Why do you support that team as well? Alter Ego, they managed to squeak the win in Game 1. GEEK SLATE though, repairing their mistakes. Somewhat similar game plan, very objective oriented. And he got Game 2 quite straightforward.
I think they were able to get a hero that can just force fights a bit more reliably. On the Hilda, not Matilda, Matt Hilda, right? On the Hilda, Beloyski was able to be so annoying and do a lot of damage, but usually what makes him so dangerous isn't his damage, it's the playmaking, and the Franco is definitely better. So if you guys want to have the same kind of plays, you take advantage of the same kind of resources, check out Dunya Games.
Dunya Games. Watch your favorite team play. Surely you want to play too, right? Make sure you look cool using your favorite heroes and skins. And don't forget to check the quota as well before playing so you don't run out of data in the middle of the match. This is the perfect timing. There's a promo for Dunya Games. Free to get up to 3 gigabytes of quota every time you buy items or vouchers for Mobile Legends using Telkomsel. Hurry up and buy it on dunyagames.co.id or on the Dunya Games app. Please, I'm begging you, check it out.
He's begging you guys. If you don't want to get it, I don't know what's wrong with you. Gani, look at him.
I'm desperate. Check
it out, ladies and gentlemen. Just like how both teams are desperate to secure their win here. Because Alter Ego, once again, if they win here, they have one step closer as to how they secure the playoffs here with a few more matches. Meanwhile, for GEEK SLATE, they are really close with RRQ right now for the upper bracket slot. They had to win 2-0 to be on top of RRQ, but now with it 1-1 already, there's so much pressure right now for the side of GEEK SLATE.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, it's a tough thing. It is. Well, meanwhile, Rebellion, who's watching this, they're hoping for
they're hoping
Alter Ego, please lose. All right, we need you to lose. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, also you can check out Max Stream. It's an app, you know, combines many OTT and channels, so you don't have to switch between apps. In Max Stream, there are a lot of channels that you can enjoy without paying extra. There's TechnoStorm and DGTV. There are also multiple exclusive original content, like there's In Love in Game, Love Coach with Rachel, The One Believe, Rasha, The Wonder Kid, and Kolak Express. Don't miss out on cool and exciting shows. Watch it only on Max Stream.
Go ahead, check it out, ladies and gentlemen. I personally have watched Kolak Express.
No, it's not Kolak, it's Kolak Express.
Kolak Express.
Also, you can grab another app here in Rashi, and that is Grab. All right, MPL ID Season 11 begins and Grab promos are ready to be enjoyed. 50% discount Grab food, 90% Grab bike and Grab car. If you want to watch offline at Menara Kuningan Ballroom Sanctuary, check it out. Scan the QR code below Rashi earlier. to have and more details, check also the link grb.to/MPL. You can participate and win MLBB Hero skins.
Free skins, huh? That's definitely a great promo. But now, before talking about skins, let's see what skins are going to be shown in the next match right here, because we're going to be jumping into the drafting phase quite soon. And as always, the drafting phase is just so critical in ensuring that the teams have the tools they need to actually come out on top. So we saw for Alter Ego, the issue seems to be the limited amount of heroes that Rossi could use. So we'll see if they push the Matilda pick back. And for GEEK, are they going to put something different in the hands of Beloy? Because the Natalia, I don't think will be let go still.
I mean, we have to look at the drafts again here. Alter Ego and GEEK SLATE both still staying on the same side here, Arashi. Remember, Alter Ego, yes, they did win in game number 1, but looking at how they won, it was way harder, it was way tougher. It felt like GEEK SLATE had the control for the most part. And again, in game number 2, that's exactly what happened through the Diggy ban. And they get rid of the Diggy again right now. With Alter Ego doing the same 3 bans over to the Fanny, Natalia, and Valentina. It's going to be the Joy banned up for the side of GEEK SLATE once again. Alter Ego. Do we really want to see a Farsa first pick again here? Remember, all 2 games so far we've seen with the Farsa first pick has ended up with them losing in the early game. And yes, the answer will be a big yes.
They just showed that they don't really care what you think, Sicko. They're going to go for the same thing again, but for the side of GEEK SLATE, it's going to be also a Fredrin and Arlott, though. In the previous game, they picked up the Yves, but seeing that the mid lane has been secured for Alter Ego, they ensure that they get that Fredrin and Arlott first, potentially the Yves again after this, if they want to go with the same exact game plan. For Alter Ego, though, this is where the Matilda made an appearance earlier. This is what they need to fix.
I think right now, going for something like the Melissa is very risky, right? Up against the Arlott, the Vengeance can actually go through your go-away. And that's why maybe Alter Ego did not want to utilize it in game number 2. But at this point, if they go for the Claude again, they're just going to get bullied here. If they first phase pick the Marksman, GEEK SLATE on the second pick has more to say on it, but they do pick up a Yuzong. At least now they have a winning lane somewhere. They pick up a very safe carry pick, but GEEK SLATE now can just go for the Brody pick. But they won't go for it. They instead go for the Faramis, and this is a wonderful pick for the side of GEEK SLATE. This carry is going to have a lot of trouble actually in this game up against the Faramis.
Not just the carry, everyone else. Alter Ego seems to be more burst orientated, so GEEK having technically a counter against burst is just so good for them, and they ban away this Estes as well. Not wanting to risk it at all. And you talked about having a winning lane on that Yuzong for the side of Alter Ego. GEEK SLATE can go for a Terizla, and we've seen that the Yuzong against Terizla matchup, it's not bad, but it definitely is harder for the Yuzong to actually have some impact. Here's a comment from Beloyski himself, though. I once thought of being in the top 2, but I would be happier if we could qualify for the playoffs. But we will try and reach the upper bracket.
If he continues performing like this, he doesn't need to think about being in the top 2. He will be in the top 2.
Yep.
GEEK SLATE with the final ban with Alter Ego as well, though. I think for Alter Ego, it's getting rid of the gold lane bullies. Like the Brody, but they go for the Kaja instead. And now, both of these teams have a similar approach in the second phase. Arashi, Alter Ego banning the aggressive roamers, GEEK SLATE banning the reactive roamers.
It's a bit of a juxtaposition here from both these teams, and that's very interesting indeed. For the side of GEEK, though, they've banned with the Diggy and the Estes, the usual suspects when it comes to defensive roamers. Will they try and ban that Matilda for good measure, or are they gonna do something else right here? Because I think banning the Matilda is just a bit too much, right? 3 roamer bans for Rossi, who is technically not doing so hot in the MPL right now.
I think looking at the composition, Alter Ego kind of want to go for engage, right? So maybe banning something like a Grok, a hero that we have seen many times from the side of Alter Ego, would be a good choice. Or maybe Lolita. They go for the Akai instead still. Again, the jungler from Alter Ego not picked up just yet, so it's another solid ban from the side of GEEK SLATE. From Alter Ego, yep, it's those heroes really give everyone a problem up against Beloy. So 3 roamer bans in total for the side of Alter Ego. GEEK SLATE, they can again just leave that last pick for the roamer and pick up like the Brody against the carry, a bully hero. With the Faramis as well, I think going for something like a Lolita could work. But here, against this comp, can they... Oh, Luke staring us down. I'm sorry, Luke. Hey, I'm sorry, man.
Yo, relax.
Relax.
Ooh, the pressure is exerting, man. Man has an aura for sure, but for Alter Ego, right now, the roamer, right? What could it be? The glue is still open if you want to go for a glue roam. We've seen Rasi use it, and it wasn't it wasn't that bad at all. And considering the situation right here, the glue can still be a good way for him to actually be able to soak up damage and not get caught out.
Oh, it's gonna be the Atlas.
What?
Whoa!
And the Barats as well for Sully Boy.
Wow. My goodness. So they're going for the Barats without the support, quote unquote.
Well, now it's a Diggy. No, the Diggy was banned out. What do they go for here?
For GEEK. Wow, yeah, no Diggy. So now GEEK SLATE kind of back themselves into a corner. Kufra will be their solution. So we'll see. Can we see the same kind of engage we expect from the notorious Kufra users like Keyboy, like Vin? We must see if Beloyski can pull it off.
Purify Brody, is that what we're gonna have to see here? That's pretty...
A little bit iffy.
Iffy, very iffy.
Let's see here, ladies and gentlemen. Draft-wise, wow, that Atlas, man, I did not see that one coming. But it is official, the 10 heroes that will enter the Land of Dawn for Game 3 between GEEK SLATE and Alter Ego. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I would like for you guys to participate and support your team in the live comments before we enter the Land of Dawn. Show your support here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to jump into the Land of Dawn. Well, for Game 3. Land of Dawn, here we go.
Let's dive into the Land of Dawn to see, once again, GEEK SLATE versus Alter Ego. Based on the draft, Arashi, who's it gonna be?
Oh man, I feel like, honestly, on paper, it's gonna be Alter Ego, right? They have more of a complete team fight situation, but if the execution in the early game can be solid from GEEK, this could go their way as well. I'm gonna lean more towards Alter Ego.
Let's see who will grab it. Gotta say, I really like GEEK SLATE composition though. Boy will have that Purify Miracle. Kadira will still have that Flicker. Seems like, oh, Silly Boy failed to secure that jungle camp. Arasi now will look for the stun. Connected.
That's a stun connecting. A boy now still having the Purify, not going to be able to use it just yet. Pops it finally to get out of the stun coming in from Udil as Beloy provides the cover. The boy still trying to dish out damage onto Udil, but needs to be very careful here. They decide to walk back, and it's GEEK SLATE losing in the 2v3 early on.
That Barat's pick right here, just swinging things in balance of Alter Ego. Honestly, it's a great fit for Sully Boy as well. He does not like backing away. He wants to be aggressive. And without the Fredrin, it's going to be... we'll have to see if it can actually match up to Janna on his Fredrin for now. But in the early game, these ganks are paying dividends, and Luke right now, for a turn, is being pressured by the jungle gank.
I mean, Janna's pattern, it seems like, especially his series, has been very, very brilliant right now. He catches Rasi a little bit off guard here, but 10 seconds to the next level. Oh, something is happening.
That's going to be first blood for Pi. Sully Boy finds that to this welcome onto Beloy. And that's the thing about the Kufra here. High risk, high reward.
Seems like now with the setup here with one man earlier down, Alter Ego will have the better setup here. And it's clear, Sully Boy now committing on towards it, but Janna is hovering in that area as well, looking for the steel traps.
Luke jumping in all the way. A boy going to be slain right there. That's going to be the retribution battle, and Sully Boy wins it. Rasi picks up the kill, a double kill actually. Whoa. On the Atlas. Purple buff going to be stolen away by Sully Boy as well. A disaster for GEEK SLATE early on.
Ooh, we've seen them recover from this kind of situation before, but it's looking really tough right here. And Alter Ego, like we mentioned for GEEK SLATE in game number 2, their late game isn't even that bad either. So it's going to be a bit dangerous if GEEK SLATE keep on going with the same kind of momentum here. They have to find a way to, I don't know, avoid a big fight and not let Rasi get the big engages on the Atlas. Anyway, it's more of a one-dimensional hero, so it might really favor Rasi, who just struggles to find the more reactive, the more flexible, intuitive play.
It seems like here both teams are setting something up in the gold lane. Beloyski will not commit for an engage. And Alter Ego, they were ready if they really want to fight now. 4-man rotation, let's see.
With their airstrike zoning Chidera away, Sullyboy is going to be brought back to the team with a Shadow Stampede. Chidera putting some stacks down as Beloy will charge up that Tyrant's Revenge. But again, it's just Alter Ego who gets a winning trade here. More resources spent for the side of GEEK SLATE. And they'll just take the lead, they'll take the advantage.
Whoa.
Only Wawa and Mirko voting for GEEK SLATE. So if the Miracle Blessing is correct, we're gonna see a GEEK SLATE 2-1. But we'll have to see, because right now Alter Ego, they're just being aggressive right here, and there's no real solution to the tankiness of both Rossi and Sullyboy in these big skirmishes.
Again, it's still unclear, but Alter Ego establishing a very healthy early game here for, well, 2,000 gold lead, 4 minutes in. And Sullyboy, he wants to contest this purple buff perhaps, but fall tight.
Solo kill, Luke flickers out, almost a solo kill by Pi. And again, this winning lane for Alter Ego doing so much for them. They're really playing into their keys to victory this time around.
In the mid lane and roam as well from Udo, it's just so much more annoying compared to a boy, at least for now, until later on in the mid game. But that's all they need. If they keep snowballing like this, and they can shut down some of the laners like Luke, like a boy, or even Chidera in the gold lane, then Alter Ego can have a very smooth sailing victory towards the end of the game.
You're right. I mean, it seems like Alter Ego, they're very much in control now, 5 minutes in. GEEK SLATE, they're struggling to find any sort of play here. And yeah, they can't really play around much in that EXP gold lane as well. Top side, Rossi will always be there in time with that perfect match. Very hard here for GEEK SLATE to find. Perhaps they really want to play around Jana here, like this.
Definitely welcome on to Jana, but now it's going to be Beloy who finds the Transformation and the Rage. That's the call Alter plays down, but look at the AoE damage.
And the Fatal Links onto floor. A big smack in the face for Alter Ego towards GEEK SLATE. Whoa, the alley-oop from Rossi was huge. The 4-man catch. And it was another 4-man kill for Alter Ego.
Can you believe it? A defensive reactive Atlas who doesn't engage but waits for the right moment to counter. Look at this, everyone jumping to try and capitalize on Udo, but they get zoned, they get bursted down initially, and then afterwards with no called Alter available. That is the Fatal Links that has been so notorious. And in a weird way, I keep saying it, it really fits how Rossi plays, and you can see why a lot of teams ban this Atlas against Alter Ego.
He's a carry, 3-0-3, the most kills on the team.
Well, it seems like very deadly now. GEEK SLATE, though, they need to be careful. Do not force a fight that is unnecessary. But Jana
going to be caught in the Deathless Welcome and the stun. Rossi recalling in his face. Jana falling to the hands of Nino.
Nice.
GEEK SLATE currently outplayed Beloy with the Time's Revenge and the Rage, but the combo will not be right there. Nino going to be chunked quite a bit by the torn apart memory. But again, Rossi is just waiting, has the ultimate, has the flicker play to go for it. Luke going to be caught in the Fatal Links, meanwhile on the back line. Pi finds the killing spree. Luke going to be able to flicker out with the final slash as well. Still able to sustain for a bit, but it's a killing spree for Udil. And Chidera does not deal enough damage to do anything at this point of the game. 6 minutes, and it's Alter Ego with an 11-kill lead.
They're lost here, and Alter Ego will secure another neutral objective for Boy. Needs to be careful here. He's a fairness on the burst damage. It's pretty insane, but GEEK SLATE, they look lost.
They have no idea how to deal with this. They can't engage first because the Black Dragon form is available. They can't outrange Alter Ego because of the Farsa in Udil's hands. And if they go and die for Nino to ensure that they have a DPS advantage, knowing that they have a lack of DPS on a Brody, Rossi gets a very easy 4 or 3 or 4 or even 5-man Fatal Links, and that is just not what they want. So Alter Ego, I feel like that final Atlas pick just completely threw off GEEK SLATE, and they don't really have a solid plan on what to do right here. But even if Beloyki gets a 5-man engage, they have no guarantee that Rossi cannot survive the initial burst and engage back on them.
It seems like that Diggy ban from GEEK SLATE actually backfired. Alter Ego, they're exploring in the mid side. Let's see. Again, Jana gonna be caught, has the dash to get out right now as Rossi looks for a play, has the Fatal Links as well, and the flicker. He's gonna go for it, he finds a 3-man! Fatal Links to bring them back into the Furious Dive. Nino picks up a double kill, and Geek Slate, all they can do is look for a tier 1 down below. Geek Slate down 14-0.
Rinse and repeat here, it seems like Arashi from Rossi from Alter Ego.
He just waits for everyone to use up their spells, and then he just goes in for the flicker and the ultimate. As you can see, it's still very much a reactive playstyle. I can't believe it, man. Outlaws is usually known to be the main engager for a wombo combo, but now it seems like Alter Ego, they have read through this. They might have saw it, but now this is going to be dangerous for Geek Slate.
A disaster. Chidera trying to walk away. Beloy gonna go be able to pop in the bouncing ball right now. Nino's gonna be chunked low. The turn from Remming be popped in as he flickers out of range, but it's only on to Sully Boy, who recalls on his corpse.
Oh my goodness. Alter Ego. Now they're leading 8,000. It was Geek Slate. Game 1, Game 2. Mostly, right? For the most part, they were the ones leading that game, controlling the early and mid. Take a look at Alter Ego now in Game 3. They managed not just improve their game plan, they managed to win it on all fronts.
Remember, in the late game later on, Geek Slate doesn't scale either. There's going to be a bit more of an opportunity later on for Alter Ego to maybe make a mistake when they're sieging for the base, right? That's where Geek Slate has a bit of a chance. But as of right now, not a single kill, not a single solution to any play. The best Geek Slate can do is trade. But even then, Alter Ego, I don't think they're willing to let Geek Slate get anything at all. Any kind of maneuver will be absolutely punished.
Not looking good here. 10,000 gold lead almost in 10 minutes of the game. And Geek Slate, yeah, they're just turtling now. They can't really do much as Alter Ego. They can't force a fight. They can force a skirmish as well. Let's see though, with this Lord push, what are they going to achieve?
Man, I really feel like Chidera, as iffy as it is, I think it requires a bit of security. Maybe a Purify looks weird, but that's better than just not being able to participate in any fights at all. With the Lord right here, Alter Ego are going for it, Black Dragon form.
Look at the feathered airstrike. That was one shot on the Chidera. This might just be the base turret falling down in the first, with the first Lord. A boy brought back right there by Sully Boy using the missiles. But the Lord will be taken care of. Geek Slate still 0 deaths on the board. Alter Ego.
Wow, you're right.
With a 10.8k gold lead. This is more than just a stomp.
I didn't even notice. 0 kills for Geek Slate in the first 11 minutes of the game. And things are not looking good. Who will die first? Will an Alter Ego member fall here in this game? Let's see the offense.
Rossi with the perfect match now, jumping onto Jana. That's going to be Beloy who looks for it, but is only going to be able to find Rossi. The main tank right now is at the final flash, connecting onto a lot of members. Geek Slate looking to play. They're actually going to be able to find a lot of damage right now as Nino's going to be sinking very, very low. What in the world just happened? It's a 3 for 2 for the side of Chidera. He finds another. It's a 4 for 2. You might as well call it a wipeout here as Pi is trying to survive. Jumps in the Petrify and the Furious Dive, but he's going to be brought back right now as he pops in a Black Dragon form. Pi going to be able to outplay for now. Walking down into the mid lane. Geek Slate have found a 4 for 3. Chidera is looking for the final kill now as Pi jumps in once again. Chidera with the damage, with the call Alter. Pi is gonna fall to the hands of Chidera, but not just yet. Pi actually surviving for a bit longer, but will be shut down in the end.
Oh my goodness, what a response, a Geek Slate. Sure, they lost the base turrets, but they managed to finally...
What happened?
Finally find a play. What happened, Arashi?
Out of 0 kills, out of nowhere, 5 kills. Essentially, a unofficial wipeout for Alter Ego. Everyone taking 1 death, everyone giving their bounties up to Geek Slate. They just were overconfident, fighting under the turret, and Nino and Udil, they just used their spells already, and Geek Slate were able to go back, get a bit more HP, and come back at it even stronger. And Alter Ego, man, they just didn't respect the potential. Now, shoes on the other foot, they jump onto Sully Boy, but they don't really have enough damage just yet.
They're going to be very careful right now. Udil has the feather airstrike. Will choose to pop it just in a bit. Rossi is looking for a play. He doesn't have the flicker. He does have it in 10 seconds though. If they really want to make the miracle play happen, the comeback happen, What do they have to do?
It's a good contest right here. It's your play now. Luke going to be able to actually disengage for now. Jana walks back in. The Retribution battle comes through. It's going to be Sunny Boy who secures it. The Cult Alter is ready by a boy, but Jana will lose his life. A boy still able to run away with a Shadow Stampede, and Geek Slate will be able to disengage. Beloy's looking for it. Jumps in with a Tyrant's Revenge, not finding anyone. Rossi with no damage. Beloy going to be able to flicker back into it. Nino popping the Wind of Nature. Jadero's going to be able to free hit right now as he pops into Torn Prime Memory. Udil taking low. Sunny Boy, 1 HP. A boy looking for the play. Pops in a Stampede. Not able to find a single kill, but Geek Slate have hit them so hard that they will not be able to utilize the Lord as much as they could before.
Solid execution there by Alter Ego, right? Securing the Lord, also winning in that team fight. But Loisky there, he forced himself on towards the fight. And it's just not looking good for Geek Slate. Now they have to defend though. It might be just a 2-minion wave push. But can they go for the end?
I don't think so, man. Geek Slate will have enough damage to clear this out unless Alter Ego makes a big fight happen. But even then, having a Cult Alter means that there's another card up Geek Slate's sleeve and they will be able to use it. And now look at this, Beloyski waiting for a chance. Look at Wasim using the Fatal Link so early on in the fight.
Exactly, only onto Jana. He does fall, but look at Jadera. He's going to be able to push out so much damage right now. He doesn't pop into Torn Apart Memory just yet, holding onto it as the Lord has been dealt with. Now the mini waves coming in the mid lane and the bottom lane needs to be cleared out. Rossi with a perfect match. Once again now looking for the play, but he does not have the Fatal Links. He has the Flicker. But like you mentioned, Arashi, he went in for a single man for Jana QT as well. It was not the carry.
In a way, you get the idea. Alter Ego wants to get a pick off so they can actually get more later on, but it's just, I feel like there's more value in him just holding it. As Beloyski now goes for a play, but he gets counter-engaged on by Alter Ego.
Fatal Links coming in. A boy with a Purify, beautifully placed. Once again, though, this does give the chance to Beloy to look for a play. Celebi going to be knocked up right now, so Udil's going to be stunned up. That's going to be Jadero who finds the kill. But a reflection by Udil. Clutch right there, still able to escape. Now it's going to be Luke who jumps in, going to be able to find the damage, and Celebi jumps over to that as well. But the Cult Alter is right there. Luke going to fall in the back, but still, it's Geek Slate somehow, winning in the team fight. Nino flickering out to safety. Rossi now with a perfect match, getting out, but the tournament from Chadera finds the double.
My goodness, Chadera. He's activated in minute number 15, finding the double.
No way!
Can they end? No. 20 seconds to the next floor, perhaps. That is going to be their main agenda. But 2 mid turrets here in the mid will fall, perhaps. A baser. Oh, Beloyski!
Pi gonna be chain CC. Rossi with the Fatal Links onto 3, finds the save in the game, and that's gonna be Jana who's forced to run away. Beloy who's going to fall to the passive from Pi, and the Enhanced Lord has just spawned back in. Jana gonna be read out. Rossi with the perfect match, but Jana gets out barely, just an inch there, a pixel away.
Wow, what a match we got here, Rashi. It's 1-1, but Alter Ego now has more than enough space to secure the Lord, potentially the last Lord.
Geek Slate, they had to take everything they can when they had the opportunity, and unfortunately, they were going for the base turret. They did not realize Udil was up. Rossi just engaged and gets a very clean, essentially 3-man combo. And of course, now they're caught up. But there's going to be very limited amounts of time where they're going to be able to find Udil in the back line, get those messy, confusing fights where they can get an advantage like that. Man, speaking of which, Nino on the carry, full item build at this point, but you don't see him actually being that big of a threat because everyone from Geek Slate can be a lot more dynamic. Everyone can dash. Everyone makes the damage happen without showing it too much. So Nino is confused. And he can't really react to a lot of these plays happening in time. So usually it's on the shoulders of Udil to threaten and follow up on a lot of that damage. But if he gets picked off like that, it just won't be possible.
How do they defend this now with Enhanced Lord marching down in the mid lane? 3 Minion waves crashing in. It looks impossible for the side of GEEK SLATE as the base is wide open. A boy going to be able to pop the call. Alter is down in the midst of it all now, jumping in, dealing so much damage with the Rossi. Finds the fatal link. Luke's still in the midst of it all now, jumping into the back line. Nino going to be contained CC'd by Luke, but Nino finds the damage, enough to take them down. The Lord is 1 HP. A boy still able to defend for now as he jumps into the Shadow Stampede now onto Pi. Immortalities popping left and right, but Alter Ego will silence GEEK SLATE in a 2-1 victory.
The Underground Kings, and take a look at Rossi. He is more than ready to show and flex his muscle off in this match. Uril, the father. My goodness, Alter Ego, the Underground Kings, manages to find the win in this series, solidifying themselves, increasing their odds to secure that last final playoff spot.
Beating the number 2 team in MPL ID Season 11. Say what you want now. Alter Ego have proven to the haters that we're here to stay. We are a high tier contender for the MPL trophy.
What a match. What a match. It shows emotions here from Rossi as well. Wow, Nino, Selly Boy in game 3. Almost. They lost their control there. But it seems like, again, in GEEK SLATE, they got too hasty.
And honestly, man, given the context, given the state of things, you gotta give credit to GEEK SLATE for even making it that close. It seemed hopeless. They were on 0 kills and they were somehow able to secure a wipeout.
16-0, bro.
That is the danger of GEEK SLATE, but Alter Ego were able to overcome it. So credit to both these teams putting on an absolute performance, an absolutely great show for the fans. But Alter Ego finally get their vindication, especially Rossi. When everyone says, he can play an engaged tank, he can make combos happen,
Diggy
shuts them up just like that. Whew. Defeating GEEK, Alter Ego solidifies their spot in the playoffs. This confirmed?
Let's see, right? We have to wait for these standings
Not
as
confirmed
well.
just yet. There's still a few more matches, but Alter Ego, they are safer than they were before this match.
For sure. And GEEK SLATE, their odds here to secure and replace RRQ. It's slowly but surely decreasing.
We still have a match against RRQ.
Exactly,
Still
it's not done yet though.
But RRQ definitely have the better chance at securing upper brackets now with this loss. 2-1, an upset.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to interview Alter Ego. Bude, take it away.
Alter Champs, inilah dia Alter Ego. Kemenangan yang begitu dramatis 2-1 di game ketiga. Oh my god, mereka terbang begitu saja. Coba dong untuk merayakan kemenangannya, gaya bareng-bareng kayak Rasi kayak tadi dong. Alter Ego, Sally, mereka jadi kayak ini ya, bodybuilder keren kali. Menang di minggu yang ke-6, kemenangan pertama di minggu ini. Pai, deskripsikan apa yang udah kalian perbuat di hari Senin, Selasa, Rabu ini.
Puasa.
Kan baru hari ini.
Udah dari hari Senin puasanya.
Puasa apa tuh? Puasa menang rank atau apa?
Puasa menang, biar menang aja.
Dan pada akhirnya kalian hari ini ngelawan GEEK SLATE. Tim yang lagi naik-naiknya banget, bahkan mereka berusaha lagi upper bracket. Kalian berhasil untuk ngedapetin kemenangan ini. Apa yang kalian petik dari GEEK SLATE sehingga kalian bisa temuin nih kuncinya?
Mangga kali ya?
Jangan.
Oh bukan ya?
Apa yang bisa?
Kita kemarin habis makan buah-buah aja sih Bude.
Nggak ikutan ya.
Semuanya dipetik.
Buah-buahan.
Nggak ada yang bisa dipetik lah. Kita cuman ngelakuin yang terbaik aja di sisa match kita. Sama stay humble bulan Ramadan, itu aja.
Kelas langsung pada teriak-teriak. Humble seperti apa? Emang sebelumnya nggak humble kalian? Sebelumnya nggak humble emang?
Sebelumnya enggak, Udil enggak sebelumnya.
Playing victim Bude, playing victim dia.
Ya gimana, tapi nggak apa-apa loh. Ini kan keseruan di panggung. Ya nggak Dil?
Ya betul.
Menang match ini 2-1 Dil.
Ya.
Menurutmu kekuatan Alter Ego tuh ada di mana sih?
Ada di Cloud Nino sih Bude.
Cloud Nino.
Itu harus diperhitungin sama musuh guys.
Jadi pesan untuk lawan selanjutnya ban Claudinho gitu.
Hati-hati kalau Nino, hati-hati.
Hati-hati Claudinho. Dan posisi kalian sekarang itu berada di posisi... Betul, udah posisi 6 sekarang.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Naiknya perlahan-lahan ya.
Alhamdulillah.
Celi Boy, apakah ini kekuatan rambut birumu? Posisi 6. Mau sampai di mana posisi kalian nanti? Prediksi sampai akhir regular season, kalau Celi Boy kelihatnya Alter Ego bakal ada di posisi berapa sih?
6 aja ya? 6 aja ya? Tidak ada regular season ya?
Posisi berapa?
Berapa ya Bude ya? Dikasihnya aja sih berapa?
Yang terpenting untuk Celi Boy apa sih untuk Alter Ego di season ini?
Mau ngebantai sisa match aja sih.
Mau ngebantai sisa match?
Iya.
Itu kuncinya?
Iya.
Dan ini ada yang spesial juga, kalau tadi Rasi ngebantai-bantai kayaknya ya. Wush, Rasi, kamu terkenal dengan hero yang tempel. Hero healer, hero yang memanjakan kawan-kawan. Hari ini kamu pakai hero yang gak biasa, Atlas. Dari mana idenya? Dari Kak Paika atau dari kamu sendiri?
Gue main support biar gamenya susah aja sih. Tadi gue main Atlas gampang kan gamenya?
Oh iya?
Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
Jadi biar lebih menantang ya. Rasi, lawanmu adalah Baloiski, salah satu player yang bisa kita bilang itu punya inisiasi yang sangat bagus. Di MPL Indonesia Season 11 semuanya mengakui itu. Tapi apa kendala yang kamu hadapi tadi melawan Baloiski?
Apa ya? Kalah otot kayaknya, kalah otot.
Kalau otot, jadi nanti mau adu otot aja?
Iya kayak di backstage kayak gitu.
Keras ya. Tapi kalau Rasi sendiri dibilang, aduh hero Rasi, healer, hero ini support yang ini gimana Rasi? Kalau dari Rasi sendiri gimana?
Biasa aja sih, selagi itu bagus buat menang di match kayak work aja, work aja. Ya. Kok.
Aja ya. Nino sendiri lebih suka Rasi pakai hero yang gimana sih? Kan ini juga penting dong untuk seorang marksman pakai 2 mic boleh.
Hero yang pengen dia mainin aja sih.
Sesuka dia aja.
Iya, sesuka dia. Pasti bagus mainnya.
Oh gitu. Yang penting berarti kunci kemenangan dari Alter Ego pakai hero yang kalian mau pakai.
Iya, benar.
5-5-nya atau gimana?
5-5-nya.
5-5-nya. Kamu kepengen pakai hero apa nextnya?
Cloud lah. Apa lagi? Cloud one.
Next match yang akan dilepaskan. Jadi Nino, sampaikan dong salam-salam mungkin dari Kapai juga boleh untuk Alter Champs yang udah kepengen banget dengerin speech kalian ketika menang. Karena jarang banget loh, Pai.
Jarang apa?
Boleh, terima kasih.
Kan kemarin udah.
Lagi dong.
Lagi buat Alter Champs, love you.
Love ya. Dan itulah dia, terima kasih Alter Ego. Kita akan mendengarkan dari analis kita di analis segmen, silakan Om Wawa.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Of course, thank you so much, Clara Mongstar and the whole Alter Ego team. They managed to get the win finally that Game 3. They won Game 1 and Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Fortunately, Game 2, they didn't manage to take that momentum. But Game 3, it was a very straightforward win. The Barats and Atlas cheese pick, quote unquote, actually did them a favor.
Yeah, Sally Boy on that Barat stomping on Geek Slate as they're unconscious.
Literally.
Wow, it's crazy. This pick hasn't been popular at all, but in the right context, in the right circumstances, when you need someone tanky in the front that won't back down, Barat just fits so well right there. And that's crazy how Alter Ego were able to, I don't know, think up this very unorthodox strategy in the middle of this very competitive game. And look at the highlights right here. In the early game, it's all as expected, you know? Geek Slate with no options, no play available. And Rasi being able to go for the big plays, but also play defensively. And this is where Geek Slate, they were so overzealous. But can you blame them though? They've been standing on 0 kills for so long. And they can just push the tempo and get something, anything on the map. Unfortunately, they get punished for it. But even then, with 5 members available, it does not matter. The composition was just too difficult. And despite their adjustments, at the end of the day, in that final fight, the team of Alter Ego were able to adjust themselves and ensure that despite all the rotations, all the dives and flanks, none of their backline members fall victim, and instead, the whole team of GEEK SLATE gets completely wiped out.
Literally nothing was in play for GEEK SLATE. They can't play around the EXP, they can't play around the goal, they can't play around Jana as well. And that's frustrating. Beloyski, the macro god, quote unquote, have no say in that game, Ergo.
But all these heroes are banned away as well, remember? So
3 bans.
Exactly.
Kaja, Franco, Natalia. And then they left the Kufra open, but at that point, it really, like, the Kufra was able to make a lot of crazy plays towards the end. But, man, Rasi, you gotta give it to him, man.
19 assists.
MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G. And I dare say that I think if they pick the Atlas instead of the Kufra, it's going to be a whole different game. Beloyski might not be like super amazing at the Atlas, but taking it away from Razi would have been an invaluable tool, especially considering that the Digi was banned. So soon we'll take a look at the mic checks and we'll see the coordination between this team, because I feel like there's a lot of passionate screams in the mic check.
Dapat ini. Dul.
Udah.
Nice. Hajar depan. Udah kuma baru dok ya.
Hajar depan aja, No.
Wewe, No.
Enggak bisa. Mati kena ituan gue berat armor.
Oke.
Ada Lilia.
Hati apa ya, malu ya, Pak?
Mau ikut tuh.
Ayo.
Bunuh aja.
Rodinya guys di bawah. Ada gua.
Oke. Fokus team fight.
Fokus. Dul. Padawan, Pak. Bantu balik juga, guys.
Balik.
Balik ke bis. Nice, Do! Mid.
Torno.
Nice.
Anaknya Elwan.
No purify.
Mati.
Pakai aja, guys.
Iya. We can go. Kan. Cloud mati. Cloud mati. Nih, Titan. Nice.
Ini lagi.
This.
Siapa ya?
Flicker. Bottom guys. Mak lari bang.
Ala. Ada.
Hey. No way.
Cannot.
Oh maga. Oh. Ulti. Oke. Nah. Mana bro. Udil mati. Guys, dead. Dead.
Pelan. Mati Supra.
Kenari 3.
Nice. Hati-hati Kupra.
Bandai guys.
Kupra sama Brody dari bawah.
Di bawah.
Ambil mid, jangan atas kebuka. Ada. Bantai. Gue bisa kejar Brody-nya.
No, lihat darah, No. Balik aja, mati.
Gua pulang. Ketahuan banget gameplaynya.
Woi, ketahuan banget.
Brody no flick, Brody. Gak. Brody.
Kena 3. Nice! Fokus orang. Lihat orang. Kupra dulu. Kejar Brody-nya.
Ayo kejar gak?
Lu Kupra, Brody. Mati. Nice!
Masih jangan nempel. Santai.
No.
Wow, what a passionate game, specifically from Rasi there with the Atlas play. He was shot calling, flexing, yelling to the GEEK SLATE members, and well-deserved as well. He played a splendid Atlas in that game as well. And GEEK SLATE, though, yeah, we can mention this, that in game 3, they look lost. They can't do anything.
I don't think they looked lost. It was just they were set up to fail with the draft again. The Faramis pick, and obviously the Digi ban early on. They could have read out the Atlas a bit better, I believe, but at that moment, with all the members clumping up, the Faramis was basically free setup for the Atlas.
Basically, there's a key to success here for Alter Ego. It's going to be Rasi. Udil and Rasi's fast rotation to the side lanes when they get ahead in the mid lane and contesting the objectives with good setup. And good setup here means Rasi, or it means that everyone just has the tools to work with. And honestly, that's huge credit to the coaches of both teams, because it was really a competitive match draft-wise before even getting to the Land of Dawn. And looking at the reaction of the mic check, though, you can't help but feel that it's a bit personal. GEEK SLATE were being a bit mean there. Beloy was laughing as they were able to get pickoffs on Alter Ego. And from Alter Ego, once they were actually able to get a bit more momentum, you hear them just yelling out, "Oh, we can read your gameplay, man! It's over! We get you figured out!" So something might be, there might be some more context we're not aware of, but these players are absolutely heated.
Very heated.
Very
right? I mean,
heated.
Especially for this guy. He's been hated the entire season from the start.
Yeah.
A lot of people said that he was the problem. It wasn't Rizal, it wasn't Nino, it wasn't Selly Boy or Kids, it was Rossi. But so far, I think with the little changes they made, there you go. Gani cosplaying Rossi.
In fact, the fact that Rossi is using a lot of these defensive roamers actually becomes a bit of a benefit for Alter Ego, because now it forces some of the bans out for GEEK SLATE, which is partially it's partially why they were able to outsmart them, coming up with the surprise Barats and Atlas pick.
Very good approach, right? Very good approach. It was Rossi's heroes that were secured in the first phase in the first 2 games. Quickly, they change. All right, the Matilda pick was too soon. It doesn't work. Rossi, I'm going to put you towards the end, right? Second phase, I'm going to secure a hero for you. And there you go. The Atlas pick comes through. GEEK SLATE, zero preparation, it seems like, with the Diggy ban, with the Estes, every hero, every support, quote-unquote, banned out. They didn't know. They forgot about the Atlas. They overlooked. And there you go. It was an easy win. Brody, Purify just does not work, right? Maybe it might work, but I feel like, yeah, at that point, it was just too late regarding the drafts. GEEK SLATE, they got out-drafted that game.
I think also, you can't just completely blame the drafts, right? You also need to blame a little bit, well, you have to put some responsibility onto the hands of the players who played it pretty poorly early game, contesting a lot of these neutral objectives when they knew their composition wasn't built for that up against the composition of Alter Ego. Like, sure, if you were up against any other team, the Fredrin, the Kufra works for neutral objective takes, but you're up against so much more here from the side of Alter Ego, and also a winning lane in the XP that they didn't have in game number 2. Alter Ego, Yuzong, changed everything.
Yep. Well, they have the Yuzong, a winning EXP lane, so Luke wasn't nearly as dominant. There's a Farsa for the AoE and the early game burst damage, and despite all of that, they're like, you know what, let's mess around and see what happens. Well, they messed around and found out the hard way that there's no way they're going to come out on top, at least in the 5v5 team fight. If they're able to separate, right, go for some split pushes, some engages, maybe, but when everyone's clumped up, like, Rossi just has such an easy time going for the 5-man Fatal Links.
Yeah, that was the case, and it does show multiple times in that game that Rossi, every time he has that slicker, it's GG. But enough talk. Let's talk about the MVP rankings here, ladies and gentlemen. Skylar, with that gain, with that point gain, okay. 30 points. I thought he was 30 this morning.
Yeah, it should be +5, I believe, with the...
35?
Yeah, it should be 35 right after the win that he got, right after the MVP that he got. So he should be right now equal with CW. But it's looking very close. Nino as well got an MVP. So that's another +5 for Nino.
So it's still brands here. Sandwiched by the 2 Onyx, Kyrie,
Sandwich, he's on top of both of them.
Yeah, we're looking at the picture. That's what I said as well yesterday, last time.
Oh, okay, I see.
Sandwiched.
He is sandwiched.
On that note, we are about to witness as well the standings later on soon enough. Soon enough, all right? Be patient. Patience is key.
So does this mean Rebellion Zion are in the red zone? I think it does. For now, unless they get a win tomorrow, 2-0. Ooh, it's going to be a tough road ahead for...
Very tough.
Rebellion,
that's the thing. Like,
Bigatron Alpha, and Alter Ego.
We still have like 3 days to go.
Oh my god, EVOS... There's a chance that EVOS might not make it to the playoffs.
Whoa.
Again, technically, these 4 teams, it could still flop. Like, with just a few wins here. If EVOS Legends lose their next 2 matches...
If EVOS loses all the matches ahead, and Rebellion wins all their matches potentially... That we might see a significant swap there. But on that note, we are about to see Arashi. Any predictions here? Who is on who? Who's on where? Is it RRQ? Is it GEEK SLATE?
RRQ. Mu steps up to their rightful position as always the constant second, I think, with this performance.
There,
I think GEEK SLATE gets pushed back down.
Yeah, it should be Onyx, RQ, GEEK, EVOS, Bigatron, or Alter Ego, and then Rebellion Zion or a Fire. That should be how it's ordered. It really depends if Alter Ego, with this win, do they take Bigatron's spot as well?
Bigatron can also not make it to the playoffs then.
Yeah, I said top 4, the bottom 4 there, they all, EVOS, Bigatron, Rebellion Zion, and Alter Ego. These 4 teams are still fighting it out up until the last day, I think.
It's still up in the air, practically. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we saw a sneak peek But this is going to be your official standings for Week 6, Day 1, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G. And that is it. RRQ reclaiming their second position, and Alter Ego finally moving in that last playoff spot.
Wow. Again, this is only the first day of a 4-day week, man. There's a whole quote-unquote regular week of MPL waiting for us in the next 3 days. So everything can change completely here, which is a very weird situation for MPL. It's usually, even last season, it was close, but not like this, right? It was the bottom 3, I believe, that was getting it very competitive, but now it's everyone that's not in the upper bracket.
It's crazy. It's crazy how competitive. And next season,
Top 2 stays the same.
It's going to be top 2 still.
There's that.
Top 2 for now, right? GEEK SLATE might steal that position.
Big might.
Big might underline. But RO Fire, yeah, still 8th place here. Not a good season. It seems like it's, I want to say it's a rebuilding season here for RO Fire. Perhaps next season they will pop off again, being the people's champion.
Yeah.
But let's see here, the chance to playoffs here for each teams, all right? Bigatron Alpha 48, Alter Ego 33, Rebellion at 24. Now it's officially here. Aura Fire has a 0% chance to go and advance to the playoffs.
Man, it's a tough pill, a bitter pill to swallow here. Last week, the only thing that's decided is Aura Fire 0% not making it to the playoffs, and Onyx 100% to the upper brackets.
Along with that, though, now we see Alter Ego climbing up. Rebellion Zion getting in a more riskier and riskier spot right here. So, on that note, even Bigatron, like you mentioned, Goni, they're doing well right now, but they can very easily slip all the way down there. This is a concerning time for all these 4 teams.
Remember the coach changes as well for Bigatron Alpha. Boy up, promoted to head coach. Aldo down to assistant coach.
Demoted, quote unquote.
So there's already a little bit of a change there. Last time Boy was the head coach. It was for Bigatron Era. They won everything. Bigatron Beta, they won everything. So they're trying to keep that trend going for Bigatron Alpha.
Man, for Aura Fire though, thoughts and prayers, especially for Eterna, who is not with us today. She just looks so dejected every time we're talking about standings. And who can blame Eterna, right? Like, if your favorite team is down in the dirt like this, it's not a good look.
It's fine.
If you can't support your team while they're losing, don't support your team while they're winning.
Yep.
So, chance here to the upper brackets. Looking good for you, Arashi, 67%. GEEK SLATE will decrease their odds here, 53%. Meanwhile, EVOS Legends with that L earlier, very low here, 27%.
67%, but it's still, these are just stats that don't really change the way you would think, right? With a single match that can swing so wildly. And speaking of matches, tomorrow's schedule, my friends.
Bigatron will take on Rebellion for our opening match. Aura, though, will take on EVOS Legends. And for our closing match, RRQ will go head-to-head with GEEK SLATE.
Deciding who's number 2.
Deciding... Right. Which team here? GEEK SLATE, though.
Man. GEEK won in their first
leg.
In the first leg.
Encounter.
So, if GEEK SLATE wins tomorrow, they'll probably be equal in aggregate points. But because of the matchups, GEEK SLATE has won 2 in both legs up against RRQ, and that will place them number 2. You're right. So, it is the battle for the top 2 position.
Yikes.
Tomorrow. GEEK SLATE and RRQ, they cannot afford to lose another match.
It's going to be very, very spicy for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, but also MDL. Whoa. It's getting spicier here the last coming weeks, and also playoffs. I can sniff it already. Hashtag esports for everyone. The battle of the playoffs. It's heating up, all right? Prepare to witness the battle every Monday to Wednesday at 10 a.m. Indonesian time. Check it out on our YouTube, MPL Indonesia or Mobile Legends Bang Bang, to see the players, to see the development league, what has been brewing in Indonesia.
Rafflesia and 3 Martese are playing in Pendekar, so go ahead and check it out. We're seeing a lot of new teams from the Open Conference, even beating some of the affiliated conference
Very
teams.
close in the Open Conference, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, so on that note, the 2 matches today, the opening of week 6, both matches getting 2-1s. Very, very intense, very, very close. But on that note, it is officially done. Gani and Mirko and Arashi will say bye-bye, and we'll see you tomorrow, all right? Week 6, day 2, same time. Just check it out. See ya.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. saatnya beraksi. Jalani